Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if future Deku built a harem with Boa Hancock? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. The rain over the calm belt was not a gentle thing. It fell in thick, grey sheets, the drops hitting the sea's unnaturally still surface like a million tiny spears. The sky was a bruised canvas of charcoal and deep violet, the clouds chew. Our ending with a promise of violence that never broke into storm. Only this cold, relentless downpour. It was a rain that felt like the world was weeping without knowing why. On the deck of a small, single-mast sloop, a man stood motionless beneath the deluge. His dark green hair was plastered to his scalp, rivulets tracing the sharp lines of his jaw. Water cascaded down the black fabric of his torn, high-collared coat. Over the dented plates of armor on his forearms and shins. He was not built like the giants of this world, but there was a density to him, a coiled stillness that the rain respected. His eyes, a vivid, storm-tossed green, were fixed on the horizon where nothing existed but more grey water and more grey sky. He had been here for 7 days. 7 days since the sky had torn open in a scream of emerald lightning, and he had fallen, not through air, but through something else. Through the thin film between realities. He'd crashed into this silent sea, his body a symphony of old aches and fresh bruises. The last echoes of a war that wasn't his to fight anymore ringing in his ears. The sloop had been a derelict, adrift and empty. He'd patched it with a frantic application of blackwhip and splintered wood. Driven by a survivor's instinct that was older than his first quirk. Izuku Midoriya was 28 years old. He had been the 9th holder of One for All. He had been the symbol of peace. He had been Deku. Now, he was a castaway in a world that hummed with a different energy. The air was thicker here, heavier with salt and potential. He could feel it in his bones, the absence of quirk factors. The presence of something else. Something raw and wild and pervasive. It sang in the rain, vibrated in the sea's eerie stillness. He'd spent the first 3 days learning to breathe it in without his body revolting. His power was muted, not gone, but listening, adapting, a flicker of movement in the water, a shadow deeper than the abyss beneath his hull. He didn't turn his head. His breathing remained even. The first Sea King had attacked on the 2nd day. A leviathan with teeth like shattered pillars. It had been a brutal, silent struggle on the placid water. He'd broken its jaw with a 20% smash, the impact shockwave the only sound for miles. The lesson was learned. This world's threats did not announce themselves with roars. They just appeared. This shadow, however, was different. It was sleek, purposeful. Then, it broke the surface. Not a beast, a ship. It slid from the water like a blade being drawn from a sheath, wood dark as polished obsidian. Sails the deep purple of a midnight bruise. Serpentine figureheads, twin coiling snakes with eyes of glowing amber, glared from the prow. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It moved against all logic, cutting through the calm belt as if propelled by a will of its own. A flag snapped taut from the mainmast against the rain, a skull with a serpent coiled through it, crowned by 9 bony points. Pirates. Izuku's hands, scarred and calloused, remained at his sides. He didn't assume a fighting stance. He simply watched as the larger ship, a Kuja pirate vessel though he did not know the name, glided to a perfect stop beside his pathetic sloop. Figures appeared along the railing. Women, all of them armed with bows, their expressions a blend of cold disdain and predatory curiosity. They were warriors. Their posture screamed it. A gangplank, carved to resemble a slithering serpent, extended itself and slammed onto his deck. From the mist and rain swirling around the dark ship, a form descended. She did not walk. She flowed. Each step was a pronouncement. The rain seemed to part for her, unwilling to mar the perfection it beheld. She was tall, her silhouette curving in ways that defied the simple concept of anatomy. A high slit in her long, red dress revealed a leg that ended in a sandal of gold. A spiked, gold choker encircled her throat. Her hair, black as the deepest sea at night, cascaded over one shoulder. Her face was a weapon. High cheekbones, full lips set in a line of absolute, unbending contempt, and eyes of a dark brown that held the warmth of a polished stone. She stopped at the end of the gangplank, looking down at him from her slight elevation. The Kuja warriors knocked arrows, their points glinting with a strange, black sheen. The woman's gaze swept over him, over his waterlogged clothes, his battered armor, his too young face hardened by things she could not imagine. Her nose wrinkled, just a fraction. It was the look one gives to a strange insect found crawling on a priceless tapestry. You. Her voice was low, melodious, and sharp enough to cut diamond. You trespass in the waters of the Kuja Empire. You gaze upon me, Boa Hancock, Empress of Amazon Lily and Warlord of the Sea. Your very existence is an affront. Izuku said nothing. He met her eyes. He did not bow. He did not flinch. He simply absorbed the information. Empress, Warlord, dangerous, asterisk. Her eyebrow twitched. The silence stretched, broken only by the drumming rain. His lack of reaction was more insulting than any words. You do not fall to your knees? She asked, a note of incredulous anger seeping into her tone. You do not beg for mercy. You do not even speak. Has the sight of my beauty stolen your wits, fool? Finally, Izuku spoke. His voice was rough from disuse, but level. Calm. It carried a weight of authority that had been earned in council chambers and on battlefields that no one here would ever see. I am a traveler, lost. I mean no trespass. I require only directions to the nearest inhabited island. A stunned silence fell over the Kuja warriors. Then, a collective intake of furious breath. Boa Hancock's eyes widened, then narrowed into slits of pure, unadulterated rage. He had not addressed her with a title. He had not been rendered speechless by her beauty. He had stated a need, as if she were a common signpost. You dare, she breathed, the words laced with venom. You look upon me and speak of directions. You insolent, wretched man. Her hand rose, fingers curling gracefully. Men are liars. Men are greedy. Men are vile creatures who take and destroy. Your presence is a stain on my sight. Be turned to stone and cast into the depths. A pink, heart-shaped light glowed at her fingertips. Izuku felt it. A wave of energy, not physical, but conceptual. A power that sought to bypass muscle and bone and speak directly to his soul, to his desires, to turn him inert. It was familiar, in a way. A mental quirk, one that required a strong will to resist. He had broken the hold of a villain who could puppet corpses with a glance. He had faced down the psychic pressure of all for one's bottomless malice. His will was not a muscle. It was the foundation upon which his broken body had been rebuilt, time and again. The pink energy washed over him. It probed, it pressed, it found nothing to grasp. His desire, in this moment, was singular, to understand. To survive, to find his footing. There was no lust for this beautiful, furious woman. No greed for her treasure. Only the analytical, desperate focus of a soldier in a new and hostile land. The energy shimmered against the sheer, unyielding cliff face of his disciplined mind and dissipated into the rain. Boa Hancock's hand faltered. The contempt on her face froze, then cracked into genuine shock. No, she whispered. That is impossible. Empress Hancock, one of the warriors cried, her bow trembling. He resisted the mellow. The shock on Boa's face solidified into something colder, more dangerous. A threat she did not understand was an insult to her very power. So, she said, her voice dropping to a deadly purr. You are not just a lost fool. You are a dangerous fool. A man with a strong will is the most dangerous kind of all. She moved. It was not the flow from before. It was a blur. One moment she was on the gangplank, the next she was in front of him. Her sandaled foot already an inch from his temple. The air around her leg compressed with a crack. Izuku's body reacted before his mind could articulate the thought. Danger sense, a silent, buzzing ghost in his skull since he arrived, spiked into a screaming siren. He didn't block. He shifted. He let his head move with the kick, letting the force glance off the armored plate on his shoulder. The impact was staggering. It wasn't just physical strength. It was layered, coated with that same wild energy from the air, concentrated, hardened. Haki, asterisk. The word surf, aced from his frantic analysis of the week's observations. Armament. He skidded back on the wet deck, his boots leaving grooves in the wood. His left shoulder throbbed, numb. He'd only been grazed. Boa Hancock landed, poised like a dancer, but her eyes were those of an executioner. You dodged. He settled into a stance, knees bent, center low. One hand open near his chest, the other held slightly forward. It was not a boxing stance. It was something older, more fluid, born of incorporating the styles of a dozen fighters who had tried to kill him. "I don't want to fight you," he said, the rain dripping from his chin. "Your wants are meaningless," she hissed, and came at him again. A whirlwind of kicks, each capable of shattering stone, each sheathed in that black, gleaming haki. He weaved, slipped, parried with forearms coated in the crackling green energy of one for all. Each collision was a thunderclap that echoed over the silent sea, scattering the rain in circular waves. He was faster, his movements sharper, more economical, but her power was immense, her technique flawless and ruthless. She fought with the arrogance of a goddess, expecting her every blow to land. He saw an opening, a microsecond lag after a spinning back kick. He could have driven a fist into her side. A 15% smash would have cracked ribs, ended it. He didn't. He pivoted, letting her force carry her past him, and used a gentle application of black whip, not the destructive tendrils, but a single, thin cord of dark energy, to tap the back of her knee, upsetting her balance. She stumbled, a single, graceless step. It was nothing. It was everything. She stopped dead. The rain fell between them. She turned to look at him, her back now to her own ship. Her face was pale, her lips parted. The fury was gone, replaced by a blank, chilling incomprehension. He had not taken the strike. He had shown mercy. To her, the insult was beyond anything she had ever known. "You pity me?" The question was a ghost of sound. "No," Izuku said, lowering his hands slightly. The green lightning faded from his skin, leaving only the steam of rain hitting his body heat. "I fight to protect, not to conquer. You attacked me. I defended. That's all." Quote. A tremor went through her. The vulnerability that flashed in her eyes for a nanosecond was so profound, so terrifying to her, that it instantly transformed back into rage. A defensive, all-consuming inferno. "Salome!" she shrieked. The giant red and gold snake, coiled near the mast of her ship, moved. It was a blinding strike, more wide, fangs dripping. Izuku's danger sense screamed. He jumped back, but the snake was faster than anything he'd faced here. A fang grazed his calf, tearing through fabric and skin. A cold numbness, immediate and vicious, shot up his leg. Poison. He landed hard, his leg buckling. He looked down at the wound. Already, the flesh around it was turning an ugly gray. Boa Hancock looked down at him, her regal composure restored. Painted over the cracks with sheer force of will. "Take him," she commanded, her voice once more the icy decree of an empress. "He is a curiosity, a resistant man, a man who hesitates. The Gorgon's kiss will keep him docile. Bring him to the throne room. I will decide his fate personally." She turned and walked back to her ship, not looking back, the picture of absolute sovereignty. But her hands, hidden in the folds of her dress, were clenched into fists so tight her knuckles were white. The warriors swarmed the deck, tying his hands with sea stone cuffs they produced, a stone that made his body feel heavy, draining. Like he was submerged in tar. They dragged him to his feet. The poison was a fire in his veins, a creeping paralysis. He couldn't fight it, not yet. His mind, however, raced. He had miscalculated. He had treated this like a hero encounter. Subdue, de-escalate. This was not that world. The rules were different. The consequences were absolute. And he had just profoundly humiliated the most powerful person he had met in it. As he was hauled across the gangplank, the rain began to lighten. The gray lifted to reveal, in the distance, an island shrouded in mist. An island of towering trees and waterfalls. A hidden kingdom. Amazon Lily. The warrior women shoved him into a dark hold. The last thing he saw before the door slammed shut was Boa Hancock's back, straight and unyielding against the emerging light, a queen returning to her domain with a strange, unsettling prize. In the darkness, with the poison chilling his blood, Izuku Midoriya closed his eyes. He focused on his breathing. He listened to the strange energy of this world. He began, slowly, painfully, to push his own adaptive energy, the vestige of a stolen power that was all about passing on, inheriting, evolving, against the foreign toxin. He would not die here. He had a new world to understand. And he had just made an enemy who was, for reasons he could not yet fathom, the most fascinating and terrifying person he had ever encountered. The ship sailed toward the hidden island. The cliffhanger was not of a battle, but of a binding. The first, invisible thread of a fate that had just pulled taut. The darkness was not empty. It was a canvas for pain. Izuku lay on the cold, damp planks of the ship's hold, the seastone shackles around his wrists a constant, draining weight. It felt like a void had opened in his core, sucking at the emerald energy that usually hummed just beneath his skin. But the greater agony was the poison, the Gorgon's kiss. It wasn't a fiery burn. It was a glacial invasion. It spread from the twin punctures on his calf, a network of icy filaments creeping up his veins, seeking his heart. Each beat was slower, more laborious than the last. His breath fogged in the chill air of the hold, a sharp contrast to the feverish heat of his own struggle. He focused. He had survived worse. Muscular's rampage, overhaul's disintegration, Shigaraki's decay crawling up his leg. This was just another toxin. His body was a patchwork of scars and repaired tissue, a testament to a cellular resilience forged in countless battles. One for all was more than power. It was a legacy of stubborn will. A torch passed through generations that refused to be extinguished. In the absolute black, he turned his awareness inward. He visualized the icy tendrils of the poison as a blue, invasive lattice. He imagined the crackling green energy of his quirk. No, not a quirk here, just his power asterisk, as a slow, persistent tide. He couldn't summon a deluge. The sea stones saw to that. But he could coax a trickle. A single, determined stream of emerald light, winding its way from the dim core of his being, down through his thigh, towards his calf. It was a war of attrition fought in silence. Every inch of progress was a monumental effort, met with the numb, aching resistance of the sea stone and the venom's bitter cold. He lost track of time. There was only the rhythm of his slowing heartbeat, the push of his will, and the gradual, agonizing retreat of the ice. A sound pierced his concentration. A heavy thud asterisk against the hull, followed by the shouts of the Kuja warriors above. The ship had stopped. They had arrived. The hold door screeched open, flooding the space with gray, misty light and the scent of exotic blooms and damp earth. Two warriors entered, their expressions stern. They didn't speak to him. They simply grabbed him under his arms and hauled him to his feet. His left leg buckled, the muscle still deadened, but the creeping gray had receded to just above his knee. The poison was contained, not defeated. He was half dragged up onto the deck. Amazon lily spread before him, and for a moment, even in his pain, he was struck by its stark, formidable beauty. It was an island of verticality. Colossal trees, their trunks wider than city blocks, soared into the misty canopy, draped with vibrant flowering vines. Waterfalls cascaded from impossible heights, their roar a constant, deep-throated rumble in the air. The architecture was elegant and fierce, wooden buildings carved with serpentine motifs, rope bridges spanning dizzying gaps, everything in harmony with the ruthless wilderness. And everywhere, women, warriors practicing archery with deadly precision, others carrying baskets of fruit, all moving with a lethal grace. A society without men, a fortress. His gaze was drawn to the central peak, where a majestic palace of white stone and dark wood perched, overlooking it all. The throne room, her domain. The procession through the village was a gauntlet of silent, seething hostility. Hundreds of eyes watched him, a contaminant being paraded through a sterile field. Whispers hissed like snakes through the moist air. A man. He resisted the Empress's power. Look at him. He doesn't even seem afraid. He will be stone before sunset. He kept his head up, his eyes taking in everything. The defensive placements, the training grounds. The sheer scale of their martial prowess. He was analyzing, even now. A hero's habit, a survivor's necessity. They ascended the long, steep stairs to the palace. The sea stone made every step a mountain to climb. His poisoned leg a log of dead weight. By the time they reached the grand, arched entrance, his breath was coming in ragged gasps, his shirt soaked with a cold sweat that had nothing to do with the humid air. The throne room was vast, open to the jungle on one side, the sound of a nearby waterfall a constant, thundering presence. Pillars carved with entwined serpents reached for a vaulted ceiling. At the far end, seated on a dais upon a throne of gold and jade, was Boa Hancock. She had changed. She now wore a regal, high-necked gown of deep purple, her hair adorned with a golden ornament shaped like a coiled snake. She lounged with one leg draped over the arm of the throne, a picture of indolent dominance. But her eyes were not lazy. They were sharp, focused, earning with a need to reassert the absolute order he had disrupted. The warriors threw him to the polished stone floor at the base of the dais. He caught himself with his hands, the sea stone shackles clanking loudly. He slowly, painfully, pushed himself up to his knees. Not a posture of submission, but one of gathering himself. So, Hancock's voice echoed in the chamber, sweet and deadly. The resilient insect survives the kiss of my Salome. How tenacious. He said nothing. He looked at her, waiting. Your silence is as irritating as your speech, she snapped, her fingers tapping on the throne's arm. You will answer. Who are you? What kingdom do you serve? What devil fruit have you eaten that you can resist my power? He considered lying, fabricating a story, but his mind, trained by Netsu and the complexities of hero politics, calculated swiftly. A lie would be fragile. This woman, this empress, would sense a falsehood spun from fear. The truth, or a fragment of it, was a weapon she wouldn't know how to parry. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he said, his voice hoarse but clear. I serve no kingdom of this world. I have eaten no devil fruit. A murmur rippled through the Han. Full of older Kuja advisors standing in the shadows of the pillars. Hancock's eyes narrowed. A liar, she declared, but there was a flicker of uncertainty. All power comes from the devil fruits or haki. You used a strange energy. You moved faster than any normal man. My power is my own, he stated. It was the truth. I am a traveler. I told you. I am lost. Lost men do not fight warlords of the sea and live, she countered. Leaning forward, the neckline of her gown dipped slightly, a calculated distraction that meant nothing to the man kneeling before her. His eyes remained locked on hers. It infuriated her anew. You hesitated, when you could have struck me. Why? This was the core of it. The unforgivable sin. Izuku was quiet for a long moment. The waterfall roared outside. You were not my enemy, he said finally. You were a threat. There is a difference. I do not fight to prove my strength. I fight to end conflicts. Striking you would have only made the conflict worse. The statement landed in the throne room with the weight of a metaphysical paradox. The Kuja advisors stared, baffled. To them, a threat was an enemy, to be annihilated with extreme prejudice. Mercy was a weakness, especially toward men. Hancock slowly rose from her throne. She descended the dais steps, each click of her sandal on the stone echoing. She stopped before him, looking down. From this angle, he could see the tension in her jaw, the barely contained storm in her dark eyes. You think your restraint is nobility, she whispered, the words venomous. You think it makes you better than the other filthy, greedy men of the world. It is arrogance, a different kind of poison. You looked upon me, Boa Hancock, and saw a problem to be managed, not a goddess to be worshipped. That is a crime for which there is no stone beautiful enough to serve as your prison. She turned her back on him, walking toward the open archway overlooking the jungle. The sea stone weakens you. The poison will eventually claim your heart. You will remain here, in the dungeons of Amazon Lily. You will serve as a reminder to my people of the insidious nature of men, one who does not drool or lust, but one who presumes to understand. And to pity. That is a far more dangerous disease. She glanced over her shoulder, her profile carved against the misty green light. Take him away. Ensure he is fed just enough to prolong his suffering. I wish to watch this particular will break. The warriors grabbed him again. As they dragged him back across the smooth floor, Izuku's mind was racing, cutting through the pain and fatigue. She was keeping him alive. Not out of mercy, but out of a need to dissect his defiance, to prove to herself that her worldview was unshakable. It was a fragile rationale. An emotional one. He had a foothold. A terrible, painful one. The dungeon was not a dark pit, but a bamboo-barred cell built into the side of a cliff face. One side looked out into a deep, fog-filled gorge. The air was cool and damp. The sea stone shackles were chained to a heavy ring in the stone wall. They left him with a clay jug of water and a single, plain rice ball. Alone, the sound of the distant waterfall now a constant companion, Izuku finally allowed a shudder of exhaustion to rack his frame. He slumped against the cold rock. The poison was a dull, persistent ache. The sea stone was a leaden fatigue. But he had won the first, vital engagement. He was alive, and he had gotten under her skin. He ate the rice ball slowly, savoring every grain. He drank the water. He would need his strength. Then, he closed his eyes, returning to the internal battle. The sea stone suppressed the output asterisk of his power, but the wellspring, the cultivated strength of 8 predecessors and his own brutal training, was still there. He couldn't unleash it, but he could still wage that internal war. He redirected every ounce of focus back to the poison. Hour after hour, he visualized the green tide rising, millimeter by millimeter, pushing back the blue ice. It was meditation under torture. His world shrank to the pathways of his own nervous system. He was interrupted by the sound of light, almost silent footsteps. Not the firm tread of a warrior. He opened his eyes. Outside his cell, partially hidden in the evening shadows, stood a young girl. She couldn't have been more than 12. She had bright orange hair and wide, curious eyes. She held a small, covered basket. She stared at him with none of the hatred or fear of the others. Just open, bewildered curiosity. "You're the man," she whispered. Izuku remained still, not wanting to scare her. "Yes, they say you didn't turn to stone. They say you fought the Empress and lived." Her voice was full of awe. I'm Carla. I help in the kitchens." She quickly shoved the basket through a gap in the bamboo bars. Inside were 2 more rice balls, a piece of cooked fish, and a few strange, purple fruits. "They said to only give you 1. But you look hungry. And the poison, it hurts a lot, doesn't it?" Her kindness, so simple and unexpected in this place of rigid hostility, struck him with a force greater than Hancock's kick. It was a reminder of why he fought. Not for empires, but for people. For the Carlas of every world. "Thank you," he said, and the gratitude was raw and real. "It does hurt, but this will help." She nodded, fidgeting. "I have to go. If they find me here." She didn't finish the thought, but fear flashed in her eyes. She darted away, melting into the gloom. Izuku looked at the extra food. A risk taken for a stranger. A spark of humanity. He ate it all, his body crying out for the nourishment. The act of eating the contraband meal felt like the first true act of resistance. Night fell, deep and absolute in the gorge. The only light came from bioluminescent fungi on the cliffs. The roar of the waterfall seemed louder in the dark. Then, a new presence. He didn't hear her approach. He felt it, a pressure in the air, a change in the quality of the silence. He looked toward the entrance to the cell block. Boa Hancock stood there, silhouetted by the faint glow from the corridor behind her. She had discarded her formal gown for a simpler, dark robe, but her regality was undiminished. She was a statue of obsidian and ivory in the dim light. She had come alone. She walked to the front of his cell, her gaze passing over the empty basket, the drained water jug. Her expression was unreadable. "The child, Carla, brought you extra food," she stated. It wasn't a question. He didn't confirm or deny. He just watched her. "She has a soft heart. A weakness that must be hardened," Hancock murmured, more to herself than to him. She was studying him like a specimen. "The poison should have you delirious by now. Yet your eyes are clear." "I'm resilient," he echoed her earlier words back to her, his tone flat. A flash of irritation. "You are stubborn. It is not the same thing." She stepped closer, the bamboo bars now the only thing separating them. He could smell a faint, intoxicating scent, night-blooming flowers and something uniquely her. "Why did you not tell me you serve no kingdom? Why admit to being adrift? It makes you worthless. A ghost. A ghost can't be used as a political pawn," Izuku replied, his mind sharp despite the fatigue. "You're a warlord. That means you have a deal with the world government. A captive from a known kingdom is leverage. A man from nowhere is just a problem. My worthlessness is my shield." Her breath caught, almost imperceptibly. He had seen through her, again. He had framed his own captivity in terms of her asterisk political calculus, and he was right. "You presume to understand my position," she said, her voice dangerously low. "I understand power, and the chains that come with titles." He shifted slightly, the seastone chains clinking. "You wear different ones than I do, but they're still chains." For a long, tense moment, she was silent. The waterfall roared. Somewhere in the jungle, a night bird called. "What do you see when you look at me?" The question slipped out, stripped of its usual arrogant inflection. It was bare, almost desperate for a specific answer. The answer all men gave. Izuku looked at her. He saw the devastating beauty, yes, but he saw the armor in her posture. The wariness in her eyes that spoke of old, deep wounds. The pride that was clearly a fortress against a world that had hurt her. He saw a ruler, terrifying and lonely. "I see someone who has been hurt," he said quietly, his voice cutting through the ambient noise. "And who has decided that making the whole world pay for it is the only way to be safe." The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. All the color drained from Boa Hancock's face. Her eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated terror. It was as if he had reached into her chest, past the ribs and muscle, and clamped his hand around her most secret, festering heart. The celestial dragon brand on her back seemed to burn through the fabric of her robe. Her regal composure shattered. She took a step back, her hand flying to her chest. The raw vulnerability he'd glimpsed on the ship was now a gaping chasm of panic. It was too close to the truth. A truth she had buried under mountains of rage and adoration. "You," she choked out. "You know nothing. You are filth, vermin. You dare." But the insult lacked its usual fire. It was a shield raised too late. She was exposed. She turned abruptly, her robe swirling. "Forget the poison. Forget the sea stone. You will die here, slowly, and I will enjoy every moment of your silence." She fled, not a regal exit, a retreat. Izuku was left alone in the cell, the echoes of her terror hanging in the damp air alongside her fading scent. He had miscalculated again. He had aimed for understanding and struck a nerve so raw it triggered a flight response born of pure trauma. He had seen it in victims of terrible villains, the fear that is too deep for anger. He leaned his head back against the stone. The cliffhanger was not of action, but of revelation. He had seen the crack in the Empress's foundation, and in doing so, he had likely signed his own death warrant. But he also knew, with a chilling certainty, that she would be back. She couldn't stay away. He was no longer just a curiosity or an insult. He was a mirror, and she had just seen a reflection she spent a lifetime trying to destroy. The days after the Empress's flight bled into one another, a monochrome tapestry of pain, damp stone, and the ceaseless roar of the waterfall. The routine was sterile, brutal in its simplicity. A stoic warrior would deliver a single bowl of thin broth and a hunk of coarse bread at dawn, her eyes never meeting his. Her touch on the bamboo bars as brief as possible. At dusk, Kala would sometimes appear, a fleeting shadow with a few stolen morsels, a piece of fruit, a bit of dried meat. She never spoke again, her courage limited to those silent, desperate offerings. Her fear of discovery was a palpable thing, a sour note in the dank air. Izuku lived in the narrow space between the sea stone's draining embrace and the receding tide of the poison. He had won that internal war. The glacial numbness was gone from his leg, leaving only a deep, bruised ache and two small, scabbed punctures. His victory was silent, invisible. He let the weakness show in his posture when the guards were near, a calculated deception. He needed them to believe the Gorgon's kiss was still doing its work. His real work was observation and adaptation. With the poison's immediate threat neutralized, he turned his focus to the sea stone. It didn't nullify his power, it muffled it, like trying to shout through a thick, wet blanket. He couldn't summon the crackling aura of one for all, but the enhanced strength in his muscles, the cellular resilience forged over a decade, that was innate. It was his. He began a regimen of isometric exercises in the confines of his chains, straining against the cuffs not to break them, that was impossible, but to remind his body of its own strength. He practiced controlled breathing, slowing his heart rate, conserving every joule of energy. He also studied the energy of this world, the haki that hung in the air of Amazon lily like a scent of ozone before a storm. He could feel it most strongly in the warriors, a simmering potential. In Boa Hancock, it had been a concentrated tsunami. He began to differentiate the flavors. The hard, metallic edge of armament that had coated her kick. The subtle, pervasive pressure of conquerors that seemed to emanate from her very presence, a vibration in the stones of his cell. And observation. He thought he understood that one intuitively. It was not unlike the hyper-analytical combat processing he'd developed, or the ghostly warning of danger sense. But here, it felt more empathic. It was about feeling intention, not just tracking movement. He practiced that, too. Eyes closed, he would extend his awareness beyond the bamboo bars. He learned the footfall pattern of the guard on her rounds. He felt the distant, vibrant life force of the jungle creatures. He tracked the subtle shifts in the air pressure that heralded the daily rains. He was a scholar of survival, and this was his new, harsh curriculum. Boa Hancock did not return. But her absence was a presence. It hung over the dungeon like a held breath. He knew, with the same certainty that he knew his own heartbeat, that she was thinking of him. That the mirror he'd held up was haunting her. Her pride would be festering, the wound of his perception turning septic. She would come back when she could no longer stand the itch of it. On the 7th evening of his imprisonment, the routine broke. It was not Kala who came at dusk, but 2 senior Kuja warriors, their expressions grim. They unlocked his cell, but not his shackles. "The Empress summons you," one stated, her voice allowing no argument. They led him not to the throne room, but through a different wing of the palace, to a spacious, open-air training ground carved into the living rock of the mountainside. Torches flickered in the humid twilight, casting long, dancing shadows. In the center of the ground, a circle was drawn in white powder. Around the perimeter stood a selection of Kuja warriors, their faces set in lines of severe focus, and on a raised dais at one end, seated on a simpler chair than her throne, was Boa Hancock. She was dressed for battle, not court, a short, dark violet tunic, form-fitting black leggings. Her hair tied back in a severe ponytail. She looked like a dagger given human form. Her eyes found his the moment he entered, and in them was a cold, resolved fury. The vulnerability was gone, buried under layers of reforged ice. This was a return to the script, the mighty Empress and the captive man. She was determined to play her part perfectly this time. He was led to the edge of the white circle. The warriors removed his shackles. The sudden absence of the sea stone's weight was a shock. It was like surfacing from deep water. Power rushed back into his limbs, a familiar, warm torrent that made his scars tingle. He clenched his fists, feeling the green energy spark momentarily along his skin before he forcibly dampened it. He couldn't show its full extent. "Not yet. You claimed you fight to end conflicts." Hancock's voice rang out, clear and cutting. "A noble sentiment. Let us see how it holds up in a conflict you cannot end with words." She gestured to the circle. "This is a trial of Amazon Lily. A test of combat purity. You will face a series of my warriors. You may defend yourself. You may not leave the circle. If you are defeated, you will accept your fate. If you somehow prevail," she let the sentence hang, a smirk touching her lips. "It is irrelevant. You will not." This was her new gambit. To break him not through poison or isolation, but in front of her people. To have him battered into submission by the very society he was an affront to. To prove, publicly, that his restraint was just weakness in disguise. Izuku stepped into the circle. The packed earth felt solid under his bare feet. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the kinks from days of confinement pop. He met Hancock's gaze across the space and gave a single, slow nod. He understood the game. The first warrior entered the circle. She was young, eager, her bow held with confident grace. "I am Maru," she announced. "You will not touch me, man." She knocked an arrow and drew in one fluid motion. The arrowhead gleamed black with armament haki. She fired. It was fast, faster than any projectile he was used to, the haki giving it a penetrating force that whistled through the air. But to Izuku, who had danced through storms of laser fire and decay waves, it was a single note in a symphony of violence. He didn't dodge wildly. He shifted his torso an inch to the left. The arrow blurred past his ribs, embedding itself in the rock wall behind him with a solid thunk. Maru's eyes widened. She fired again, and again, a rapid volley of 5 arrows. They came different trajectories, one at his knee, one at his shoulder, one at his head. His movements were minimal, efficient. A tilt of the head, a slight drop of the hip, a raised hand that snatched the arrow aimed for his chest out of the air an inch from his tunic. He held it, the shaft quivering, then dropped it to the ground. The watching warriors murmured. Maru, flushed with anger and shame, dropped her bow and charged. A dagger appearing in her hand, coated in the same black sheen. Her movements were a blur to a normal eye. To Izuku, they were clear, telegraphed. He stepped inside her thrust, caught her wrist, and used her own momentum to spin her gently but firmly. He applied pressure to a nerve cluster in her shoulder. Her grip went slack. The dagger fell. He guided her stumbling past him and gave her a gentle push between the shoulder blades, sending her out of the circle. She stumbled to a stop, unharmed but utterly defeated, her face a mask of shock. Silence. Izuku stood in the center of the circle. His breathing even. He hadn't used one for all. He'd used pure, refined combat skill, prediction, and a clinical understanding of biomechanics. Hancock's smirk had vanished. Her eyes were narrowed slits. A fluke, she declared, her voice brittle. Luna. Now, a taller, more seasoned warrior entered. She carried no weapon. Her fists were already gloved in black armament. She said nothing. She attacked. Her style was different. Close quarters, brutal. Fists and kicks that could shatter rock. A whirlwind of haki-enhanced strikes. Izuku met her. He still didn't unleash his power. He parried, deflected, redirected. He used her greater strength and momentum against her. When a fist came for his solar plexus, he slapped it sideways, stepping past her guard and delivering a precise, controlled palm strike to her diaphragm. It wasn't meant to injure, only to stun, to rob her of breath. She gasped, doubling over for a crucial second. He placed a hand on her back and helped her fall to her knees, gently. Within the circle, yield, he said quietly, so only she could hear. She looked up, wheezing, confusion and a dawning, unwilling respect in her eyes. She nodded. He helped her up and stepped back. 2 warriors, 2 defeats, no visible effort, no malice. The atmosphere in the training ground thickened. The hostility was still there, but now it was mixed with a prickling, uncomfortable awe. This was not how men fought. Men fought with brute force, with cruelty, with greedy grabs for advantage. This was something else. A dispassionate mastery. Hancock rose from her chair. The cold fury in her eyes had ignited into something hotter, more personal. Her plan was unraveling. He was not being broken. He was teaching her warriors a lesson she never intended. Enough of this farce, she hissed. She leaped from the dais, landing lightly in the circle. The warriors drew back, a ripple of fearful excitement going through them. The Empress herself would fight. She stood across from him, the torchlight carving dramatic shadows across her face. You will not dance away from me, Midoriya, she spat his name like a curse. You will fight, or you will die where you stand. I don't want to fight you, Empress, he said, repeating his refrain. It was a mantra now. A declaration of principle. Your wants are a plague. She screamed, and the air cracked. It was a physical pressure. A wave of sheer, domineering will that burst from her. The torches gutted. Several of the younger warriors at the edges of the ground crumpled to their knees, eyes rolled back. Conqueror's haki. The haki of the supreme ruler. It washed over Izuku. He felt it, a crushing weight, a psychic scream that demanded submission. It spoke to every primal fear, every instinct to bow before a superior predator. He had felt this before, in the presence of All Might at his peak, in the world-ending malice of All for One. But this was different. It was purer in its arrogance, less hateful, more imperial. He gritted his teeth. His own will was not a blazing beacon to oppose it. It was a mountain. Immovable, deep-rooted. He planted his feet on the earth of this strange world and stood. The pressure howled around him, tearing at his clothes, but he remained upright, his green eyes locked on hers. He did not release his own conqueror's spirit. He wasn't sure he even had such a thing here. He simply endured. Hancock's eyes flashed with something beyond rage, shock, again, and a terrifying, thrilling recognition. He was standing against the proof of her divine right. The haki subsided as suddenly as it came. The only sound was the ragged breathing of the unconscious warriors and the crackle of the torches. So be it, Hancock whispered, and she moved. This was not the fight on the ship. This was annihilation. She was faster, stronger, her kicks sheathed in armament so potent the air screamed where they passed. She gave him no room to deflect, to redirect. She was a storm of vindictive elegance, each blow aimed to maim, to punish. Izuku was forced to react. He brought up a forearm, coating it in a flicker of green energy to block a kick that would have shattered bone. The impact sent a jolt up his arm. He dodged a second, the shockwave from the mist kick tearing a gouge in the earth. He was on the defensive, pushed to the very edge of the circle. He saw an opening, a tiny lag after a devastating axe kick, a path for a counter-strike to her exposed side. A 15% smash would stagger her, could turn the tide. He didn't take it, he chose a different path. As her leg descended, he stepped in, not to strike, but to catch. He took the impact on his already bruised forearm, grunting with the strain, and before she could recover, he used her own downward momentum. He didn't throw her, he guided her. He wrapped an arm around her waist, his other hand bracing her shoulder, and took her to the ground. It was not a violent tackle. It was a controlled fall. He twisted in midair, taking the impact on his back, cushioning her descent with his own body. They landed in the white powder of the circle, him on the bottom, her on top of him, momentarily stunned. The world froze. The warriors gasped. Hancock was sprawled across him, her face inches from his, her breath coming in hot, furious puffs. Her body was pressed against his, a shocking intimacy in the midst of violence. He could feel the rapid beat of her heart, the tension in every muscle. Her eyes were wide, not with lust, but with a profound, world-shattering confusion. He had not struck her. He had not hurt her. He had, in the middle of her trying to kill him, protected her from the impact of the fall. His arms were around her, holding her loosely, preventing her from hitting the hard ground. His expression was not one of triumph or desire. It was pained, resolute, and utterly, infuriatingly calm. The conflict, he said, his voice a low rumble in his chest beneath her, ends when one side chooses to stop it. I choose to stop. For a heartbeat, too, she was paralyzed. The feel of a man's arms around her, not in lust or violence, but in a deliberate, calculated act of care. It was alien. It was terrifying. It unraveled every defense she had built over a lifetime. Then, the humiliation crashed down. She had been subdued, in front of her people, not by force, but by this incomprehensible mercy. She scrambled off him as if burned, rising to her feet in a flurry of motion. Her face was pale, then flushed with scorching fury. She looked at her warriors, who were staring, their loyalties torn between awe at the display and horror at their empress's predicament. He defiled me, she shrieked, the lie bursting from her, a weapon of last resort. With his cunning technique, he touched your empress. The spell broke. The warrior's confusion hardened back into hostility, directed at him. The narrative was restored. The evil, cunning man had found a way to violate the goddess. Izuku slowly got to his feet, the white powder dusting his clothes. He said nothing. He just looked at her, and in his eyes, she saw not accusation, but a deep, weary sadness. He saw her fear. He saw the lie for what it was, a frantic, desperate scramble back into the fortress of her trauma. It was the most devastating look she had ever received. Take him, she screamed, pointing a trembling finger. Back to the cell, double the sea stone. No one sees him. No one speaks to him. As the warriors rushed forward, shackles in hand, Izuku didn't resist. He let them clamp the cold, draining stone back onto his wrists. He was led away, his back straight. He left Boa Hancock standing in the ruined circle, surrounded by the unconscious and the bewildered. The white powder streaked and disturbed. The torchlight cast her shadow long and fractured against the rock wall. She stood there long after he was gone, her body trembling not from exertion, but from a seismic shift deep within. He had not broken her rules. He had shown her they were a cage. And in choosing to protect her from a fall, he had caused her to stumble into a chasm of doubt she had no idea how to climb out of. The cliffhanger was not of chains or cells, but of a shattered worldview. The Empress was alone in the arena of her own making, and for the first time, the adoration of her people felt like empty noise. The only one who had seen her, truly seen her, was now locked away, and the silence he left behind was louder than any roar. The double seastone cuffs were a world of difference. Where the first pair had been a leaden weight, these were an anchor, dragging him down into a numb, silent abyss. They clamped around his forearms, cold bands that seemed to leach not just power, but warmth, sensation. The very vitality from his blood. They chained him to the wall of a new cell, deeper in the cliffside, with no view of the gorge, only the rough-hewn stone and the oppressive dark. The single torch in the corridor outside cast a flickering, jaundiced light through the bamboo bars, painting shifting, monstrous shapes on the walls. The silent treatment was absolute. No guard changes he could hear. No footsteps. No Carla with her stolen offerings. It was sensory deprivation paired with energy suppression. A calculated attempt to break his mind where his body had proven resilient. Izuku retreated inward. In the absolute stillness, he refined his new understanding of Haki. Observation was his lifeline. He couldn't see, but he could feel. He mapped the dung. Eon through the minute vibrations in the stone, the scuttle of a rock lizard 3 cells over, the drip of condensation from a seep in the ceiling 10 meters down the hall. He focused on the feeling of life * he'd sensed in the warriors. In the jungle, he tried to distinguish them. The warrior on duty at the end of the corridor had a signature like a low burning coal, disciplined and steady. Others, passing far above, were flickering candles. And then, there was her. Boa Hancock's presence was unlike any other. It was a bonfire on a glacier, fierce, brilliant, radiating a heat that was both alluring and terrifying. Yet surrounded by an expanse of sheer, frozen isolation. Even from the depths of the palace, he could feel the turbulent oscillation of her energy. It spiked in jagged flares of anger, then plunged into cold, still pools of something that felt like dread, shame. He didn't need to see her to know the state of her. The Empress was at war with herself. He used the time, the crushing boredom and the ache of the sea stone, to think, to plan. He was a prisoner, yes, but he was also a piece on a board that only he could see the full scope of. Hancock's authority here was absolute, but it was brittle, built on a foundation of terror and adoration. His very existence, his resistance, was a hairline crack in that foundation. He could exploit that, not to escape. Escape was a secondary objective. His primary goal was to understand this world, and to do that, he needed to change his position within it. From prisoner to something else. An asset, a problem she couldn't simply bury. His body was another project. With the enhanced seastone, even isometrics were a Herculean effort. He focused on the most minute of movements, flexing a single finger against the crushing weight, clenching and unclenching his jaw, controlling his diaphragm to breathe in specific, oxygen-maximizing patterns. He was relearning his own anatomy under this new, hostile physics. Days passed, or maybe it was weeks. Time lost its meaning in the unchanging dark. His beard grew, a rough scratch against the grime on his face. The portions of broth and bread slid through a slot in the door, delivered by an unseen hand. Then, one night, the routine broke. There was no sound, but the energy at the end of the corridor changed. The low burning coal signature of the guard gutted and vanished, not extinguished, but subdued. Fallen asleep. Unlikely. A new presence approached. It moved with a liquid silence, but its energy was unmistakable. That glacial bonfire, now tightly contained, a star moving through a vacuum. She was trying to be stealthy, but to his heightened observation, she was a flare in the darkness. Boa Hancock stopped outside his cell. He didn't open his eyes. He kept his breathing slow, deep, feigning the lethargy the sea stone was meant to induce. He could feel her gaze on him, a physical pressure. "I know you are not asleep," her voice came, a whisper that somehow cut through the silence like a blade. It lacked its usual imperial command. It was low, taut. "Your pretense is as insulting as your honesty." Izuku opened his eyes. In the dim torchlight, he could see her outline. She was wearing a hooded cloak of dark velvet, the hood thrown back. Her face was pale, shadows pulled under her eyes. She looked tired, not physically, but in her soul. "Empress," he said, his voice raspy from disuse. "Do not speak," she commanded, but the force was gone. It was a reflex. She unlocked the cell door with a key she produced from her cloak and stepped inside. The space, already small, became claustrophobic with her presence. The scent of night flowers and her unique, sharp perfume filled the damp air, overwhelming the smell of mold and stone. She stood over him, looking down. Her eyes traced the lines of the seastone cuffs, the pallor of his skin, the new gauntness in his cheeks. A flicker of something, not satisfaction, something more complicated, crossed her face. "You are stubborn to the point of absurdity," she stated. "The seastone should have you as weak as a newborn. The silence should have eroded your mind. Yet here you are, looking at me with those clear eyes." He remained silent, waiting. She turned away, pacing the tiny width of the cell. It was an un-empress-like gesture. Agitated. "My sisters," she began, then stopped. She took a breath. "My sisters. The Gorgon sisters. They believe you are a danger that must be extinguished. They counsel me to have you executed. A public spectacle. To reaffirm our ways." Izuku said nothing. He watched the play of torchlight on the velvet of her cloak as she moved. "My people," they whisper. "They speak of the man who did not turn to stone, who fought with a strange honor." who fell with the Empress and did not harm her. Her voice dropped further, laced with a venom that was now directed inward. They are confused. Confusion is a weed that chokes the gardens of absolute rule. She stopped pacing and faced him again. You have created a problem for me, Izuku Midoriya. A problem I cannot solve with power alone. If I kill you, you become a martyr to your own bizarre code. If I let you live, you are a constant question mark hanging over my throne. She took a step closer. So you will tell me. You will give me the answer. What are you, truly, and what do you want? This was the opening, the crack in the fortress wall. She wasn't here as an empress issuing an ultimatum. She was here as a strategist who had encountered an unsolvable equation. And she was desperate for the solution. He met her gaze. I told you what I am. A traveler, a man who has fought in wars to protect people from tyrants and monsters. What I want, he let the sentence hang, his eyes holding hers, is to understand this world, and to live in it without being someone's enemy or someone's prisoner. A naive fantasy, she scoffed, but it was weak. This world does not allow for such things. You are either predator or prey, master or slave. Is that what you are? He asked softly. A master, or a slave to the title of warlord, to the fear of your past, to the need to be worshipped so no one ever dares to look too close. She flinched as if struck. Her hand rose, fingers curling, the pink glow of the mellow flickering at her fingertips. But it sputtered and died. She couldn't use it, not here, not when the very act would be an admission that his words had found their mark. You tread on ground that will become your grave, she whispered, her body trembling with suppressed rage and something else, a raw, terrifying exposure. You asked me what I see, he continued, relentless in his quiet truth. I see a queen in a cage of her own design. The bars are made of pride, and fear, and a suffering so deep you think it has sculpted you into something invulnerable. It hasn't, it's just made you lonely. Silence. The word was a strangled thing. Tears, bright and furious, welled in her eyes. She would die before letting them fall. You know nothing of my suffering. Nothing. I know the look in the eyes of someone who has been treated as less than human, Izuku said, his voice like stone. I have seen it in the mirror. I have fought beside people who bore that look. The shape of the chains is different. The weight is the same. He shifted, the chains clinking. You keep me alive because part of you needs a witness. Someone who sees the cage and doesn't applaud it. Someone who isn't blinded by your beauty or cowed by your title. You hate me for it. But you can't bring yourself to destroy the one mirror that shows you the truth. Boa Hancock stood frozen, a statue of conflict. The tears did not fall, but they glistened, defying her will. Her breath hitched. The monumental pride that was her armor, her weapon, her entire identity, was being dismantled bolt by this ragged, shackled man who spoke not in insults, but in devastating, unanswerable facts. For a long, terrible minute, the only sound was the drip of water and her shaky, controlled breathing. Then, something in her posture changed. The trembling stopped. The vulnerability was forced back down, not gone, but compartmentalized. The Empress reassembled herself, but the cracks were still visible, a spiderweb of fine lines on porcelain. She reached into her cloak again. She didn't pull out a weapon. She pulled out a second key. Without a word, she moved behind him. He heard the click of a lock, and the terrible, draining weight of the double seastone cuffs fell away from his left arm. The sensation was a shock, a rush of pins and needles, of life flooding back into the limb. Before he could react, she moved to the other side and removed the second cuff. The shackles fell to the stone floor with a heavy, final clatter. He was free, or free of the seastone, still in the cell, still with her. He brought his arms forward, rubbing his wrists where the cold metal had bitten into the skin. He looked at her, confusion warring with caution. She walked back around to face him, her expression unreadable, a mask of regal calm plastered over a seismic event. Stand up. Slowly, his muscles protesting after so long in one position, he rose to his feet. He was taller than her. He looked down into her dark, fathomless eyes. You are correct, she said, her voice now devoid of all emotion, a flat, diplomatic tool. You are a problem I cannot solve by conventional means. Therefore, I am changing the parameters. She took a step back, creating space. From this moment, you are no longer a prisoner of Amazon Lily. You are a Guest. Under probation. Your movements will be restricted to the palace grounds. You will be observed at all times. You will attempt no escape. Yo. You will speak of our previous conversations to no one. Izuku processed this. It was a monumental shift. A tactical retreat masquerading as a pardon. And in return, she said, her eyes glinting in the torchlight. You will serve as a consultant. You will train with my warriors. You will show them this dispassionate combat of yours. You will help me understand the threat you yourself pose, so I may better defend my home from others like you. It was a brilliant gambit. It gave him a semblance of freedom while keeping him under her thumb. It used his abilities to strengthen her own forces. It transformed him from a hidden shame into a public, controlled asset. And it gave her a legitimate reason to keep him close, to study him, to either solve the puzzle he presented or find a permanent way to neutralize him. He saw the calculation in her eyes. The fear was still there, but it was now channeled into a cold, strategic purpose. And if I refuse, he asked, then I will have you return to the Seastone. She replied, the threat effortless. And we will both know that your code, your desire to understand, was a lie. That you are, after all, just a man who prefers tea. The simplicity of being a victim to the complexity of finding a path forward. She had checkmated him with his own philosophy. A slow, grim smile touched his lips. It was the first real expression he'd shown in what felt like an eternity. You learn fast, Empress. Something flickered in her eyes. Not pleasure, but a sharp satisfaction. The satisfaction of a worthy opponent acknowledging a good move. Do we have an accord? Guessed Midoriya. He extended his newly freed hand, not to shake, but as a gesture of acceptance. We do. She looked at his hand, scarred and calloused, as if it were a strange artifact. She did not take it. Instead, she turned and walked to the cell door. Dawn is in a few hours. You will be escorted to quarters. Bathe. You smell of dungeon. We will begin tomorrow. She paused at the threshold. Looking back, the mask slipped for a fraction of a second, and he saw the sheer, daunting enormity of the risk she was taking. The terror of having unchained the wolf she couldn't understand. Do not make me regret this, she said, and it was not an order from an empress. It was a plea from a woman standing on the edge of an abyss, offering a hand to the very creature that might pull her in. Then she was gone, melting into the shadows of the corridor, leaving the cell door open. Izuku stood in the center of the small, dark space, the absence of the Seastone like a new kind of silence. He flexed his fingers, feeling the energy, his asterisk energy, crackle faintly along his skin, a comforting, familiar hum. He was out of the dungeon, but he had just entered a far more dangerous game. The board was set, the pieces were moving, and the queen, proud, wounded, and terrifyingly clever, had just made her most unpredictable move yet. He stepped out of the cell, into the corridor. The torchlight felt different. The air felt different. He was no longer a captive. He was a player, and the first move was his to make. The cliffhanger was the open cell door, the path ahead lit by uncertain torchlight. And the profound, unsettling knowledge that the most dangerous force on this island was no longer the army of warriors, but the turbulent, brilliant heart of the woman who ruled them. The quarters were a gilded cage. A spacious room high in the palace, with a balcony overlooking the mist-shrouded jungle canopy. It was furnished with elegant, minimalist pieces of dark wood and silk cushions. A bathing chamber adorned it, where steaming water drawn from a hot spring awaited in a sunken stone tub. Fresh clothes, simple, dark linen trousers and a tunic, Kuja but adapted for a man's frame, lay folded on a low table. The door was not locked, but when Izuku stepped onto the balcony, he saw two Kuja archers stationed on adjacent rooftops, their bows not drawn but their attention unwavering. He was a guest, a watched one. He bathed, scrubbing weeks of dungeon grime from his skin, the hot water scouring the aches from his muscles. The scars mapping his body, the latticework of old wounds from Shigaraki, the twisted tissue from muscular, the clean surgical lines from recovery after the war, stood in stark relief. They were a testament to a life lived violently. A history written in colloid and memory. He wondered, briefly, what Boa Hancock would make of them. Would she see them as weaknesses, or as proof of the very resilience she was trying to dissect? Dawn broke, painting the mist in hues of rose and gold. A warrior arrived, not the silent jailer from the dungeon, but a stern-faced woman with a scar across her chin. She introduced herself as Captain Ruka. "The Empress awaits you in the Western training grounds," she said, her voice devoid of inflection. "Follow me. Do not deviate." The walk through the palace was an exercise in controlled chaos. Word had spread. Warriors, servants, even young girls training with tiny bows, stopped to stare as he passed. The air crackled with a volatile mix of hostility, curiosity, and a begrudging, fearful awe. Whispers trailed him like ghosts. "That's him. He looks normal. They say he defeated Luna without striking her. The Empress unchained him. Why?" He kept his gaze forward, his posture relaxed but alert. He was a specimen in a zoo, a predator temporarily allowed out of its enclosure. He noted the architecture, the defensive choke points, the patterns of movement. Old habits. The Western training ground was smaller, more private than the arena. It was a flat expanse of hard-packed earth surrounded by bamboo groves, the air thick with the scent of damp soil and crushed grass. A dozen warriors, including the ones he'd faced, Maru and Luna, stood at attention. And in the center, standing with her arms crossed, was Boa Hancock. She was in her combat tunic again, her hair tied back. The regal gowns were for court. This was her element. The morning light softened nothing about her, it only illuminated the sharp planes of her face, the unyielding line of her mouth. She watched him approach, her eyes doing a swift, analytical sweep from his damp hair to his borrowed boots. Assessing the tool she had decided to wield. "You were late," she stated, though he wasn't. "My apologies, Empress," he replied, stopping a respectful distance away. The warriors tensed, their hands drifting toward weapons. "These are some of my finest," Hancock said, gesturing dismissively. "They are skilled, but you demonstrated gaps in their understanding. Gaps you will help close." She fixed him with a look that was all cold command. "Show me a basic defensive sequence. Against multiple attackers. Explain your choices." It was a test, not of his skill, but of his willingness to comply, to make himself useful, to strip his knowledge bare for her inspection. Izuku nodded. He turned to the warriors. "Could I have 4 volunteers?" No one moved. They looked to their Empress. Hancock gave a slight, imperious nod. Maru, Luna, and 2 others stepped forward, their expressions grim, determined to reclaim their honor. "Unarmed, please," Izuku said. "Come at me together, as you would in a real engagement. Don't hold back." They exchanged glances, then attacked. It was a coordinated assault. Maru high with a kick, Luna low with a sweeping leg, the other 2 coming from the sides with spear hand strikes. It was fluid, deadly, and born of a culture that fought as one. Izuku didn't channel one for all. He moved with the economical precision of a seasoned combat analyst. He sidestepped Maru's kick, not away, but into her, collapsing her balance. He used the motion to pivot, his foot nudging Luna's sweeping leg just off its trajectory, causing her to stumble past him. He caught the wrist of one spear hand strike, using the attacker's own force to pull her into the path of the 4th. In 3 seconds, all 4 were in a tangle of limbs, disoriented, their own attacks having neutralized each other. He stood slightly apart, untouched. The watching warriors gasped. "Stop!" Hancock's voice cut through. The 4 untangled themselves, flushed with a mixture of anger and awe. "Explain," Hancock commanded Izuku. He turned to face her. "Their coordination is excellent, but it's patterned, predictable. They fight as a unit expecting a stationary or linearly retreating opponent. I didn't fight them. I redirected their energy. I used Maru's momentum as a shield. I used Luna's attack to create space. The key is perception. You have to see the fight not as a series of individual threats, but as a single, flowing system of force. Your goal isn't to match every force, but to introduce the smallest perturbation to make the system collapse on itself." He used terms they wouldn't know, perturbation, system, but his accompanying gestures, his reenactment of the movements in slow motion, made the concept clear. It was physics applied to violence. Hancock's eyes were intense, absorbing every word. She was a master combatant. She understood the principle intuitively, but he had articulated it. Weaponized it as a teachable doctrine. And if the attackers are not so neatly synchronized, if one hangs back, then the system is weaker, Izuku said. You isolate the outlier. A coordinated unit is stronger than the sum of its parts, but it's also a single entity with a single rhythm. Break the rhythm, the entity fragments. He looked at the 4 warriors. You're all incredibly strong, fast, skilled, but you're thinking in steps. You need to think in currents. A profound silence settled over the training ground. He had not just demonstrated a technique. He had offered a new philosophy of combat. One that valued efficiency and control over overwhelming force. It was a subtle, dangerous shift. You will train them, Hancock decreed, her voice leaving no room for argument. 2 hours every morning. You will develop drills based on this principle. Captain Ruka will observe and report to me. She turned her gaze on her warriors. You will learn from him. Absorb what is useful. Discard nothing without my command. His methods are alien. Treat them as you would a new weapon, with caution and mastery. It was a brilliant piece of political theater. She was publicly endorsing his instruction, making her warriors complicit in his integration. It raised his status from prisoner to a strange, sanctioned authority. And it bound him further. Any failure, any treachery from him, would now reflect on her judgment. The next 2 hours were some of the most intellectually demanding of Izuku's life. He wasn't teaching brawling. He was teaching a paradigm shift. He started with simple exercises, pushing matches where the goal was not to overpower, but to unbalance. Drills in peripheral awareness, teaching them to sense the intent asterisk of an attack from the slightest shift in an opponent's shoulders, their breath. He taught them to use the ground as a tool, to understand leverage not as a function of strength, but of geometry. The warriors were proud, resistant at first, but they were also professionals, and the effectiveness of his lessons was undeniable. Luna, in particular, was a quick study. Her defeat still stung, but it had become a motivator. She watched him with fierce, analytical eyes, mimicking his stances, internalizing his explanations. Hancock did not participate. She watched from a shaded platform, a queen observing the training of her army. But her observation, Haki, he could feel it, was focused intently on him, tracing the movements of his muscles, the calm flow of his breath, the way he spoke, patient, clear, without condescension. He was a puzzle she was solving from a distance. At the end of the session, as the warriors dispersed, sweaty and buzzing with low conversation, Hancock descended from the platform. She dismissed Ruka with a flick of her wrist. She and Izuku were alone in the trampled circle of the training ground. You are a good teacher, she said, the compliment sounding like an accusation. They're good students, he replied, wiping his brow with his forearm. Do not mistake their learning for acceptance, she warned, her eyes scanning the tree line. Or mine. I don't. She was silent for a moment, the morning breeze stirring the loose strands of hair at her neck. This system you speak of, could it be applied to larger conflicts? To a battle? He looked at her, understanding the real question. Could it be applied to her struggles as a warlord, caught between the world government and the rising tides of piracy? Yes, he said simply. But the variables are more complex. The currents are stronger, harder to redirect. She absorbed that, her gaze distant. My sisters will request an audience today. They will demand to know my reasoning for this experiment. She looked back at him, her mask of command firmly in place, but he could see the strain at the edges. You will be present. You will stand behind my throne. You will not speak unless directly addressed. Your presence alone will be statement enough. A statement of what? He asked. Of my will, she said, and turned to leave. Do not be late. The throne room. Noon. The throne room felt different walk. Ing enter it as a guest, rather than a captive dragged across the floor. The same majestic space, the same roaring waterfall, the same imposing throne. But the context had shifted tectonically. Boa Hancock sat upon her throne, regal in a gown of crimson and gold. To her right and left, on slightly lower seats, were her sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold. Sandersonia, the taller, leaner one, had an analytical sharpness to her gaze. Marigold, larger and more muscular, radiated a protective, simmering fury. Both looked at Izuku with unconcealed suspicion and disdain as he entered, following Hancock. Kei's earlier instruction to take a position standing slightly behind and to the right of the throne. He was unarmed, still in the simple Kuja clothes. A prop in her political theater. Sister, Sandersonia began, her voice carefully modulated. We have heard disturbing things. The man is free. He trains our warriors. This is a dangerous precedent. It is a necessary adaptation, Hancock replied, her tone bored. As if discussing a minor change in the harvest. His combat methodology is unique. It offers tactical advantages. To ignore it out of pride would be the true danger. He is a man. Marigold burst out, her fists clenching. His very presence corrupts. The warriors speak of nothing else. They question. They question because they saw something they did not understand, Hancock said. A thread of steel entering her voice. Now, they will understand it. And they will master it. I am not coddling our people, Marigold. I am arming them with a new weapon. And what of the weapon's loyalty? Sandersonia pressed, her eyes darting to Izuku. He is an unknown variable. A castaway with unexplained powers. He could be an agent of the world government, or another emperor. By bringing him into our heart, you risk everything. Hancock leaned back on her throne, a picture of languid confidence. He is under my observation. His every breath is noted. He has no ship, no allies, no knowledge of our world. He is more isolated than any prisoner. And he has shown a pragmatic understanding of his situation. He cooperates. He humiliated you, Marigold cried, unable to contain herself. The air in the throne room went deathly cold. The attendants along the walls froze. Hancock's head turned slowly toward her younger sister. The aura of Conqueror's Haki didn't fully unleash, but it pressed asterisk down. A localized gravity that made the torches bend. What? She asked, her voice a whisper that sliced through the roar of the waterfall. Did you say? Marigold paled but held her ground, driven by love and fear. In the training circle, the people whisper. They say he subdued you. That he, they whisper lies, Hancock stated, absolute finality in the words. What happened was a tactical demonstration. He displayed a technique for subduing a stronger opponent using leverage and misdirection. I allowed it to proceed to its conclusion to assess its full utility. To Mr. Kia Queen's calculated risk for humiliation is to misunderstand the nature of power. Her eyes burned into Marigold. Do you misunderstand, sister? It was a masterful reframing. A lie woven with just enough truth to be credible. She had transformed her moment of deepest personal confusion into a cool-headed monarch's evaluation. Izuku, standing silently behind her, felt a reluctant admiration for the sheer audacity of it. Marigold bowed her head, chastened. No, Empress. Sandersonia watched the exchange, her sharp eyes missing nothing. She looked from Hancock's rigid back to Izuku's impassive face. She was not convinced, but she was pragmatic. She saw her sister's will was absolute on this matter. To push further would be to fracture the sisterhood. If this is your will, Hancock, Sandersonia said, capitulating with grace, then we will support it. But the responsibility for any consequences rests with you. It always does, Hancock replied, the tension easing slightly. She waved a dismissive hand. That is all. Continue your duties. As Sandersonia and Marigold rose and left, throwing one last, lingering look of mistrust at Izuku, the throne room emptied of all but the two of them and the ever-present rumble of water. Hancock did not move from her throne for a long minute. Her shoulders, which had been held in perfect, regal alignment, slumped a fraction. A tiny crack in the edifice. She had faced down her sisters, the people whose loyalty was most entwined with her deepest secrets, and she had lied to them to protect a decision they would never understand. The weight of that isolation settled on her like a physical mantle. She stood abruptly, the motion fluid but tense. She did not look at him. Come, she said, and walked toward the open archway leading to her private gardens. He followed. The garden was a shock of controlled wildness, a profusion of exotic, fragrant blooms he had no name for, arranged around a tranquil koi pond. A stone path wound through it. Here, the sound of the waterfall was muted to a distant sigh. It was a place of sanctuary, and she had brought him into it. She stopped by the pond, watching the orange and white fish glide beneath lily pads. They're right to be afraid, she said, her back to him. I am risking the stability of my kingdom on a feeling. Intuition. What intuition? He asked quietly. That you are not like the others, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. That your strangeness is not a trick, but a different nature. And that in a world tilting towards chaos, different may be the only thing that provides an edge. She turned to face him then, and the vulnerability from the dungeon was back, but now it was tempered with a ruler's grim calculus. My sisters see a man, and all men are the same to them. I have seen more of men than they have. I have seen their cruelty, the greed, their pathetic lust. You have none of that. You have something else, a stillness, a purpose that is not about taking. I do not understand it, but I recognize its value. She took a step closer, her dark eyes searching his face. But understand this, Izuku Midoriya. If my intuition is wrong, if this is some long, elaborate game, I will not simply kill you. I will make you the instrument of your own failure. I will use everything you teach my people against you. I will break you in front of them. And then I will break them of the weakness of ever having trusted you. My kingdom is my life. It is the only thing that is truly mine. I will burn it to the ground myself before I let it be corrupted from within. The declaration was not a threat. It was a testament, a revelation of the depths of her commitment, and the terrifying lengths her love could drive her to. It was the most honest thing she had ever said to him. He held her gaze, feeling the immense weight of the trust she was placing in her own judgment, a judgment he himself was the subject of. I have no intention of betraying your people, Empress, he said. Or you. My purpose is to protect. It always has been. Here, that means helping you strengthen your home. For as long as I am in it. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor went through her. The word, protect, hung between them, charged and alien in this context. No one protected Boa Hancock. She was the protector, the inviolable. She looked away, toward the palace. Your lessons are effective. Luna's form has already improved. Continue tomorrow. You may have the afternoons to yourself within the palace grounds. The library is on the eastern wing. You may find it educational. She was offering him a tool to understand her world, another calculated risk. Thank you, he said. She nodded, a sharp, dismissive gesture. Go, I have matters to attend to. He turned and left her standing by the koi pond, a solitary figure of devastating beauty and profound loneliness, the queen of a nation of warriors who adored her, yet utterly alone with the monumental gamble she had just made. As he walked back through the palace, the eyes on him were no less numerous, but the quality of the stares had changed. The news of his presence in the throne room, of the Empress facing down her sisters for him, would be everywhere. He was no longer just a curious prisoner or a strange instructor. He was the Empress's personal project, her perilous gamble, and in the economy of Amazon Lily, that made him, for better or worse, a person of immense, fragile significance. The cliffhanger was the garden, the whispered confession, and the looming, unanswerable cue. Stian, was the stillness she saw in him a well of strength, or the calm at the eye of a hurricane yet to come? The library was a vault of whispers and dust. It occupied the top floor of the eastern wing, a vast, circular room lit by shafts of afternoon sunlight cutting through high, arched windows. The air smelled of aged parchment, cedar oil, and the faint, dry scent of pollen from the jungle below. Scrolls were stacked in carved wooden racks, thick leather-bound tomes lay on reading stands, and intricate maps of seas and islands Izuku had never heard of were pinned to freestanding boards. It was a treasure trove. His sanctuary. For the first few afternoons, he simply wandered the aisles, letting his fingers trail over spines embossed with gold leaf, absorbing the sheer scale of knowledge contained here. He started with geography. He found a massive, illuminated atlas titled The Grand Line and Its Perils. He spent hours poring over it, learning the names, Paradise, the New World, the Calm Belts, the Red Line. He found Amazon Lily, a tiny, unmarked dot in the center of the female-shaped Calm Belt, a secret guarded by the sea itself. He traced the routes of the Sea Kings, studied the climate charts showing the insane weather patterns of the Grand Line. It was a world of impossible physics and rampant chaos, and it made a strange, terrible sense. Next, he sought history. The books were less straightforward here, often written with a clear bias, marine propaganda, piratical boasts, nationalist histories of long-fallen kingdoms. But piecing together fragments, he began to understand the shape of things. The Void Century, a 100-year gap in the historical record that was strictly forbidden to study. The founding of the world government 800 years ago. The Great Pirate Age, ignited by the death of a king named Goldie. Roger, the system of warlords, of which Boa Hancock was one, pirates legitimized by the government to maintain a balance of terror. He read about devil fruits. The concept was fascinating, a single fruit granting impossible powers at the cost of one's ability to swim. He recognized the classifications. Paramesha, Zoan, Legia. Hancock's Mero Mero no Mi was a paramesha, a power that turned attraction into a weapon. It explained much, but it was Haki that he studied with the most intensity. There were few dedicated texts. It seemed a null edge passed more through practice than prose, but he found scattered references in combat manuals and philosophical treatises. The three colors: observation, Kenbunshoku, armament, Busoshoku, conquerors, Haoshoku. He read about its rarity, its connection to willpower, its applications. He cross-referenced these descriptions with his own sensations. The feeling he'd been cultivating was observation haki. The hard sheen on Hancock's attacks was advanced armament. The crushing pressure was conquerors. One afternoon, he found a slim, unmarked volume tucked away on a high shelf. It was not a manual, but a series of meditative poems written by a long-dead Kuja elder. One verse, in particular, struck him. The spirit is a blade, yet untempered. Asterisk. To see the unseen, feel the unfelt. One must be still as deep water, reflecting the sky yet holding the abyss. Asterisk. The world breathes. Listen to its breath. The enemy's intent is a ripple on your skin. Asterisk. Do not watch the ripple. Be the water. Asterisk. It was a perfect articulation of advanced observation. He committed it to memory. His routine solidified. Mornings were spent on the training ground. His classes grew. More warriors attended, their initial hostility thawing into a wary, intense focus. He didn't just teach redirection. He taught them to listen, with their senses, to feel the flow of a fight before it began. He incorporated simple breathing exercises to calm the mind, to sharpen focus. Some resisted, calling it man's meditation. But Luna and a few others embraced it, and their progress was undeniable. Evenings, he ate alone in his quarters, the food brought by a silent servant. Nights, he stood on his balcony, practicing. He would close his eyes and extend his observation haki. He mapped the palace in his mind, the patrols, the sleeping quarters, the kitchens. He practiced differentiating the flavors of life forces. The young, vibrant buzz of a trainee. The steady, seasoned pulse of a captain. The deep, dormant rumble of the giant snakes. And always, at the center of his mental map, was her. Boa Hancock's presence was a constant, fluctuating star. Some nights it blazed with fierce, productive energy. She was likely working, planning, ruling. Other nights, it burned low and chaotic, spiking with jagged flares of what felt like anguish before being forcibly subdued. He never probed. He simply noted it. She was a storm contained within the palace walls, and he was becoming attuned to its weather patterns. He saw her only occasionally outside of training, a glimpse of her on a distant walkway, AF. Lash of her profile in the throne room during a public audience he observed from the shadows. She never acknowledged him in these moments. Their relationship existed in the defined spaces she had created, the training ground and the fraught, private conferences. It was as if she needed to compartmentalize him to maintain her own equilibrium. A week after his library explorations began, he found a section dedicated to biology and medicine, driven by a healer's curiosity. A remnant of his time watching Recovery Girl, he looked for information on exotic poisons. He found an entry on Gorgon's Kiss, the venom of the Salome species. The text was chillingly brief: neuroparalytic, binds to motor neurons, inducing a crystalline rigidity that spreads to the cardiac muscle. No known antidote. Death by asphyxiation and cardiac arrest within 6 hours for a normal human. Treatment: amputation before systemic spread, or immense, concentrated willpower to metabolize the toxin. Asterisk. Immense, concentrated willpower. Asterisk. He had survived. The text offered no explanation for how such a thing was possible. It simply stated it as a theoretical outlier. As he slid the book back onto the shelf, his fingers brushed against another. Wedged tightly behind it, it was smaller, bound in plain, dark leather with no title. On a whim, he pulled it out. It was a journal. The pages were thick, yellowed with age. The handwriting was elegant, feminine, but frantic in places, the ink blotched as if by tears or rain. It was not a formal history. It was a personal account. Asterisk. The celestial dragons call it the hoof of the soaring dragon. A brand of ownership. They mark the property with it. The iron is heated until it glows like a miniature sun. The pain is beyond words. It is not the pain of the flesh, but the pain of the soul being seared, of being told you are not human, you are a thing, an animal to be led by a chain. Izuku's blood ran cold. He turned the page. Asterisk. We escaped. By a miracle. By a fury I did not know we possessed. Mary, Sonia, and I. The fishman, Fisher Tiger, he scaled the red wall of Mary-Joise. He hated humans, but he saved us. He saved us because his hatred was for the system, not for the slaves within it. A distinction I am only now beginning to understand. The journal detailed a harrowing escape from a place called Mary-Joise, a flight across the sea. The eventual finding of Amazon Lily and being taken in. The writer's voice grew stronger, more resolved, but a deep, permanent scar ran through every entry. The people here see our strength, our devil fruit powers granted in that hell. And they call us goddesses. They do not see the brands on our backs. We will never let them see. The marks must remain hidden, or the illusion of our invincibility shatters. We must be perfect. We must be cruel. We must make the world fear us so much that no one ever dares to look closely enough to see the scars. The final entry was a single line, the ink dark and decisive. I am Boa Hancock. I am the Empress. I will build a wall of fear so high that not even the memory of that brand can climb it. Asterisk. Izuku slowly closed the journal. His hands were steady, but his heart hammered against his ribs. The pieces snapped into place with a devastating clarity. The pride, the hatred of men, the desperate need for control, the terror beneath the anger, it was all a fortress built around a single, seared wound. The hoof of the soaring dragon. A slave mark. She and her sisters had been enslaved by the celestial dragons, the pinnacle of the world government she now worked with as a warlord. The hypocrisy was a survival tactic. The arrogance was a suit of armor. The entire nation of Amazon Lily, its culture of man-hating, its isolation, it was all an elaborate, ongoing reaction to a trauma so profound it had shaped a civilization. He understood now why his perception had felt like a violation. He hadn't just seen her cage. He had, without knowing it, glimpsed the original lock. He carefully returned the journal to its hiding place, his mind reeling. This changed everything, and nothing. He could not speak of it, to even hint that he knew woe. ULDB to sign his death warrant and possibly destroy her. The knowledge was a live grenade in his hands. That evening, training was different. He was distracted. His instructions were rote, his usual patient clarity clouded. Luna noticed. Teacher Midoriya, she said after a particularly clumsy drill. Your mind is elsewhere. The current is muddy. He snapped back to the present, forcing a focus he didn't feel. My apologies. Let's try again. After the session, as the warriors dispersed, Boa Hancock did not descend from her platform. She simply watched him for a long moment, her expression inscrutable, then turned and left. He went to the library, but he couldn't concentrate. The words in the books blurred. All he could see was that frantic handwriting, the description of the glowing iron. He left the library early and walked the palace grounds, his assigned Kuja shadow following at a discreet distance. He found himself at the edge of the royal gardens, not the private one by her quarters, but a larger, more wild one open to the upper echelons of the court. It was there he saw her. She was not alone. She was with an older Kuja woman, a minister of some kind, discussing the upcoming shipment of supplies. Hancock was every inch the ruler, pointing to a scroll, her voice carrying clear and confident on the breeze. Then, a young apprentice gardener, a girl of maybe 14, rushed past carrying a heavy pot. She tripped on an exposed root. The pot flew from her hands, shattering on the stone path directly in front of the Empress. Dirt and shards sprayed across Hancock's sandaled feet. A deadly silence fell. The minister gasped. The young girl froze, her face a mask of pure, abject terror. She had committed an unspeakable offense. She had defiled the presence of the goddess. Hancock looked down at the mess, then at the trembling girl. Her expression was one of cold, absolute displeasure. The air grew heavy. The girl began to sob silently, tears cutting tracks through the dirt on her face. She knew what came next. Petrifaction, exile, or worse. Izuku, watching from the tree line, felt his body tense. He couldn't intervene. It would undermine her utterly, doom the girl and himself. He could only watch. Boa Hancock's hand twitched at her side. The pink glow flickered at her fingertips. The girl whimpered, squeezing her eyes shut. Then, Hancock's gaze shifted. For a fraction of a second, it swept over the terrified, tear-streaked face of the child. Something flickered in her eyes, a memory, perhaps, not of the celestial dragons, but of herself, as a young girl, helpless and afraid. The pink glow vanished. Clumsy fool, Hancock sneered, but the venom was perfunctory. Clean this up, and tend to the blisters on your hands. You cannot serve your empress with damaged hands. Report to the kitchens for a month of scullery duty. Your carelessness will be scrubbed from you with soap and steam. Now, get out of my sight. The dismissal was harsh, but it was not petrifaction. It was punishment, but it was human. The girl, stunned, scrambled to her knees, bowing repeatedly, babbling thanks before scurrying away to find a broom. The minister walked equally surprised but bowed in acceptance of the judgment. Hancock turned back to the scroll, her face a perfect mask of imperial irritation, as if the incident had been a minor annoyance. But Izuku, with his sharpened observation, felt the rapid, chaotic beat of her heart, the tremor in her energy that she was forcefully calming. She had broken her own rule. She had shown a sliver of mercy. And it had cost her. When the minister left, Hancock stood alone for a moment in the garden. Her shoulders were rigid. She looked down at her feet, now dusted with soil, and a look of profound self-loathing crossed her features. So swift he almost missed it. She had been weak. She had seen a crying child and remembered what it was to be one. She turned abruptly, and her eyes locked directly with his across the garden. He hadn't moved. He hadn't concealed himself. He simply stood, witnessing. Her face went pale, then flushed with a fury that was entirely genuine. He had seen it. He had seen her moment of unwanted compassion. It was a vulnerability more intimate than any physical exposure. She stormed toward him, her cloak billowing. She stopped a foot away, her voice a low, seething hiss meant only for him. You were watching. I was walking, he said, his voice calm. Do not lie to me. She spat. You saw. You judged. I saw an empress administer justice, he replied, holding her furious gaze. I judged nothing. Quote, you pity me again, she accused, the words trembling. You see a crack and you think you see the whole foundation crumbling. I see a ruler who made a choice, he said. The girl will learn discipline. She will not live in terror. That is a stronger lesson than fear. You know nothing of strength. She whispered fiercely, but the fight was draining from her, replaced by a weary confusion. Why did you not look away? Why must you always see? It was the core question. The unbearable burden of his perception. Because you asked me to, he said simply. You brought me here. You unchained me. You made me a consultant. You cannot ask for my eyes and then blame me for what they show me. She stared at him, her breath coming fast. The wall was there, but he was on the other side of it now, and she didn't know how to deal with that. The journal's secret burned between them, unspoken but shaping every word. Leave, she commanded, but the word had no power. It was a plea for space. He bowed his head slightly and turned to go. Midoriya, he stopped. Her voice was barely audible. The library. Did you find what you were looking for? The question was a trap and a test. She was asking if he had found the journal. If he knew. He met her eyes over his shoulder. I found a great deal of history, he said carefully. Much of it is written by the victors. I'm more interested in the truths that aren't written down. She held his gaze for a long, agonizing moment, searching for a lie, for a flicker of pity or recognition. He let her see only calm, respectful neutrality. Finally, she looked away, toward the shattered pot being swept up by a now diligent servant. Tomorrow's training. Focus on defense against projectiles. The war. LD government inspector's ship is due within the month. Their agents are fond of guns. It was a dismissal, and a piece of vital information offered as a distraction. A peace offering, of sorts. Understood, Empress, he said. And walked away. He felt her eyes on his back until he turned the corner. The cliffhanger was the unspoken secret, now a living, breathing entity between them. He carried the knowledge of her brand. And she suspected he might. The garden incident had proven she was not the monolithic tyrant she presented to the world. The fortress had a crack, and they both knew it. The coming inspection was a new threat, a reminder of the external chains that still bound her. And in the middle of it all was their fragile, wordless understanding, a connection built on seen wounds and unspoken truths. More dangerous and intimate than any alliance. The knowledge of the brand sat inside him like a shard of cold iron. It didn't change his actions, but it colored every interaction, every glance she gave him. He saw the tension in her shoulders not just as regal poise, but as the permanent brace of someone expecting a lash. He heard the practiced cruelty in her voice and understood it as a language she had learned in a world that spoke only in pain. The journal's words echoed. We must be perfect. We must be cruel. Asterisk. He threw himself into the training with a new, ferocious focus. Projectile defense. He had them start with stones, then blunt training arrows, then finally live arrows with the tips carefully wrapped in cloth. He taught them not just to dodge, but to read T. He arches intent before the arrow even left the bow, the minute tension in the drawing shoulder, the shift of weight in the hips, the focus of the archer's gaze. An arrow is not just wood and fletching, he told them. Standing in the center of a circle of a dozen warriors. It is a line of intent drawn from your enemy to you. See the line before it is fired. Step off it. He demonstrated, his observation haki flaring quietly. He called out the target before the archer released. Left knee. The arrow shot, and he was already shifting, the shaft passing harmlessly where his leg had been. Right shoulder. Again, a fluid, minimal movement. It looked like precognition. Luna watched, her eyes narrowed in intense study. You are not just seeing us, she said after a session. You are feeling us. It's called observation haki, Izuku said, using the term he'd learned. You all have the potential. It's not magic. It's an extension of your senses, honed by will and focus. This sparked a new fervor. Haki was the domain of the strongest Kuja, a revered but somewhat mystical power. For him to treat it as a teachable skill, to demystify it, was revolutionary. He started basic meditation drills, teaching them to quiet the mind and extend their awareness beyond their skin. Some scoffed, but Luna and a core group of 5 others took to it with the zeal of converts. Boa Hancock observed these sessions from her platform with an inscrutable expression. She no longer left immediately after. Sometimes she would stay, watching the warriors meditate in silence, her own presence a still, potent force at the edge of the field. She never commented, but he could feel her observation haki, a refined, powerful thing, brushing against his own, not probing, but acknowledging. It was a silent conversation between two people who understood the weight of perception. The impending inspection hung over Amazon Lily like a coming storm. The normal rhythm of the island grew taut, sharper. Warriors drilled with more intensity. The palace was scrubbed to a blinding sheen. A tangible dread, born of old fears, seeped into the very stones. The world government was not an enemy to be fought. It was a leash holder. And the collar was the secret hidden beneath the Empress's gown. One afternoon, a week before the inspector was due, Izuku was in the library cross-referencing marine vessel schematics when the door opened. He expected a scribe or a curious warrior. It was Sandersonia. She moved with a serpentine grace, her tall frame almost brushing the top of the doorframe. Her eyes, sharp and green, swept the room before settling on him. So this is where you hide, she said, her voice a low, cool alto. I study, he replied, closing the book. The Empress suggested it. My sister suggests many things lately, Sandersonia said, walking slowly along a shelf, her fingers trailing over the spines. Things that worry her other sisters. She stopped and turned to face him fully. You are an anomaly, Midoriya. A man who does not lust. A fighter who does not seek to dominate. A prisoner who became a teacher. My sister sees value in this. I see risk. All new things carry risk, he said, meeting her gaze. He could feel her own observation haki, less overwhelming than Hancock's but keen and analytical, testing the edges of his calm. Some risks are existential, she countered. You speak of haki as if it were a common tool. You teach our warriors to think instead of obey. You introduce nuance. Amazon Lily is not built on nuance. It is built on certainty. On the absolute divide between us and them. You are blurring a line that must remain sharp for our survival. Her words were not hostile, but forensic. She was the strategist, assessing a threat to the system. A wall that never tests its strength becomes brittle, Izuku said. You face an inspection from a power that sees you as a tool. Tools are kept sharp, but they are also kept under the bench. Wouldn't it be better to be a sword that chooses its own sheath? Sandersonia's eyes flashed. It was a dangerous metaphor. Choices are luxuries not all of us have. You speak of things you do not understand. The world beyond our shores is not a dojo for your philosophies. It is a slaughterhouse. I understand slaughterhouses, he said, his voice dropping, the ghosts of Jakku City and the war against the Paranormal Liberation Front shadowing his words. I've fought to close them. The principle is the same, regardless of the world. Strength to protect, not just to endure. She studied him for a long, silent minute. Her haki washed over him again, more deeply this time. She was looking for the lie, for the hidden ambition, the greed. She found only the grim, unshakable resolve of a soldier who had seen too much. My sister's intuition, Sandersonia murmured, more to herself than to him. She always had a sense for these things. Even when we were children, before she cut herself off, the unspoken, before hanging heavy in the dusty air, before the brand, before the hell. She straightened. The inspector will be a Marine Vice Admiral named Bastille. He is a rigid man, a believer in order and hierarchy. He will look for signs of disobedience, of deviation from the warlord agreement. Your presence here is a massive deviation. Hancock will likely hide you during the visit. You would be wise to stay hidden. And if I'm found, Sandersonia's expression was grim. Then the fiction of our invulnerability shatters. The world government tolerates our isolation and our attitudes, because we are useful and predictable. An unknown, powerful man living freely in the Empress's palace. That suggests alliances they have not sanctioned. That suggests secrets. They hate secrets they do not control. She took a step closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. If they find you, they will not just take you. They will use you as an excuse to look deeper, to ask questions we cannot afford to answer. Do you understand? He understood perfectly. He was a loose thread that could unravel the entire tapestry of lies protecting Boa Hancock and her sisters. I will follow the Empress's instructions, he said. Sandersonia gave a slow, measured nod. See that you do, for all our sakes. She turned to leave, then paused. Your training, it is effective. Luna's haki has awakened. That is a significant thing. Perhaps, she didn't finish the thought. Perhaps the risk had some reward. She left without another word. The encounter left him restless. He was a danger to them. His very existence, his difference, threatened the fragile equilibrium of their lives. The noble intention of helping was potentially a path to their destruction. That night, he couldn't sleep. He stood on his balcony, extending his observation haki further than he ever had before, past the palace, past the village, to the dark, still waters of the calm belt. He felt the immense, slumbering life forces of the Sea Kings, behemoths of primal energy. He felt the subtle vibration of the island itself. And he felt her. Boa Hancock was not in her chambers. She was at the far end of the palace, in a place that felt hollow. A room with very little life energy around it. A sanctum. Driven by an impulse he couldn't name, he focused his haki. He didn't probe. He just listened to the texture of her presence. It was a turmoil of contradictions. Fierce pride spiked with spikes of anxiety, a deep, resonant love for her home warring with a corrosive self-loathing. And beneath it all, a thrumming, terrible fear. Not of the inspector, but of being seen. Truly seen. He pulled his awareness back. It felt like an intrusion. He was learning the map of her pain without her permission. The day before the inspection, the training was suspended. The atmosphere was funereal. Warriors polished armor that was already spotless. The air smelled of antiseptic and tension. Hancock summoned him to the throne room at dusk. She was alone, standing before her throne, dressed in a formal, high-necked gown of navy blue, the very picture of a compliant warlord. She looked exhausted. You will be confined to your quarters for the duration of the inspection, she said without preamble, her voice flat. Your meals will be brought to you. You will not use the balcony. You will not practice your energy. You will be, for all intents and purposes, a ghost. Do you comprehend? Yes, Empress. Bastille is no fool. His men will be observant. A single sound, a misplaced feeling, and it is over. She finally looked at him, and the mask of command was paper thin. The fear Sandersonia had spoken of was right there, in the slight dilation of her pupils, the tightness around her mouth. This is the reality of the power you admire. It is a dance on a razor's edge. And the music is played by men in ivory towers who think of us as pets. I understand the stakes, he said quietly. Do you? She shot back, a flash of her old fire returning. Do you understand what happens if they find the brand on my back? If they confirm the secret every celestial dragon whispers but cannot prove. I do not simply lose my title. Amazon Lily loses its protection. My sisters and I would be dragged back to Mary Joieuse as reclaimed property. My people would be slaughtered for the crime of harboring us. This is not a game of politics. It is survival. She was telling him everything, laying bare the absolute worst-case scenario. It was a measure of her desperation, or perhaps a test of his resolve. I will be a ghost, he repeated, his voice firm. You have my word. Her shoulders relaxed a fraction. The fear receded, not gone, but managed. She nodded, once. Good. She turned to look out at the darkening sky. They will arrive at dawn. It will be a long day. He bowed and turned to leave. Midoriya. He stopped. She didn't turn around. Her voice was so soft it was almost swallowed by the waterfall's roar. The library. The journal you found. Did you read it to the end? The question hung in the air, charged with the threat of total annihilation. The direct acknowledgement of the secret. He made a choice. The only choice he could make. I found many journals, he said, his tone carefully neutral. Most were historical ledgers. I focused on the atlases and the tactical manuals. The poetry was difficult to understand. A long, heavy silence. He could feel her holding her breath. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible exhale. A release of tension so profound it vibrated in the air. He had given her the out. He had lied, and in lying, had offered her a thread of deniability. She could choose to believe him. Poetry is a waste of time for a soldier, she said finally, her voice regaining its customary edge. You were wise to ignore it. Go, remember your instructions. He left her standing in the vast, empty throne room, a solitary figure framed by the last bloody light of the setting sun, holding on to the fragile lie he had just handed her. The cliffhanger was the coming dawn, the marine ships on the horizon, and the unspoken, terrifying truth that now bound them together in a conspiracy of silence. The inspection was not just a test of her compliance, but of his ability to disappear, and of the fragile trust built on an unacknowledged secret. The razor's edge awaited. The announcement was delivered not with fanfare, but with the cold, sharp clarity of a royal decree. At dawn, Captain Ruka assembled the warriors on the main training ground. Boa Hancock stood before them, not on her shaded platform, but on the earth itself. The morning mist clung to her like a spectral gown. The world presses in, her voice rang out, silencing the last murmur. The inspection was a reminder. Complacency is death. Isolation is no longer a perfect shield. We must evolve. Her gaze swept over the ranks, lingering on Luna, on Maru, on the faces of those who had trained under the strange man. The Chings of our consultant have proven their value. Observation haki is no longer a rare gift for the few. It is a skill to be cultivated by all. His methods of combat, of perception, of using an enemy's strength against them, will become integrated into our core doctrine. A ripple went through the crowd. Integration. This was not a temporary experiment. This was a change to their way of life. From this day, Hancock continued, her tone leaving no room for debate, Izuku Midoriya holds the title of Guardian Strategist of Amazon Lily. He will oversee the advancement of our combat arts and development of our strategic readiness against external threats. His authority in these matters is second only to my own. You will heed his instruction as you would heed mine. She did not wait for a reaction. She turned and left, the finality of her pronouncement hanging in the damp air. The role was given. The cage of his probation was exchanged for a gilded chain of immense responsibility. The training that followed was transformed. The wariness was still present, but it was now overlaid with a new, solemn seriousness. He was no longer just the strange man teaching tricks. He was the guardian strategist. His words carried the weight of the Empress's command. He deepened the lessons. He paired warriors, one blindfolded, the other attacking with padded sticks, forcing the blindfold. D1 to rely entirely on the nascent flickers of observation haki. He taught him to sense not just the attack, but the emotional state behind it, the aggression, the feint, the hesitation. He called it, reading the intent stream. Luna excelled. Her natural aptitude bloomed under the structured pressure. Within days, she could consistently evade at full speed, silent assault from two directions while blindfolded. Her movements a fluid dance of preemption. She became his unofficial lieutenant, her belief in the methods a powerful tool to sway the skeptics. But the real work, the strategic work, happened in the afternoons. Hancock began summoning him to her private war room, a chamber adjoining her quarters lined with detailed maps of the Calm Belt, the nearby stretches of paradise, and the complex political web of the world government and the four emperors. Sandersonia was often present, her analytical eyes missing nothing. Marigold was less frequent, her distrust a low, constant hum in the corner. The first session was an education in realpolitik. Hancock, pointing to the map with a long, lacquered nail, explained the delicate, hateful balance. As a warlord, I am granted autonomy and the pardon for my past crimes they invented for me. In return, I am summoned to fight for the government when they call, and I am to keep this region of the Calm Belt pacified. Pacify, ed. means ensuring no major pirate fleet uses it as a hidden route, and that the Sea Kings do not become overly agitated and disrupt shipping lanes elsewhere. And your true allegiance? Izuku asked, standing beside the map table. Her smile was a razor cut. My allegiance is to Amazon Lily. The world government is a tool and a threat. I use the title they gave me to protect my home from the very system that title represents. It is a dance in a room full of snares. Sandersonia pointed to a cluster of islands to the northeast, outside the Calm Belt. The recent rise of the winged pirates here is a concern. They're small time now, but ambitious. If they grow bold enough to probe the Calm Belt, it could draw marine attention back to us. Bastille would use any pirate activity near RW. Atas as an excuse for a permanent garrison. So we monitor them, Izuku said, studying the charts. And if they become a direct threat. Hancock's eyes met his. There was no cruelty in her gaze, only a cold, practical calculus. Then we eliminate them, quietly, without trace. The Sea Kings are convenient for making ships disappear. It must look like the belt consumed them, not that a warlord acted beyond her mandate. It was assassination, covert ops. He had done such things in his own world, against targets who could not be reasoned with, who posed existential threats. The moral calculus was familiar, but the context was alien. Here, he was not a hero acting under a public mandate. He was the shadow arm of a queen playing a double game. I would need intelligence, he said, accepting the premise without flinching. Their strength, their leadership, their patterns. And I would need a team. Warriors trained for precision and silence. Sandersonia's eyebrow raised slightly. His immediate shift into operational planning, without moralizing, seemed to both surprise and satisfy her. We have scouts. And we have you. The we was deliberate. He was inside the circle now. Over the following days, a routine developed within the new routine. Mornings, public training, building the army. Afternoons, private strategy, protecting the kingdom. Evenings, his own time, which he now spent in the library with a more focused purpose, studying naval combat, pirate crew structures, and the capricious currents of the Grand Line. And through it all, the unspoken dynamic with Hancock deepened. In the war room, she was all sharp intellect and ruthless pragmatism. On the training ground, she was a distant overseer, though he often felt her observation harkey specifically on him, studying his teaching methods. Analyzing his own growing mastery of Haki. But in the fleeting moments between, when a session ended, when they passed in a corridor, something else flickered. It was in the why she no longer held her breath when he was near. In the way her eyes, when they met his, held for a second longer than necessary, not in challenge, but in a silent, shared acknowledgement of the immense risk they were both undertaking. It was a partnership, forced by circumstance, but evolving into something that felt perilously like mutual respect. Like trust. He saw her, sometimes, in the gardens late at night from his balcony. A solitary figure pacing, the weight of her crowns, both the golden one and the invisible one of her past, bowing her shoulders. He never approached, but he watched. He knew she was aware of his watching, and she allowed it. One afternoon, a week after his appointment, the scout report came. A Kuja vessel, disguised as a merchant sloop, had observed the winged pirates. They had grown to 5 ships. Their captain, a man named Gale who had a devil fruit allowing him to create sharp gusts of wind, had been heard boasting about cracking the myth of the calm bee. and finding the hidden paradise of warrior women. It was more than bluster. It was a direct trajectory towards disaster. In the war room, the atmosphere was tense. He is a fool, Sandersonia said, tracing the scout's reported path on the map, but a fool with a Legia-type power and a growing fleet. If he enters the belt and stirs up the Sea Kings, or worse, stumbles upon our approach vectors, the Marines will come. Hancock was silent, staring at the map as if she could burn the pirate fleet from the sea with her will. We cannot allow a breach. The timing is unfortunate. She looked at Izuku. You have trained them in subtlety. Can they do this? He considered. Luna, Maru, and a handful of others were ready. They could move quietly, strike with precision. But against a Legia user in open sea combat, that was a different problem. We can eliminate the support ships quietly, he said. But the captain, Gale, a Legia requires Haki to hit. How many of our warriors have certain armament Haki? A handful, Sandersonia admitted. Mostly captains. Its use is inconsistent. Then Gale is my responsibility, Izuku stated. Both sisters looked at him. You have armament Haki? Sandersonia asked, surprised. I have something that can serve the same function, he said. One for all's energy, concentrated, could harm intangible beings in his world. The principle felt similar. He had been theorizing, testing it in private against inanimate objects, focusing the green energy to a cutting edge. He believed it would work. Hancock searched his face. You are certain? No, he answered honestly. But I am the best chance. If I fail, you can always petrify him from a distance as a fallback. But that would be visible. Loud. My way is quieter. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. It was not a pleasant smile. It was the smile of a strategist appreciating a bold gambit. Very well. You will lead a team of 5. My fastest ship, the Viper's Kiss *, will take you to the edge of their territory. You will remove the threat. Leave no evidence of our involvement. The mission was set. The gears of the kingdom, with him now as a crucial cog, were turning towards covert action. That evening, as he was preparing his gear, simple, dark clothing, a Kuja-issued short sword he had no intention of using but carried for appearance, and checking the bindings on his armored guards, a soft knock came at his door. It was Luna. She was dressed for travel, her face set in lines of grim determination. Guardian, the team is assembled. We await your orders. Thank you, Luna. We leave at first dark. She nodded but didn't leave. She hesitated, an unusual thing for her. May I speak freely? Always. The warriors, they follow you now not just because the Empress commands it. They see the results. They feel themselves growing stronger, smarter. They believe in the path. She met his eyes. I believe in it. Do not die tomorrow. It would complicate things. It was as close to personal loyalty as any Kuja warrior would likely ever express to a man. He nodded. I'll do my best not to complicate things. She almost smiled, then bowed and left. An hour later, as the deep indigo of twilight settled, another visitor came. This one did not knock. The door simply opened, and Boa Hancock entered. She was not in her regal attire. She wore a simple, dark cloak over a practical tunic and leggings. Her hair bound back tightly. She looked like the warrior queen she was at her core, stripped of pageantry. In her hands, she carried a long, narrow bundle of black silk. You go to fight a Legia for the first time in this world, she said without preamble, her voice low. Theory is not practice. She unrolled the silk bundle on his table. Inside lay 2 armed guards, but they were not the dented, green-tinted ones he'd arrived with. These were crafted from a dark, matte metal, engraved with subtle serpentine patterns. They were beautiful, and they hummed with a familiar, draining energy. Seastone alloy, she said, laced through the plating. It will not suppress you fully when worn, but a direct strike from them will disrupt a devil fruit uses energy, solidify them momentarily. It is an advantage. Do not rely on it. Use it to create an opening. He picked one up. It was lighter than it looked, the seastone infusion expertly balanced. It was a tool of immense tactical value, and a gesture of immense trust. Seastone was a controlled substance. Giving him weapons made from it was a statement. Thank you, Empress, he said, meeting her eyes. This will help. She didn't acknowledge the thanks. Instead, she stepped closer. The room felt suddenly smaller. Sandersonia believes this mission will test your loyalty. Marigold believes it will reveal your weakness. Her dark eyes searched his face, as if memorizing its lines. I believe it will prove my intuition correct. Do not prove me a fool, Izuku Midoriya. Her use of his full name, without title, was a bolt of lightning in the quiet room. It was personal, a plea from Boa, not the Empress. I will bring your warriors home, he promised. And I will remove the threat. She held his gaze for a long, breathless moment. The air between them was charged with all the unspoken things. The shared secret, the fragile trust, the terrifying, nascent bond forged in strategy and survival. She reached out, as she had in the throne room, but this time her fingers did not hover. They brushed, feather-light, against the back of his hand where it rested on the seastone arm guard. The touch was electric, a shock of pure, undiluted contact. It lasted less than a second. Then she turned, her cloak swirling, and was gone, leaving behind the scent of night flowers and the profound echo of her touch. Izuku stood in the center of the room, the cool weight of the seastone guards in his hands, the ghost of her fingers on his skin. The cliffhanger was no longer the coming battle with the winged pirates. It was the battle within himself, the seismic shift in the connection with the woman who had just entrusted him with her kingdom's sharpest secrets and her own fragile hope. He was no longer just a guardian of her walls. He was becoming the keeper of something far more dangerous and delicate, her faith. And tomorrow, he would sail into the dark to defend it. The Viper's Kiss * was a blade of a ship, sleek, black-hulled, with a single, steeply raked mast and oar ports along its sides for silent propulsion in the calm belt. It carried no flag, made no sound as it slipped from the hidden cove of Amazon Lily into the deep, unnatural stillness of the belt. The only noises were the soft dip of the oars, the creak of seasoned wood, and the occasional, distant sigh of a sea king surfacing leagues away. Izuku stood at the bow, the new seastone arm guards secured over his forearms, a strange, cool weight that was both a tool and a reminder. Behind him, his team of 5, Luna, Maru, and 3 other elite warriors named Iona, Priya, and Shire, moved with a quiet efficiency. They were dressed in dark, close-fitting water silk, their faces painted with streaks of charcoal to break their outline. They checked the gear, unstrung bows, quivers of black-fletched arrows, short, curving blades. There was no chatter. The gravity of the mission, the first official operation under the new Guardian strategist, was a tangible pressure. Luna came to stand beside him, her eyes scanning the flat, gray expanse. We will reach the edge of their patrol zone by midnight, she murmured. The SC outs report the main fleet anchors in a loose cluster around a small, rocky atoll. Gale's flagship, the Zephyr *, is the largest, with a blue sail bearing his winged insignia. Izuku nodded. The plan was simple in outline, complex in execution. Under cover of darkness, they would use the Viper's Kisses * stealth to approach from downwind. 2 warriors would slip into the water and sabotage the 4 smaller ships, slashing rudders, boring holes at the waterline with specialized tools. Quiet, slow kill methods. The goal was not a fiery spectacle, but a creeping paralysis. Meanwhile, he, Luna, and Maru would board the Zephyr. Luna and Maru would eliminate the lookouts and create a diversion near the stern. Izuku would find Gale. The priority was the captain. A decapitated fleet, with its supporting ships foundering, would scatter and likely be consumed by the belt or turn on itself. Remember, Izuku said, turning to address the team, his voice low but carrying. Observation. Feel the deck beneath their feet. Listen to their breath, their heartbeat. Your target is not the man, but his awareness. Remove it before he knows it's gone. We are shadows. We are the calm before the storm they will never see. They met his gaze, their eyes gleaming in the starlight. They understood. This was the practical test of everything he had taught them. The moon was a sliver, offering little light. Perfect. As the Viper's Kiss * ghosted to a stop a mile from the dim shapes of the pirate fleet, the time came. Iona and Priya, the best swimmers, melted over the side without a splash, carrying their tools in waterproof packs. They would be the underwater ghosts. Izuku, Luna, and Maru readied a small, black-painted dinghy. They rowed the final distance, the oars muffled with cloth. The bulk of the Zephyr * loomed ahead, a darker blot against the dark sea. They could hear the sounds of a complacent crew, raucous laughter, the clink of bottles, or off-key song. Gale's crew felt safe, far from marine patrols. Arrogant in their captain's power, they hooked grapnels onto the stern railing, lines coated in tar to prevent noise. Izuku went first, scaling the side with the silent, fluid strength of a lifelong hero. He perched on the rail, his observation haki flaring out. He mapped the ship in his mind. 22 life forces on deck, most clustered amidships around a barrel fire. 4 lookouts, one at the crow's nest, asleep, his energy a drowsy murmur, one at the bow, bored, leaning, 2 patrolling the port and starboard walkways, distracted, talking. Below decks, more energies, including one that burned with a distinct, swirling, airy signature, gale. It felt unfocused, agitated, like a trapped breeze. He signaled. Luna and Maru swarmed over the rail, becoming one with the shadows. Luna flitted toward the bow lookout. Maru headed for the starboard patrol. Izuku moved like a breath of wind himself. He dropped to the deck and padded towards the port side patroller. The man was turning, about to spot the dinghy still tethered below. Izuku didn't break stride. As the pirate's head began to swivel, Izuku was already there. A precise, controlled chop to the carotid artery, followed by a gentle catch as the man slumped. He lowered him noiselessly behind a stack of crates. A soft thud asterisk from the bow. A muffled gasp from starboard, cut short. Luna and Maru were done. He focused on Gale's signature below. It was moving erratically, coming up. To the deck. Plans change, Izuku whispered to Luna, who appeared at his side. He's coming. Diversion now. Draw the crew to the stern. I'll meet him amidships. Quote. Luna nodded, a fierce glint in her eye. She and Maru separated, melting into the darkness near the aft castle. A moment later, a crash echoed from the stern, a stacked pile of empty casks toppling. Shouts erupted. What was that? Check the stern. The crew around the barrel fire scrambled towards the noise, drawing weapons, their attention successfully pulled away. The hatch to the captain's quarters banged open. Gale emerged. He was a tall, wiry man with wild hair and eyes that held the manic energy of a storm. He wore a long coat that seemed to flutter in a non-existent wind. What's all this racket? He bellowed, his voice carrying a whistling undertone. Can't a man drink in peace? He strode towards the stern, passing within 10 feet of Izuku's hiding place behind the mainmast. Now, Izuku stepped out into the flickering light of the dying barrel fire. Captain Gale. Gale spun, his coat whipping around him. His eyes narrowed, then widened in surprise, then contempt as he saw a single, unarmed man. And who the hell are you? Stowaway. Marine spy. A shadow, Izuku said, his voice calm. You're sailing towards a place that doesn't want visitors. Turn your fleet around. Now, leave the calm belt and never return. Gale stared, then threw his head back and laughed, a sound like grating wind. A shadow giving orders. I am Gale, master of the Zephyr fruit. I am the storm. I go where I please. He raised a hand, and the air between them shivered, coalescing into a dozen shimmering, semi-transparent blades of condensed wind. You die first, shadow. Then I find your hidden paradise. He flicked his wrist. The wind blades shot forward, slicing through the air with a high-pitched shriek. They could cut through solid oak. Izuku didn't dodge. He charged. He weaved through the blades, not with pre-planned moves, but by feeling the currents of their creation, the intent behind them. He slipped between 2, felt the gust of a third part his hair as he tilted his head. He closed the distance in a heartbeat. Gale's eyes bulged. Impossible. He threw up his arms, and his body dissolved into a whirlwind, becoming intangible. Izuku's fist passed through swirling air. Fool, you can't touch a Legia. Izuku pivoted, his observation haki locking onto the core of the swirling mass, the consciousness that was Gale. It was like finding the eye of a tornado. I don't need to touch all of you, he said. Just the part that matters. He focused, not on One for All's raw power, but on its precise, piercing application. He envisioned the green energy not as a lightning cloak, but as a needle, a concentrated point of will. It sparked along his right fist, a brilliant, focused emerald gleam. He struck, not at the whirlwind, but at the empty air a foot to its left, where his haki told him Gale's reforming head would be. Gale, believing himself safe, was already materializing to launch another attack. Izuku's fist, sheathed in that piercing green energy, met his emerging jaw. Crack. Asterisk. The sound was not of breaking bone, but of shattered assumption. Gale's head snapped back. He stumbled, solid and corporeal, blood spraying from his lips. The whirlwind around him died instantly. He stared at Izuku, clutching his face, pure, uncomprehending terror in his eyes. Haki. But it didn't feel like Haki. It's something else, Izuku said. Advancing. He didn't give him time to think, to dissolve again. He pressed the attack, a rapid series of blows aimed not to kill immediately, but to disorient, to keep him solid. A kick to the knee, a pop, a scream, a palm strike to the diaphragm, a whoosh of lost breath. Gale, panicking, tried to summon a gale to blow Izuku off the ship. The wind howled, but Izuku planted his feet, the sea stone in his arm guards humming, and rode the blast, using it to propel himself forward. He grabbed Gale's coat with one hand, the fabric solid now, and drove a sea stone-laced forearm into the man's chest. The effect was instantaneous. Gale convulsed, his devil fruit power short-circuiting. He gagged, his body turning leaden. Izuku held him up, their faces inches apart. Your fleet is sinking, Izuku said. His voice a cold, flat statement. Your dream is over. The calm belt will have you now. He threw Gale over the railing. The pirate captain hit the dark water with a splash. His powers nullified by the sea, his body heavy and broken. He surfaced once, choking, screaming a curse that was swallowed by the immense, indifferent silence of the calm belt. Then, a shadow vaster than the Zephyr asterisk glided beneath the surface. A single, swirling vortex, and he was gone. On deck, the fight was ending. Luna and Maru had used the diversion to pick off the scattered crew with silent, efficient takedowns. The few who put up a fight found their attacks redirected, their perceptions fooled by warriors who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. It was not a battle, it was a clinical dissection. A whistle sounded from the water. Iona and Priya, their work done. The four smaller ships were already listing, taking on water slowly, doomed. Time to go, Izuku said. No fanfare. They regrouped at the stern, slid down the lines into the dinghy, and rowed back to the waiting Viper's Kiss. As they pulled away, they could hear the rising shouts of confusion fr. On the other ships as they realized their flagship was dead silent and they were sinking. The Viper's Kiss asterisk turned and slipped back into the deeper dark of the belt, leaving behind a dying fleet and no evidence of who had delivered the mercy stroke. The return journey was silent, but the silence was different. It was a silence of profound accomplishment, of a shared secret executed flawlessly. The warriors looked at Izuku not just with respect, but with a kind of awe. He had faced a Legia and won, using techniques they didn't fully understand. He had led them through a perfect, shadow walk of an operation. He had proven the new path in blood and silence. As Amazon Lily's familiar mists appeared on the horizon in the predawn gloom, Izuku stood again at the bow. He felt no triumph, only a cold satisfaction. A threat had been neutralized. Her kingdom was safe. For now. They docked at the hidden cove. Sandersonia was there, waiting, her expression unreadable. She listened to Luna's crisp, emotionless report, her eyes flicking to Izuku. No casualties, no trace. The winged pirates are no more, Luna finished. Sandersonia nodded slowly. The Empress will be informed. Her gaze settled on Izuku. She is in the training ground. She wished to be informed upon your return. Izuku walked the familiar path up from the cove as the first true light of dawn painted the sky. He found her not on her platform, but standing in the center of the empty circle, facing the rising sun. She wore her simple training clothes. She must have been there all night. He stopped at the edge of the ground. She didn't turn. It is done. Her voice was quiet. It is done. The fleet is scattered and sinking. Gale is dead. There will be no evidence. She was silent for a long moment. Then, she turned. In the rose-gold light, he saw the fatigue around her eyes, but also a tension that had been released. She looked at him, really looked, taking in the slight tears in his clothes, the smear of soot on his cheek, the cool, steady look in his eyes. No complications, she asked. None. The team performed perfectly. They are shadows now, true warriors. A sigh escaped her, a release of breath she seemed to have held for hours. She took a step towards him, then another. She stopped an arm's length away, just as she had in his room. But now, in the open air, with the mission complete, the pace between them felt charged with a different energy. Not the fear of inspection, but the aftermath of shared victory. You keep your promises, she said, it was not a question. I do. Her eyes dropped to the seastone arm guards. Then back to his face. And the Legia, a challenge, but manageable. Your gift helped. He tapped the guard. A faint, genuine smile touched her lips, there and gone like a sunbeam through mist. Good. Quote. She didn't thank him. Thanks were too paltry, too transactional for what had just occurred. He had not run. He had not failed. He had wielded the weapon she had given him with lethal competence and returned her warriors unharmed. He had proven her intuition correct in the most definitive way possible. Instead, she did something that shattered the last remaining protocol between them. She reached out and placed her hand flat against his chest, over his heart. It was a firm, deliberate touch, feeling the steady, strong beat beneath. A queen checking the metal of her sword. A woman assuring herself of a living, breathing reality. He stood perfectly still, feeling the warmth of her hand through the fabric, the slight tremor in her fingers that had nothing to do with fear. The heart of a guardian, she murmured, her dark eyes holding his. It beat steadily. No frenzy, no fear, just resolve. She left her hand there for a count of 5 pounding heartbeats, his, or hers. It was impossible to tell. Then she withdrew, the ghost of her touch searing his skin. Rest, she commanded, her regal mask slipping back into place, but it was a softer mask now. One with a hairline crack that let in the light. You have served Amazon Lily well. We will speak later, Guardian. She turned and walked away, leaving him standing in the dawn-lit circle, tea. He sent of her and the sea and the distant jungle clinging to him. The cliffhanger was not in words, but in that touch. It was a seal on their pact, an acknowledgement that went beyond politics or strategy. He had sailed into the dark and returned victorious, and in doing so, had crossed an invisible threshold in her heart. The Guardian was no longer just a title. It was a truth she had felt with her own hand. And the game between them had irrevocably, terrifyingly, changed. The days after the mission carried a new, unspoken charge. The air in Amazon Lily, always thick with the hum of disciplined life, now vibrated with a different frequency, or whispered respect, and a tangible shift in the social gravity. Izuku Midoriya was no longer a curiosity or a controversial appointment. He was the Guardian who had walked into the night and erased a threat. The story, though never spoken aloud in detail, had filtered through the warrior ranks in hushed, reverent tones. He faced a Legia and did not flinch. He moved like a ghost. He brought our sisters home. Asterisk. His training sessions became packed. Warriors who had held back now jostled for a place in the circle. He increased the difficulty, incorporating elements of the mission into drills, stealth approaches, silent takedowns, sensory deprivation exercises in the dense jungle. He taught them to move as a single, cohesive shadow, their eye. Individual observation haki linking in a crude, nascent network. He called it, the net. When one felt a threat, the others would know its direction and nature through subtle shifts in posture and focused intent. It was the beginning of tactical telepathy, born of shared trust and his relentless pedagogy. Luna was his rock. Her faith was now absolute, her skills sharpening into something formidable. She began to lead smaller groups on her own, her teaching a mirror of his, patient, clear, demanding. She had become his voice when he was elsewhere, the living proof of his methods. He saw Hancock less, but felt her presence more. She no longer observed every training session. Her trust, it seemed, had moved from supervision to delegation. But in the war room, their interactions deepened. The maps were no longer just geography. They were living puzzles. Sandersonia brought reports of marine movements, of shifts in the balance of power among the emperors, of strange phenomena in the New World. Hancock would listen, her sharp mind working, then turn to Izuku. And what does our Guardian strategist make of this? She would ask, her tone not challenging, but genuinely inquisitive. She valued his perspective, his outsider's view untainted by the centuries of baggage that weighed on this world's politics. One afternoon, the topic was a name that made both Hancock and Sandersonia visibly tense: Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, a former warlord who had betrayed the government, captured a devil fruit user named Porgus D. Ace, and ignited a war at Marienford. They say he hunts devil fruit users now, Sandersonia said, her finger tracing a path across the paradise stretch of the Grand Line. He and his crew, to steal their powers. It is an abomination. Hancock's face was a mask of cold disdain. A grotesque pig of a man. His very existence mocks the order of things. She glanced at Izuku. Your world, did it have such thieves of essence? Izuku thought of All for One, a villain who could steal and bestow quirks. The parallel was chilling. Yes, and he was the most dangerous enemy we ever faced. A man who sees the world as a buffet of power, with no regard for the lives attached to it. Hancock's eyes darkened. Then you understand the threat. Blackbeard's ambition is a cancer. If his gaze ever turns towards the calm belt, towards unique powers, she didn't finish. She didn't need to. Her own Mero no Mi would be a prime target. It reinforces our strategy, Izuku said, leaning over the map. Strength through obscurity, but also through undeniable, unified power. If we make Amazon Lily look like a fortified hornet's nest, not just a hidden flower, he may seek easier prey. We need to be a puzzle that isn't worth the pieces. More training, Sandersonia stated. More haki, more unity. Yes, Hancock agreed, her gaze settling on Izuku. Expand the net. I want every warrior on this island to be a sensor, a fighter, a thread in the same unbreakable web. It was a monumental task, but it was the right one. That evening, he found himself in the royal gardens again, not by design, but because his feet carried him there after a long session of planning with Sandersonia. The koi pond was still, reflecting the first stars. He stood where Hancock had stood, feeling the profound silence of the palace at dusk. He heard the soft sweep of silk before he saw her. She emerged from a path between towering moonflowers, the white blossoms glowing in the twilight. She had changed from her day clothes into a simpler, dark blue robe, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked younger, unarmed, real. She saw him and didn't startle. She simply walked to the edge of the pond and stood beside him, looking at their fragmented reflections in the dark water. Your net, she said after a moment, her voice quiet in the evening hush. It is more than a tactic, isn't it? He nodded. It's about connection, trusting the warrior next to you to feel what you feel, to cover what you cannot. It makes a group more than the sum of its parts. Like a sisterhood, she murmured, and there was a wistful ache in the words. But you built it with logic and drills, not blood and shared suffering. Sometimes shared suffering is the price of connection, he said, thinking of his own classmates, of the war. But the foundation has to be choice. A choice to rely on someone else. A choice to be vulnerable. Vulnerability is death, she said automatically, the old mantra. Is it? He turned to look at her profile, etched in the pale light. You were vulnerable with me. In the dungeon, after the inspection. It didn't kill you. It changed the game. She was silent for a long time. A frog plopped into the pond, shattering their reflections into ripples. It changed the game, she echoed softly. I do not know if it was a fatal mistake or the first smart move I have made in years. It can be both, he said. That's the risk of living. Not just surviving. She turned her head, her dark eyes finding his in the gloom. You speak of life as if it is a thing to be embraced. I have only known it as a thing to be endured. To be conquered. Maybe, he said, holding her gaze. But you built this. He gestured to the gardens, to the palace, to the invisible presence of the island around them. You didn't just endure. You created a home, a sanctuary. That's not the act of someone who has given up on life. That's the act of a gardener, planting flowers in poisoned soil. Her breath caught. No one had ever framed her rule, her fierce, protective love for Amazon Lily. In such a way, as an act of creation, not just defiance. The metaphor disarmed her completely. You see things, she whispered, that should not be seen. I see what is there, he replied. The poison is real. The brand is real. He said the word deliberately, softly, for the first time. Brand. But the flowers are real too. She went utterly still. The world seemed to stop. The mention of the brand, the direct, quiet acknowledgement of the journal's truth, hung between them like a revealed secret. She didn't flinch. She didn't rage. She just stared at him, her eyes wide, her lips slightly parted. The last veil was gone. You read it, she stated, her voice hollow. To the last line, he admitted. She should have killed him. Every instinct, every rule of her survival, screamed for it. But she didn't move. The silence stretched, taut and terrible. Why? The question was a broken thing. Why did you not throw it in my face? Use it. Because it wasn't a weapon to me, he said. His voice low, earnest. It was a diagnosis. It explained the pain. Knowing the shape of a wound doesn't mean you want to poke it. It means you understand why the person flinches. A tremor ran through her. She wrapped her arms around herself, a defensive gesture that seemed instinctual, childish. The Empress was gone. Only Boa remained, the girl from the journal, standing in the dark. You pity me? No. He took a half step closer, invading her personal space, but not threateningly. I respect you. What you survived would have broken anyone else. You didn't break. You turned it into a kingdom. That's not pity. That's awe. He paused. And sadness, that you have to carry it alone. I am not alone, she protested weakly. I have my sisters, my people. You have subjects who worship a goddess. He corrected gently. And sisters who share the wound but cannot speak of it. That is a different kind of alone. A single, hot tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. She made no move to wipe it away. What do you want from me, Izuku Midoriya? Her voice was raw, stripped bare. You have my trust, my military, my secrets. What is your price? He looked at her, at the proud, wounded, terrifyingly strong woman crying silently in her moonlit garden. I don't have a price, he said. I never did. I want to help you protect this place. That's all. And maybe help you see that the woman who built it is worth more than the brand she carries. He reached out, slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, to strike, to turn him to stone. He didn't touch her skin. He touched the sleeve of her robe, his fingers brushing the dark fabric over her forearm. A contact through layers, but a contact nonetheless. A human gesture of comfort. She shuddered at the touch, but she didn't pull away. She stood frozen, tears now flowing freely, silently, as she stared at his hand on her arm. The moment hung, balanced on the edge of a precipice. It was the most intimate encounter of their lives, more than any combat, any strategic meeting. It was soul gazing upon soul, with all the scars and secrets laid bare. Then, from the palace, a distant bell chimed, marking the hour. The spell broke. Hancock jerked her arm away as if burned, turning her back to him, her shoulders hunched. She wiped her face fiercely with the heel of her hand. When she spoke again, her voice was rough, but the Empress was clawing her way back to the surface. You will speak of this to no one. Ever. I never would. She nodded, a sharp, jerky motion. The net, I'll expand it to include the perimeter sentries. I want a warning system that feels an approach before it is seen. Use whatever methods you require. She was rebuilding the conversation with bricks of practicality. I will see it done. He said. Good. She took a deep, steadying breath, and when she turned back, her face was composed, though her eyes were red-rimmed and luminous in the dark. You are dismissed, Guardian. He bowed his head, not a subservient gesture, but one of deep respect. He turned and walked away, leaving her standing by the pond, alone with the shattered reflections the stars and the seismic shift his words had caused. He walked back to his quarters through the silent halls, his own heart a drum in his chest. He had crossed a line from which there was no return. He had named the unnamable wound. And she had not destroyed him for it. She had wept. The cliffhanger was not an action, but an emotional detonation. The fortress of Boa Hancock's soul had just had its deepest chamber illuminated. The Guardian was no longer just a protector of walls and warriors. He had become the keeper of her most painful truth. And in the silent, tear-streaked acknowledgement in the garden, something had been born. A bond forged not in shared power, but in shared vulnerability. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and infinitely dangerous new thread in the net they were weaving together. The game was over. This was real. The morning after the garden was a study in controlled fracture. The world of Amazon Lily moved on its axis. Warriors trained, craftsmen worked, the young Le breathed, but the space between Izuku and Boa Hancock had become a silent, charged vacuum. They orbited each other with a new, profound awareness, like two celestial bodies whose gravity had suddenly, irrevocably intertwined. He saw her at the daily briefing in the war room. Her mask was flawless, her commands crisp, her eyes avoiding his unless strategy demanded it. But he felt it, the echo of her tears, the raw vulnerability she had shown, hummed beneath her regal composure like a fault line. When her gaze did flicker to his, it was no longer the assessing look of a queen to her tool. It was the wary, fascinated glance of someone who has been seen to their core and is both horrified and relieved to still be standing. The work continued, now with an added, desperate intensity. The net expanded from a training ground concept to a tangible defensive system. Izuku, with Luna and Captain Ruka, began mapping the island's perimeter. They identified key vantage points: ancient trees with sprawling canopies, high rock spires, hidden caves with sidelines to the sea. At each, he stationed a pair of warriors, not just as lookouts, but as sensory nodes. He taught them a refined form of the linked observation exercise. They would sit in silent meditation, their haki not probing outward aggressively, but extending in gentle, overlapping fields, like sonar pulses. They learned to differentiate the taste of a sea king's approach from the vibration of a distant storm, from the ominous, metallic wrongness asterisk of a seastone-reinforced marine hull. The goal was to create a living, breathing dome of awareness over Amazon Lily. It was grueling, mentally exhausting work. Many warriors struggled, their haki too unformed, their minds too noisy. But a core group of 30, led by Luna, began to achieve a fragile synchronicity. In the deep of night, Izuku would stand on his balcony and feel it, a faint, humming web of consciousness draped over the island, a nervous system awakening. H.E. reported the progress to Hancock in the war room, Sandersonia a silent observer. He used maps, charts of rotation schedules, diagrams of the sensory overlaps. He spoke in purely tactical terms. Hancock listened, her chin resting on steepled fingers. And the latency, she asked, from detection at the outermost node to awareness in the command center. With the current relay system, 90 seconds, he said. If we can train a central coordinator, someone with particularly strong and clear observation, to act as a clearinghouse for the data, we could cut it to near instantaneous. Who do you propose for this clearinghouse? Sandersonia asked. Luna has the aptitude, Izuku said. But her strength is in action. For pure, passive reception and analysis, he paused. The logical answer was himself, or Hancock. He would not presume to suggest her. It requires further evaluation. Hancock's eyes met his across the table. She understood the unspoken. I will consider it, she said, her tone neutral. Continue the drills. I want this net operational before the next moon cycle. He bowed and left. The interaction was professional, distant. Yet, as he walked away, he felt the far-tha light brush of her observation haki against his own. Not a probe, but a touch. A confirmation of a shared, silent understanding. The physical distance between them, however, grew. She no longer came to the training grounds. Her private garden was now off limits. He felt the subtle change in the patrol routes. She was rebuilding her walls, brick by brick, after allowing him to see the blueprint of their foundation. It was Marigold who brought the next crisis. She stormed into a training session 2 days later, her massive frame vibrating with fury. She ignored Izuku completely, addressing Luna. A scout ship has returned from the northern fringe of paradise. They spotted a marine vessel, not a patrol ship. A research vessel, the Polar Tang. The name meant nothing to Izuku, but Luna's face paled. The Surgeon of Death. Marigold's nod was grim. Trafalgar Law. Former warlord. Another one who plays his own game. His submarine was lingering at the very edge of the calm belt, taking soundings, gathering water samples. He did not approach, but he was looking. Izuku stepped forward. Is he a direct threat? Marigold finally glared at him. He is a variable, a brilliant, ruthless variable with a devil fruit that allows him to manipulate space itself within a sphere of his influence. He cuts people apart and puts them back together. He is not an enemy of the world government anymore, but he is no ally. His interest in the calm belt is not casual. The news sent a chill through the war room when it was delivered. Sandersonia's fingers drummed a nervous rhythm on the map table. Law is a strategist, a planner. He does nothing without reason. A research vessel suggests he is gathering data. For what? Hancock's face was like carved ice. Another predator smelling a change in the wind. First Blackbeard's ambition, now Law's curiosity. Our isolation is becoming a spotlight. She looked at Izuku. Your net, could it detect a submarine? Something that moves beneath the waves, silent. It depends on its composition and how deep it runs, he said, thinking rapidly. A metal hull might give a distinct signature. A living vessel, like a coated pirate ship, would be harder. But if it gets close enough to our sentient perimeter, the warriors might feel the disturbance in the water pressure, the displacement of life. It would be a vague feeling. Something is wrong here. Vague is not enough, Hancock snapped, frustration cracking through her control. I need certainty. I need to know if a knife is at my back before it pierces the skin. The room fell silent. The pressure was immense. The outside world, with all its chaos and cunning, was pressing against their hidden haven from multiple angles. Izuku took a breath. Then we need to go beyond the net. We need bait, and a trap. All eyes turned to him. Explain, Sandersonia said, her voice tight. We create a controlled anomaly. Something a curious observer like Law would find irresistible to investigate. We use one of our own ships, make it appear to be in distress or carrying something unusual at the very edge of the belt. We seed the area with our best observation uses, hidden on Sea King escort creatures or on floating platforms. When the investigator moves in to look, we don't just detect them, we identify them, track them, and if necessary, dissuade them. Permanently. Hancock stared at him, a calculating light in her eyes. You propose to use my people as live bait in a trap for a former warlord. I propose to turn his curiosity against him. To move from passive defense to active counterintelligence. We control the narrative of the anomaly. We choose the ground. It is risky, Sandersonia murmured. If Law's powers are as reported, he could dismantle a ship and its crew before they could blink. Which is why the bait ship would be a drone. A skeleton crew of our very best, prepared to abandon ship instantly. The real force would be hidden in the water, relying on the very environment he's studying to mask their presence. He looked at Hancock. It requires perfect coordination, absolute trust in the net, and a commander on site who can think as laterally as Law does. He didn't say me. He didn't have to. Hancock held his gaze for a long, tense minute. The ghost of the garden, of her tears, was in the room with them. This was not just a military decision. It was a test of the trust born in that vulnerable moment. Could she send him, the man who knew her deepest shame, into a duel of wits with one of the most dangerous minds on the sea? You will draw up the plans, she said finally, her voice devoid of emotion. Every detail, every contingency. You will present them to me and my sisters in 24 hours. If there is a single flaw, a single moment where the risk to my people outweighs the gain, it will be scrapped. Do you understand? I understand, Empress. He spent the next day in a fever of planning. He consulted with the oldest sailors, learning the quirks of the calm belt's currents. He studied everything the scouts had on the polar Tang asterisk and Trafalgar Law. He designed the anomaly, a staged engine failure on a Kuja ship, with a cargo hold rigged to emit a strange energy signature, using cleverly disguised deposits of mildly radioactive ore found in the island's caves. He plotted the positions of the hidden observers, the escape routes, the signals, and he planned the engagement. If Law took the bait and appeared, Izuku would not confront him directly. He would observe, identify his crew, understand his objective. The goal was not to kill a former warlord and invite unimaginable reprisal. The goal was to send a message. We see you. We are not just warriors. We are spiders in a web. Leave our silk alone. Asterisk. He presented it that evening in the war room. The plans were detailed, logical, cold. Sandersonia poked holes, which he patched. Marigold grumbled about the danger, but could find no fatal flaw. Hancock listened, her face a sphinx's mask. When he finished, the room was silent. It is audacious, Sandersonia conceded. It might work. It puts our people in danger for a might, Marigold countered. Hancock stood and walked to the map, studying the proposed coordinates. Audacity is the only currency that spends in the New World, she said quietly. She turned. You will lead this operation, Guardian. You will have the Viper's Kiss asterisk and your chosen team. Luna will coordinate the net from the central node here on the island. You will have 72 hours from deployment to either make contact or abort. If you engage Law, your primary objective is intelligence and deterrence. Elimination is a last resort, only if he demonstrates hostile intent. Is that clear? Crystal clear, Empress. Then go. Prepare. You sail at tomorrow's dusk. As he left, her voice stopped him at the door. Midoriya. He turned. Her mask had slipped, just for him. The fear was there, not for her kingdom this time, but for him. The man who knew her truth was walking into the jaws of a different kind of beast. Do not be clever at the cost of being alive. The world has enough ghosts. I have use for a living guardian. It was as close to a personal order, a plea, as she would ever give. He nodded, once, deeply. I'll return. He spent his final hours checking gear, briefing his team, Maru, Iona, and 2 other stealth specialists from the Winged Pirates mission. They were calm, focused. They believed in the net. They believed in him. As dusk painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, he stood on the dock by the Viper's Kiss. The air was heavy with the scent of night-blooming flowers and salt. He felt a presence behind him, a bonfire on a glacier. He didn't turn. He knew she was there, watching from the shadows of the tree line, a queen seeing her champion after a battle of minds. He could feel her observation haki locked onto him, a tether of pure, focused will. He boarded the ship. The lines were cast off. The Viper's Kiss asterisk slid silently into the gathering dark. He stood at the stern as the island receded into the mist, and he could still feel the tether, thin and strong as spider silk, connecting him to the heart of the hidden kingdom. To her, the cliffhanger was the fading island, the darkening sea, and the invisible thread of a queen's fear and faith, stretched taut across the silent water. He was sailing not just to set a trap, but to prove that the trust born in a moonlit garden could hold against the cunning of the outside world. The net was cast. Now, they waited to see what it would catch. The Viper's Kiss asterisk was a phantom on the obsidian sea. Under a moonless sky, the calm belt lived up to its name, a vast, dark pane of glass, reflecting the cold sprinkle of stars above. No wind whispered, no wave lapped. The silence was a physical presence, thick and watchful. They moved by oar, the crew moving in a slow, synchronized rhythm, the sound swallowed by the immense quiet. Izuku stood amidships, his eyes closed, his observation haki stretched to its limit. He was the central sensor for the mission now, the active node in the temporary, mobile extension of Amazon Lily's net. He felt the life around him, the steady, disciplined pulses of his 5-woman team, the slower, deeper heartbeats of the 2 trained sea kings harnessed to guide the ship. Their minds placid under the influence of the Kuja's ancient bond. Further out, he sensed the occasional, monstrous passage of other sea kings, their energies like submerged mountains gliding through the abyss. His focus, however, was tuned to a specific, alien signature, the cold, mechanical dissonance of a man-made vessel, particularly one that might be coated in the bubble resin that allowed travel beneath the sea. He was listening for a scar on the perfect, natural silence. They reached the designated coordinates, a desolate patch of ocean at the very northern fringe of the belt, where the strange, wall-like currents of paradise began to fray. Here, the anomaly would be staged. The bait ship, a older, single-masted Kuja vessel called the Willow asterisk, was already in position, drifting listlessly. On board, a skeleton crew of 2 warriors awaited the signal. The hold was packed with the prepared ore, its faint, eerie signature hopefully just intriguing enough to pique a scientist's curiosity. Izuku's team transferred to a small, camouflaged raft tethered to a sleeping sea king a half-mile from the Willow. From here, they would wait, submerged in the sensory void, their own life signs masked by the colossal creature beside them. Hours passed. The night deepened. The tension was not in action, but in absolute, nerve-shredding stillness. Izuku mediated, breathing slowly. His haki a delicate sonar net cast over miles of dark water. He felt schools of bioluminescent fish swirl like underwater constellations. He felt the slow drift of particulate matter. He felt the immense, patient hunger of the deep. Then, he felt it. A vibration, not natural, a low, rhythmic, mechanical thrum, felt through the water more than heard. It was deep, well below the surface. It was approaching from the northeast, from the direction of paradise. It had a focused, intelligent quality to its movement. It was not drifting, it was hunting. Polar tang, asterisk. He opened his eyes. In the pitch dark, he made a series of hand signals to his team, illuminated only by the faint green phosphorescence of the seaweed clinging to their raft. Target acquired. Depth, 100 fathoms. Bearing, 020. Hold position, asterisk. They froze, becoming part of the Sea King's ecosystem. Izuku focused all his perception on the approaching signature. It was complex, a cluster of human life forces inside a shell of manufactured materials. One energy burned with a particular, sharp, clinical intensity. Focused, analytical, law, asterisk. The submarine slowed as it neared the drifting willow. It did not surface. It stopped, hovering perhaps 50 feet below the bait ship. Izuku could imagine the scene inside. Sensors pinging, crews analyzing the strange energy reading from the hold, the captain, a man with cold, patient eyes, weighing the risk. For 20 minutes, nothing changed. The Tang asterisk was a silent, metal predator inspecting potential carrion. Then, a new signature detached from the submarine. A single, smaller vessel, a diving pod or a coated lifeboat, ascended towards the surface. It contained 4 life forces. One was the sharp, clinical signature. Law was coming up for a closer look. This was the moment. Izuku signaled again. Observe only. Do not engage. Asterisk. The pod broke the surface silently, a dark, hemispherical bulge on the water 100 yards from the willow. A hatch slid open. Figures emerged, clad in dark, functional gear. One, tall and lean, stood apart, a long nodaki strapped to his back. Even at this distance, in the starlight, Izuku could see the faint, arrogant set of his shoulders. The calm assurance. Trafalgar Law stepped onto the pod's hull, his gaze sweeping the willow asterisk, then the empty sea around it. His observation haki, when it swept out, was like a scalpel, precise. Dissecting, searching for deceit. It passed over Izuku's hidden team. He forced his energy to mimic the dormant Sea Kings, a trick of biofeedback he'd been practicing. The scalpel hesitated, probed the edges of the massive creature's energy, then moved on, satisfied it was just another part of the silent ecology. Law signaled to his crew. 2 of them moved with fluid grace onto the willow asterisk. Their movements expert, silent. They were boarding. Izuku's mind raced. This was good. They were taking the bait. He needed to see what they did. What they were looking for. On the willow asterisk, the 2 Kuja warriors, following their orders, staged a panicked, silent retreat, leaping over the far side and swimming swiftly away into the dark, their escape masked by the distraction of the boarding party. Law's crew searched the ship with efficient, ruthless speed. They found the hold, the ore. One of them took samples. Another scanned the ship's log, fake, prepared by Sandersonia. They communicated with hand signals back to Law, who remained on the pod, a statue of watchful intelligence. Then, something changed. Law's head tilted. He wasn't looking at the willow asterisk anymore. He was looking directly at the patch of dark water where Izuku's team was hidden. Impossible. The camouflage was perfect, but Law wasn't using observation haki to find life. He was using it to find space. His power, the Opope no Mi, allowed him to perceive and manipulate the spatial dimensions within his room. He was feeling for irregularities in the fabric of the sea itself. The presence of a large raft, even masked by life energy, created a subtle shape asterisk in the water, a void where currents behaved differently. A slow, intrigued smile spread across Law's face, visible even in the starlight. He'd found the watchers. He raised a hand. A faint, blue-white sphere of light, translucent and vast, instantly bloomed from his position, expanding to engulf the willow asterisk, his pod, and Izuku's hidden raft. Room. The word was spoken softly, but it carried a final, godlike weight. Izuku's world shifted. The familiar sensory input of the sea, the raft, his own body, it all felt digitized. Remapped. He was inside Law's domain. He had studied the power, but theory was nothing to the reality. He felt dissected, laid bare on an invisible operating table. Law's voice cut through the silence, amplified somehow within the room. It was cool, amused. An interesting trap, flawed in its assumption that I only perceive life. Who are you, hiding in the belly of the beast? Amazon Lily doesn't usually employ such elaborate tactics. Izuku made a decision. Stealth was over. He stood up on the raft, his figure a dark silhouette against the star-dusted sea. His team rose behind him, weapons ready but not drawn. With the guardians of a quiet place, Izuku called back, his voice steady. You're poking at things that prefer to be left alone. Law's eyes, sharp even at this distance, narrowed. A man's voice. In the Kuja's waters, How curious. He seemed genuinely interested. A scientist with a new specimen. Your anomaly is clever, but crude. The energy signature is manufactured. This was a lure. For me. Why? To deliver a message, Izuku said. He took a step forward, onto the water's surface, using a minute application of one for all to spread his weight. He needed to be seen. To be the focal point. The calm belt is not just a barrier. It's a home. Your research is noted. Your continued interest would be unwise. Law chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. A warning, from a man who stands on water using an unknown energy, hiding with warriors who move like ghosts. You are full of contradictions. He tilted his head. I have no quarrel with Amazon Lily. My research is my own. But a man with secrets is a more interesting puzzle than radioactive rocks. He raised his hand, fingers splayed. Inside the room, Izuku felt a terrible, spatial wrongness. The connection between his mind and his limbs seemed to glitch. Law wasn't attacking. He was testing, trying to swap his arm with a piece of the raft, to see how his energy reacted. Izuku didn't wait. He couldn't fight spatial manipulation with brute force. He had to break the paradigm. He focused his will, not on law, but on the very concept of the room. He couldn't dispel it, but he could disrupt the surgeon's focus. He unleashed a pulse, not of power, but of pure, chaotic information. He poured every sensation he could into a burst of conqueror's haki, not to intimidate, but to overload. The searing memory of all for one, theft, the crumbling dread of Shigaraki's decay, the bone-deep exhaustion of 100 battles, the quiet sorrow of a hero's burden. It was a psychic scream of a life lived across a war-torn reality. The wave hit Law. The surgeon stumbled back a step on his pod, his cool composure cracking for a split second. His eyes widened in genuine, profound shock. It wasn't pain. It was data. A tsunami of foreign trauma, alien experience, a will that had been tempered in fires he could not comprehend. The room flickered, the precise spatial grid warping for an instant. In that instant, Izuku moved. He didn't attack Law. He pointed to the willow. Shire, now, on the raft, Shire, their best archer, had an arrow nocked. It was not a normal arrow. The tip was a capsule of the same ore, wrapped in a seastone-dusted filament. She drew and fired in one fluid motion. The arrow flew true, not at Law, but at the willow's mainmast, where the boarding crew had left their scanning equipment. Law, recovering from the psychic blast, saw the arrow. Shambles. He snapped, his hand moving to swap the arrow's position. But Izuku had anticipated this. As Law's power activated, Izuku focused his observation haki to its absolute peak, seeing the lines asterisk of spatial transfer Law was about to create. With a thought that felt like tearing muscle, he used his own energy to give the arrow a microscopic lateral shove just asterisk as the swap occurred. The math failed. Instead of swapping with a piece of driftwood, the arrow, its trajectory minutely altered, swap. D with a metal component inside asterisk one of the scanning devices on the willow. The result was not an explosion, but a catastrophic short circuit. A shower of white sparks erupted from the device, which then emitted a screeching, high-frequency feedback whine. The sound was physically painful, and more importantly, it was a massive, chaotic energy spike in the middle of the calm, ordered silence of Law's room. The room shattered. The blue-white sphere dissolved. On the pod, Law clutched his head, the sensory backlash from his own disrupted power clearly jarring. His crew on the willow asterisk shouted in confusion. Izuku stood on the water, breathing hard. The psychic blast had drained him. The precise haki manipulation had given him a splitting headache. But he had done it. He had disrupted the surgeon of death's operation. Leave, Izuku commanded, his voice carrying across the water, raw with exerted will. Take your data, take your curiosity, and remember this feeling. This is the Taz. Tea of a mystery that does not want to be solved. The next time you probe these waters, the anomaly won't be a fake. It will be your end. Law straightened, rubbing his temple. He looked at Izuku, and for the first time, the clinical curiosity was gone, replaced by a sharp, wary respect. He had come to dissect a specimen and found a virus that could infect his own logic. A warning with teeth, Law conceded, his voice tight. Very well, the calm belt holds its secrets. For now, he gestured to his crew. They abandoned the willow asterisk, returning swiftly to the pod. You are an interesting variable, Guardian. The world is shifting. Interesting variables have a habit of being drawn into the storm. With that, the pod submerged, vanishing beneath the dark water. The mechanical thrum of the polar tang asterisk began again, moving away. Deeper into paradise, leaving the staged wreck and the exhausted watchers behind. Izuku let out a long, shuddering breath. He waded back to the raft. His team looked at him with a new kind of awe. They had felt the clash of wills, seen the impossible, a man standing on water, breaking a warlord's power with a scream of pure experience. "We're done here," Izuku said, his voice hoarse. "Signal the Viper's kiss. We go home." As they rowed back to their ship, the first gray light of dawn began to bleed into the eastern sky. The mission was a success. They had identified the threat, engaged it on their terms, and delivered their message without a drop of blood spilled. They had turned a curious predator away. But Law's final words echoed in Izuku's mind. Drawn into the storm. Asterisk. He looked back at the empty sea where the surgeon had vanished. They had protected their secret today. But the outside world was a gathering tempest, and Amazon Lily, with its mysterious guardian, was no longer just a hidden eddy. It was a point on the map. And Izuku had just ensured that point would be remembered by one of the cleverest minds on the ocean. The cliffhanger was the retreating submarine, the rising sun, and the cold certainty that their victory had not made them safer, only more visible. The net had caught a glimpse of the storm, and the storm had looked back. The quiet war for secrecy was over. A louder, more dangerous game had just begun. The return to Amazon Lily was not a triumph. It was a quiet, bone-deep exhaustion. The Viper's kiss asterisk slipped back into the hidden cove as the midday sun filtered through the jungle mist, painting everything in dappled, deceptive gold. The warriors moved with the stiff, precise movements of people running on the last dregs of adrenaline. Their eyes, when they met Izuku's, held no celebration, only a sober, newfound understanding of the scale of the shadows they now danced with. He dismissed them to rest with a nod. Luna, who had been the central node for the net during the operation, met him on the dock. Her face was pale, circles under her eyes, holding the vast, fragile web of consciousness for OV. 12 hours had been a Herculean feat. He felt it, she said without preamble, her voice raspy. When you did whatever you did, the whole net shuddered. It was like a lightning strike in a quiet forest. For a moment, we all felt it, the chaos, the pain. It was you. Izuku nodded, too tired to explain the mechanics of a conqueror's haki infused with memories that weren't his to share. It worked. He's gone. For now. Luna studied him, her sharp eyes missing nothing. You look like death warmed over. Go, report to the Empress. She has been a focal point of tension since you left. He knew what she meant. He had felt it, even across the miles. The constant, low-grade hum of Hancock's anxiety, a beacon of worry in the island's psychic landscape. It had been a tether, both comforting and burdensome. He didn't go to his quarters. He went straight to the war room, expecting to find her there with her sisters. He was wrong. Sandersonia intercepted him in an outer corridor. She looked as tired as he felt. She's not in session, she said quietly. She's in the Sun Temple. Alone. She felt the disturbance in the net as well, more acutely than anyone. Her gaze was piercing. What did you do out there, Midoriya? It wasn't just a scuffle. I had a conversation, he said flatly, in a language he understood. Power and consequence. Sandersonia's lips pressed into a thin line. She felt the consequence part deeply. Go. She's waiting for you. The Sun Temple was not a place he'd been before. It was an ancient, open-air structure built on the highest peak of the palace complex. A circle of weathered sandstone pillars supporting a domed roof open to the sky. It was a place of meditation, of communion with the sun that managed to pierce the perpetual mist. It was also, symbolically, the closest place to the heavens on an island that lived in secrecy. He found her there, standing at the edge of the platform, her back to him, looking out over the endless green canopy that hid her kingdom. She was dressed not in silks or armor, but in a simple, white linen shift, her hair loose and flowing down her back like a river of ink. She looked small, stripped of all her regal trappings. She was just a woman on a high place, bearing the weight of the sky. She didn't turn as he approached. He stopped a few paces behind her, the wind at this altitude tugging at his clothes. You're back, she said. Her voice was not the voice of the Empress. It was hollow, strained. I am. And the operation was a success. Trafalgar Law took the bait, investigated, and was persuaded to leave. He will not return to the calm belt out of idle curiosity. He understands the cost now. What cost? She asked, finally turning to face him. Her face stole his breath. She was paler than the temple stone. Her eyes red-rimmed and haunted. The flawless mask was utterly shattered. In its place was raw, unguarded fear, and something worse, a dawning, horrific comprehension. The cost of prying, he said, holding her gaze. I showed him that some doors, when forced, open onto nightmares, not treasure. You showed me asterisk, she whispered, her voice breaking. When you erupted, it wasn't just power, it was a memory, 100 memories, pain, despair, a will forged in a crucible I cannot even imagine. She took a step toward him, her bare feet silent on the stone. I felt it, Izuku. Through the net, through the bond through whatever this is. I felt you tear open your soul and use the scars as a weapon. I felt the death of a city. I felt the weight of 1,000,000 hopes on one broken body. I felt your asterisk suffering. She was trembling. All this time, I thought I knew what pain was. What strength born of pain looked like. I built an empire on it. But what you carry, it is a different category of hell. And you wield asterisk it. You used your own history as a cudgel. Her eyes searched his, desperate and terrified. Who are you? What asterisk are you? Not just a traveler, a refugee from an apocalypse. There was no hiding from it now. The net, their linked observation, the sheer intensity of his empathic blast. It had backwashed through the connection she had been maintaining. She had glimpsed the truth of his origin, not in facts, but in sensation. He could lie, he could obfuscate, but looking at her, standing vulnerable and shattered in her temple, he was done with lies. I am from another world, he said, the admission quiet and final in the high, thin air. A world where powers are called quirks, not devil fruits. A world that had a symbol of peace, and then lost him. I fought in a war to save what was left. I won, and then I fell through a crack in the sky into your sea. He met her horrified gaze. The pain you felt, that was the echo of that war. The memories of people I couldn't save, of a responsibility that almost crushed me. I am Izuku Midoriya. I was the 9th holder of One for All. I was Deku, and now, I am here. The confession hung between them, immense and impossible. A truth more fantastical than any devil fruit. She stared at him, her mind visibly reeling, trying to process the cosmology-shattering reality. Another world, a different kind of power. A war that left scars on the soul. It explained everything. His strangeness, his resistance, his alien philosophy, the terrifying depth of his will. Instead of rejecting it, she did something astonishing. She believed him, perhaps because she had felt the truth in the psychic blast. Perhaps because her own life had been so impossible that another impossibility simply fit. Why? The question was a plea. Why tell me this? Why show me that? Because you asked, he said simply. And because you felt it anyway. And because, he took a step closer, closing the distance. They were now within arm's reach, the wind whipping around them. Because you deserve to know who it is you've allowed into your fortress. Who it is you trust. The word, trust, seemed to break something in her. The fear in her eyes melted, not into warmth, but into a profound, aching sorrow. A recognition. You understand, she breathed. You truly understand. Not just the brand, not just the slavery, but the after. The building of a new self on the bones of the old one. The using of the pain as a foundation. A tear, crystalline in the sunlight, traced a path down her cheek. I am not a goddess. I am a sculpture made from scar tissue. And you are a monument built from the rubble of a fallen world. It was the most poetic, devastatingly accurate description of himself he had ever heard. He didn't deny it. He just looked at her, seeing the sculpture of scar tissue, seeing its terrible, beautiful strength. We are alike, she whispered, the realization dawning with terrifying wonder. Broken things who refused to stay broken. We are, he agreed softly. And then, the last wall fell. She didn't move to embrace him. She didn't kiss him. The connection forged in shared secrecy, tested in battle, and now laid bare in mutual, horrific understanding, was beyond such simple physicality. It was a silent, seismic alignment of two fractured souls recognizing their reflection in the other's cracks. She reached out, her hand trembling, and placed her palm flat against his chest again, over his heart, as she had after the first mission. But this time, it was not a queen checking her weapon. It was a mirror seeking its echo. He felt the steady, strong beat of his heart against her hand, and through the contact, through the ragged remains of their psychic link, he felt the frantic, galloping rhythm of her own. Her eyes closed. A shudder racked her frame. She was feeling it, the proof of life, the shared rhythm of two survivors. He raised his own hand, slowly, and placed it over hers, pressing it more firmly against his chest. A reciprocal anchor. Her eyes flew open, wide with shock at the intimacy, but she didn't pull away. They stood like that on the sun-drenched peak, the rulers of a hidden kingdom and a refugee from a broken world, connected by a hand on a heart, by secrets laid bare, by a bond forged in the darkest fires of their respective pasts. The wind screamed around them, but between them was a perfect, silent stillness. Minutes passed, an eternity. Finally, her hand slid from beneath his, but she didn't step back. She looked up at him, her face still tear-streaked, but composed now with a new, unshakable certainty. The world is coming, she stated, her voice regaining some of its steel, but it was a different steel now, tempered in this shared revelation. Law was a symptom. Blackbeard is a disease. The Marines are a slow poison. We cannot hide forever. Not anymore. No, he agreed. We can't. Then we prepare, she said, and the word, we, encompassed everything, her kingdom, her sisters, him. A unit, a fused will, not just to defend, to be undeniable, to make the world understand that the flowers in the poisoned soil have grown thorns that can pierce armor. She looked out over her domain, her eyes seeing not just the beauty, but the future battlefield. Your net, your training, it is the beginning. We will make Amazon Lily not just a secret, but a fortress. And you, she looked back at him, her gaze holding his with absolute possession. You are my guardian strategist, my counterpart. We will face the storm together, not as a queen and her tool, but as, she couldn't find the word, partner, ally, something deeper, unnamed, as us, he finished for her. A faint, real smile, the first he had ever seen that held no cruelty, no calculation, touched her lips. It was a fragile, breathtaking thing. Yes, as us. She turned and walked back towards the palace, her step firm, her back straight. The Empress was returning, but she was changed. The foundation of her rule had just been reforged with a new, alien alloy. Izuku stood alone in the Sun Temple, the wind cooling the sweat on his brow. The cliffhanger was not an external threat, but the internal cataclysm that had just settled. The deepest secrets were out. The truths that could destroy them both were now shared burdens. The fragile trust had been tested in fire and had emerged not just intact, but fused into something stronger and more dangerous. They were no longer playing a game of politics and survival. They were building a future on the mutual acknowledgement of the broken, resilient pasts. The storm was coming, and they would meet it not as hidden flowers, but as twin peaks, raised from the wreckage of different worlds, standing together against the gathering dark. The aftermath of the Sun Temple was a quiet revolution. There were no proclamations, no grand speeches. The change was in the atmosphere, in the subtle currents of energy that flowed through Amazon Lily's stones and trees. Boa Hancock, the Empress, moved through her days with a new kind of focus. The brittle, defensive pride was still there, a necessary carapace for the outside world. But beneath it was a core of hardened steel, cooled in the shared confession of a truth more impossible than any myth. Izuku felt it too. The weight of his secret, carried alone for so long, was now a shared burden. It didn't feel lighter, it felt different. Distributed. It gave his presence on the island a new, grounded legitimacy. He wasn't just a useful stranger anymore. He was part of the Foundation's secret architecture. The work intensified, but its nature shifted. It was no longer just about defense. It was about projection. In the war room, the maps were annotated with new, aggressive symbols. We control this stretch of the calm belt, Hancock stated, her finger tracing a wide swath around the island. But control must be demonstrated, not just assumed. Passive observation is not enough. We need active patrols, not to engage, but to be seen by the right eyes. Pirate scouts, marine spy vessels. We need to become a known, quantified risk in their tactical equations. Sandersonia, ever the pragmatist, nodded. Deterrence through presence. But our ships are unique. The moment a Kuja vessel is spotted outside the belt, it raises questions. Then we don't use Kuja vessels, Izuku said. He had been thinking about this. We use captured ships. The winged pirates fleet is at the bottom of the sea, but there are others. We find a suitable pirate crew, aggressive, expansionist, but weak enough to crush, and we take their ships. We repurpose them, crew them with our warriors in disguise. We create a phantom fleet that operates at the fringes of the belt, a visible, threatening presence that has no traceable link back to Amazon Lily. Hancock's eyes gleamed with cold approval. A mask. We become the thing the world expects to find in dangerous waters, ruthless pirates. And if the Marines or another emperor moves to squash these pirates, they vanish, only to reappear elsewhere. A ghost fleet that guards our ghost island. It was an audacious, deceptive strategy. It played on the world's assumptions. No one would look for the reclusive, man-hating Kuja pirates masquerading as, well, regular pirates. The training adapted. Now, alongside meditation and subtle haki, Izuku began drilling the warriors in disguise, enacting, in the rough, loud manners of common pirate crews. He taught them how to slouch, how to swear with conviction, how to play cards with greedy abandon. It was bizarre, surreal, proud, disciplined Kuja warriors stumbling through performances as drunken deckhands, trying to lower their voices to crude shouts. There was resistance, confusion, but also a strange, giddy energy to it. It was another kind of warfare, a theater of deception. Luna, to everyone's surprise, was a terrible actress. Her natural and seriousness made her a comically unconvincing cutthroat. Maru, however, had a knack for it, embracing the vulgarity with a shocking, enthusiastic ease. Through it all, the bond between Izuku and Hancock deepened in silence. They no longer needed the fraught, private conferences. Their communication existed in glances across the war room, in the efficient exchange of plans, in the unspoken understanding that hummed between them like a tuned wire. He was her strategist. She was his queen. The roles were clear, but the space within them was filled with the profound, unacknowledged intimacy of the shared truth. He began spending more time in the Royal Forge, working with the island's few metalsmiths. The seastone alloy arm guards had been a revelation. He started designing other tools, thin, seastone dusted wires for garrots or tripwires, arrowheads with a core of the material for punching through devil fruit defenses, even a prototype for a compact, close-quarter weapon that could deliver a concentrated seastone shock. He was arming Amazon Lily with the specific tools to fight the kind of wars this world offered. One evening, he was in the forge, heat blasting his face as He worked on tempering a batch of the special arrowheads. The clang of hammer on metal was rhythmic, therapeutic. He didn't hear her approach. He felt her. Her presence was a cool draft in the inferno. He looked up, wiping sweat from his brow with a sooty forearm. Boa Hancock stood in the doorway, backlit by the twilight, her former silhouette of elegant curves against the orange glow of the forge. She was dressed in a simple, dark gown, her hair tied back practically. She looked like she had come from her own work. She didn't speak. She walked into the forge, ignoring the startled bow of the head smith, who quickly found somewhere else to be. She stopped before Izuku's workbench, her eyes scanning the array of deadly, ingenious tools. "You are not just a soldier," she observed, her voice low. "You are an engineer of conflict. A tool is only as good as its design," he said, setting down his hammer. "And its wielder." She picked up one of the cooled arrowheads, holding it between thumb and forefinger, examining the subtle, dull gleam of the seastone dust sealed within the steel. "You think of everything, not just the warrior, but the arrow, not just the ship, but the disguise." She set it down gently. "This phantom fleet, it is a good strategy, but it requires a commander. Someone who can think like a pirate, fight like a demon, and remember they're a Kuja warrior at their core. Someone the others will follow into that charade without hesitation." She was looking at him. "You want me to lead it," he stated. "I want you to create *it," she corrected. "To be its first captain. To set the tone, the rules, the legend. The world needs to hear whispers of a new, nameless terror on the edge of the calm belt. A captain who appears from the mist, strikes hard, and vanishes. A ghost story for pirates to tell each other in dark taverns. That story will be our shield. It was the ultimate test of his integration, of his methods. To take the warriors he had trained in silence and subtlety and turn them into the loud, brutal spectre she described. And if I'm recognized, he asked, if the world government gets a report of a green-haired man with strange energy leading this ghost fleet. Then the legend grows, she said, a hint of her old, dangerous smile returning. And it becomes a problem for someone else to solve. Let them wonder, let them fear. The more contradictions you present, the less they will believe any one story. She stepped closer, the heat of the forge making the air between them shimmer. You told me we face the storm together. This is the first cloud on the horizon. Will you stand in it with me? There was no question. I will. Good. She reached out, not for his hand, but for the heavy, leather apron he wore. She adjusted a strap near his shoulder that had come loose, her fingers brushing against the damp fabric of his tunic underneath. The touch was brief, practical, yet it burned hotter than the forge. You will have the Viper's Kiss asterisk, and your pick of the next 2 ships we capture. Choose your crew, 30 warriors, no more. You have 1 month to turn them into phantoms and to find your first target. She turned to leave, then paused. And Midoriya, yes, Empress, come back, she said, and it was not an order. It was the same plea she had given before the law mission, but now it was layered with the knowledge of who he was. Where he was from. It was a plea from one broken monument to another. The sculpture needs its counterpart. Do not get lost in the ghost story. Then she was gone, leaving him in the smoky, hot silence of the forge, the weight of a new, double-edged mission settling on his shoulders. He was to become a pirate king of shadows, a fiction to protect a truth. And she, the queen of a hidden kingdom, had just entrusted him with the first, dangerous chapter of the shared defiance. The following weeks were a whirlwind. He selected his 30, Luna, as his first mate, despite her terrible acting. For her unwavering loyalty and tactical mind, Maru, Iona, Shire, and a mix of the most adaptable warriors from the Net Project. They moved to a secluded cove on the far side of the island. A secret base within the secret kingdom. Here, the training became a performance. Izuku shed his guardian persona. He became Captain Riptide, a persona he crafted, silent, merciless, speaking only in low, graveled commands. He taught them pirate slang, not from books, but by inventing a crude patois of his own. He drilled them in boarding actions, not with Kuja precision, but with brutal, overwhelming force designed to look chaotic and savage. They practiced leaving behind calling cards, a specific, jagged cut on the mainmast, a blackened, sea-stone-dusted arrow embedded in tea. He captain's chair, the signature of their phantom. He also taught them the real strategy beneath the brutality. How to disable a ship's rudder with a single, precise strike, how to use smoke and conference. Fusion to isolate and capture the captain without a mass brawl. How to strip a vessel of its charts, its log, and any useful supplies before scuttling it with a seemingly random explosion. They became a schizophrenic unit. By day, roaring, bloodthirsty pirates during drills. By night, silent, meditative warriors honing their haki net in the jungle darkness. The cognitive dissonance was a weapon in itself. A scout ship brought the first target, the Iron Ram Asterisk, a pirate ship from a minor crew in South Blue, known for slave trading and preying on weak merchant vessels. They were scum. Perfect. Hay were currently licking their wounds at a lawless port on the very edge of paradise, a week's sail from the calm belt. The night before they sailed, Izuku stood on the cliff above their hidden cove. Looking at the 3 dark shapes of the Viper's Kiss and the 2 recently acquired, from a carefully staged confrontation with a luckless, abusive pirate crew they had lured into the belt, ships below. They were repainted, darker, with no identifiable markings. They looked like hungry sharks. He felt her before he saw her. She appeared beside him, a wraith in the moonlight. She had come alone, without announcement. Your ghosts are ready, she asked, her gaze on the ships. They are. The Iron Ram, its captain, Barrow, is a beast. He kills for sport. His crew are the dregs of the sea. Showing them mercy would be an insult to the ocean. I understand, he said. The mission parameters were clear, total annihilation. No survivors to give accurate descriptions. The Phantom's Deb. UT must be a mystery wrapped in slaughter. She was silent for a long moment. This is the path, she murmured, more to herself than to him. The path from hidden queen to feared power. It is paved with the bones of men like Barrow. I do not shy from it. She turned her head to look at him. But your code. Your fight to protect. This will not feel like protection. It will feel like execution. He met her eyes. In my world, we had a name for men like Barrow. Villains. And sometimes, protecting people meant stopping the villain. Permanently. The method is different here. The calculus is the same. He paused. I won't enjoy it, but I will do it. For the shield it builds around this place. She searched his face, looking for doubt, for hesitation. She found only grim resolve. The hero who had saved a world was adaptable. He understood necessary evil. She reached into the folds of her cloak and pulled out a small, flat object. It was a mask, not a full face covering, but a half mask of polished, dark wood. Carved with the subtle, swirling pattern of a serpent's scale. It would cover his eyes and the upper half of his face, leaving his mouth and jaw exposed. A captain should have a face, she said, offering it to him. Even a ghost captain. This one is fitting. He took it. The wood was smooth, cool. It was a work of art, and a tool of anonymity. Thank you. Do not thank me, she said, her voice dropping. Just return, with your legend born, and your soul intact. She hesitated, then, in a movement so swift he almost missed it, she leaned in and pressed her lips to his cheek. Just beside the edge where the mask would sit. The kiss was not soft. It was firm, possessive, a brand of her will. It burned with the heat of the forge and the cold of the deep sea. Before he could react, she was gone, melting back into the jungle night, leaving behind the scent of her and the phantom kiss on his skin. He stood alone on the cliff, the wooden mask in his hand, the taste of salt and her promise on the air. The cliffhanger was the dark ships in the cove, the mask that would hide his eyes, and the searing memory of a kiss that was not an act of love, but of claiming. He was sailing out to become a monster in a story, to protect the truth of a woman who had just marked him as hers. The line between guardian and weapon, between partner and possession, had just been blurred by her lips. The storm was no longer on the horizon. He was sailing directly into its heart, wearing her face. The phantom fleet cut through the night like 3 blades of polished darkness. The Viper's Kiss *, flanked by the repainted, nameless brigs now called Wraith * and Shade *, moved under oar power alone, their sails tightly furled. The only sounds were the rhythmic, hushed pee of the oars and the quiet creak of seasoned timber. They were a funeral procession for men who didn't yet know they were dead. Izuku stood on the foredeck of the Kiss *, the wooden serpent mask cool against his skin. He was Captain Riptide. The persona was a shell, an emptiness he filled with a cold, focused intent. He had spent the voyage in near silence, speaking only in terse, growled commands. His chosen 30 moved around him with a similar, eerie quiet, the usual Kuja grace subdued into a predatory, efficient lethality. They wore mismatched, dark clothes scavenged from the previous captures, faces smudged with soot and grime. They looked like ghosts who had forgotten they were ever alive. Luna, as his first mate, stood beside him, her own face obscured by a simple black cloth. She had embraced the silence. Her usual analytical mind now turned entirely to the mission. She pointed a gloved hand towards a faint, smudged glow on the horizon. Smuggler's Cove. The Iron Ram is the largest ship in the anchorage. Scout's report confirms it. 5 smaller vessels are present. Merchant types, likely dealing with Barrow. Izuku nodded. The plan was simple, brutal. They will enter the cove under cover of the deep night, just before the change of the watch when sentries were at their weariest. The Wraith * and Shade * would hang back, blocking the mouth of the cove, cutting off escape. The Kiss *, smallest and quietest, would glide directly alongside the Iron Ram. A swift, violent boarding. No calls for surrender, no warnings. The goal was utter, shocking annihilation. They would kill Barrow and his officers first, sow chaos, then systematically clear the ship. They would take the logbook, any charts, any valuables that were easily portable, then scuttle the hour. And with the captive merchant crews as terrified, unreliable witnesses to a massacre by an unknown foe. It was butchery. It was the script Hancock had demanded for their Phantom's debut. As they slid into the shadow of the cove's cliffs, the air changed. The clean salt smell was fouled by the stench of unwashed bodies, spilled liquor, and rotting fish. Laughter, raucous and cruel, echoed from the decks of the ships, along with the faint sobs of captives. The iron ram asterisk was a hulking beast of a ship, its sides scarred and stained, its figurehead a rusted battering ram. Izuku felt the familiar, cold focus of a hero facing a villain settle over him. The context was alien, the rules barbaric, but the core truth was the same. These were predators who preyed on the helpless. He pushed aside a NY thought of the morality of their method. This was the world's language now. He would speak it fluently. The kiss asterisk ghosted alongside the ram's asterisk towering hull, the bump of contact muffled by hung fenders. Grappling hooks, wrapped in cloth, flew up and caught on the railing with soft asterisk thunks. Izuku went first. He didn't climb. He flowed asterisk up the line, a shadow detached from the night. He landed on the deck as silent as a falling leaf. A sentry nearby, a man with a bottle in his hand, turned, his eyes widening. Before a sound could escape his throat, Izuku was on him. Not with a flashy smash, but with a brutal, efficient snap of the neck. The man crumpled. Behind him, his Kuja warriors swarmed over the rail. They did not fight with the customary elegant strikes. They fought like each brawlers infused with supernatural grace and power. Maru drove a stolen cutlass through a pirate's chest with a guttural roar. Iona used a boarding pike to sweep a man's legs and crush his throat with her boot. They were violent, messy, and horrifyingly effective. The alarm was raised too late. A drunken pirate stumbled out of the forecastle, saw the carnage, and let out a bleating cry. Both chaos, but a contained chaos. Izuku moved through it like the eye of a hurricane. His observation haki painted the ship in stark relief. He felt the clustered, terrified energies of the captives below decks. He felt the scattered, panicking crew, and he felt one massive, furious furnace of malice erupting from the captain's quarters at the stern, Barrow. The door to the quarters exploded outward, splintering off its hinges. Barrow emerged. He was a giant of a man, a mountain of muscle and scar tissue, wearing a vest of stitched-together pelts. In one hand he held a massive, crude axe. His eyes, small and piggish, blazed with a dumb, animal rage. "Who dares?" he bellowed, his voice shaking the deck. Izuku didn't answer. He walked towards him. Around them, the slaughter continued. The Kuja warriors worked in pairs, cutting down the disorganized pirates with ruthless efficiency. The deck was becoming slick with blood and silence. Barrow charged, his axe swinging in a decapitating arc. It was pure, brute strength, without skill or haki. To the warriors of Amazon Lily, it was laughable. Izuku didn't dodge. He stepped inside the swing. He caught Barrow's wrist with one hand, the force of the blow jarring up his arm but not breaking his grip. With his other hand, sheathed in the seastone alloy guard, he drove a fist into the giant's solar plexus. The effect was immediate and grotesque. Barrow's eyes bulged. A wet, wheezing gasp exploded from his lips. The seastone disrupted not a devil fruit, but the simple neural signals to his diaphragm. He stumbled back, gagging, his mighty axe falling from nerveless fingers. Izuku didn't let up. This was an execution, not a duel. He moved in, a blur of controlled violence. A kick shattered Barrow's knee. A chop to the throat crushed his windpipe. The giant pirate fell to his knees, clutching his neck, making horrible, sucking sounds. Izuku stood over him, looking down through the eye slits of the serpent mask. He felt nothing. No rage, no pity, just a cold, procedural finality. He drew the short sword at his hip, a plain, brutal thing. He placed the tip against Barrow's heaving chest, over his heart. "For the ones in the dark below," Izuku said, his voice a graveled whisper that only the dying man could hear. He leaned forward, putting his weight behind it. The blade slid in with a soft, wet sound. Barrow jerked, then went still, his massive body slumping to the blood-soaked deck. Around him, the fighting had stopped. The last of Barrow's crew were dead or dying. The Kuja warriors stood panting amidst the carnage, their borrowed clothes spattered with gore, their eyes wide behind the disguises. They had done it. They had become the monsters they were pretending to be. "Luna," Izuku said, his voice back to its usual tone. Cutting through the shock, the logbook, the charts, Iona, Shire, searched the captain's quarters for anything of value. "Maru, take 5 and secure the prisoners below." Tell them if they make a sound. They share this deck. They moved, the commands snapping them out of the daze. The operation resumed, transitioning from slaughter to looting with chilling efficiency. Izuku W. Alped to the railing and looked out over the cove. The other pirate ships were dark, silent. The merchant vessels were trembling, their crews no doubt peeking through portholes, witnessing the birth of a new nightmare. He saw the Wraith * and Shade * holding position at the cove's mouth, black cutouts against the starry sky. Luna returned, holding a thick, grease-stained logbook and a rolled chart. It's done. Barrow had a small chest of berries and some gemstones. Worthless trinkets otherwise. Take the money. Leave the rest. He took the logbook and chart. Prepare the charges. We scuttle the ram * in 5 minutes. Signal the other ships to withdraw. As his warriors set the explosive charges in the ram's * hull, Izuku stood over Barrow's body. He pulled the black-fletched, sea-stone-tipped arrow from his own quiver. He drove it into the wooden deck beside the dead captain's head, their calling card. The Phantom's mark. They retreated back to the kiss *, cutting the grapples. As they rowed away, a series of muffled thumps * echoed from the bowels of the iron ram. Flames began to lick up from its hatches. Within minutes, it was a roaring pyre, lighting up the entire cove in a hellish orange glow. The other ships cast in stark, terrified relief. The Phantom fleet turned and vanished back into the dark sea, leaving behind a burning wreck, a deck full of corpses, a hold of traumatized witnesses, and a mystery. On the return voyage, the mood aboard the kiss * was somber. The warriors cleaned their weapons and themselves in silence. The adrenaline had faded, leaving the cold residue of what they had done. They had crossed a line. They had not just defended, they had invaded. They had not just killed, they had massacred. Izuku remained in his cabin, the serpent mask on the table before him. He stared at it, seeing not wood, but the reflection of the flames on the water, the blank stare in Barrow's dead eyes. He had done what was necessary. He had built the first layer of the legend. But the taste in his mouth was ash and blood. A soft knock. Luna entered without waiting. She had washed her face, but her eyes were shadowed. The crew, she said quietly. They are unsettled. They performed flawlessly, but it does not feel like a victory. It wasn't a victory, Izuku said, his voice tired. It was a transaction. We traded our innocence for their fear. That's the currency Hancock needs right now. Luna was silent for a moment. Do you believe that it was necessary? He looked up at her. Do you? She met his gaze, her Kuja pride warring with the new, ugly knowledge. I believe the Empresses will. And I believe in the path you have shown us, to be stronger, smarter. Tonight was neither. It was just brutal. Sometimes brutality is the only language bullies understand, he said, echoing a lesson from a different life. We spoke it loudly. The message will be received. He stood. Tell the crew they did what was asked of them. They protected Amazon Lily by becoming the thing its enemies will now fear. That is a different kind of strength. A harder kind. They should be proud of the discipline, if not the deeds. Luna nodded, not entirely convinced, but accepting the logic. She left him alone with the mask and the memory of fire. When they slipped back into the hidden cove of Amazon Lily 2 days later, the dawn was just breaking. The familiar mists welcomed them, but they felt like strangers returning home, their clothes still smelling of smoke and death. Hancock was waiting on the dock, not with a retinue, alone. She was dressed in a severe gray gown, her expression unreadable. She watched as the weary warriors filed off the ships, their eyes avoiding hers. Izuku was the last off. He walked down the gangplank, the logbook and chart under his arm, the serpent mask in his hand. He stopped before her. For a long moment, she said nothing. Her dark eyes took in every detail, the weariness in his posture, the faint, unwashed smear of soot on his jaw, the cold emptiness in his green eyes that hadn't been there before. Report, she said, her voice flat. Mission accomplished. The Iron Ram * and its crew are destroyed. No survivors from their number. Merchant witnesses left alive. Logbook and charts recovered. Our signature left behind. He held out the book and chart. She didn't take them. And your crew, unsettled, but intact. They performed perfectly. And you, he met her gaze. The job is done. A flicker of something, pain, understanding, satisfaction, crossed her face. She finally took the proffered items. The first whisper of the phantom is now loose upon the sea. It will grow. You have done well, Captain Riptide. The use of the alias was a deliberate re-establishment of distance, of roles. The man who had kissed his cheek was gone, replaced by the Empress assessing her weapon's first blooding. Dismiss your crew to rest, she said. You will debrief with Sandersonia in 6 hours. We will analyze the intelligence you brought. He nodded, bowing his head slightly. As he turned to go, her voice stopped him, softer now. Izuku. He looked back. Her mask had slipped again, just for him. The Empress's eyes were filled with a complex storm. Gratitude, guilt, and a fierce, protective pride. The sculpture remains, she whispered. The counterpart is needed. Go, rest. You smell of fire. He walked away, up the path from the cove, the weight of the phantom's deeds settling into his bones. The cliffhanger was not the successful mission, but its cost. He had traded a piece of his hero's soul for a layer of her kingdom's security. The bond between them, forged in shared secret and understanding, was now also welded in shared sin. They were collaborators in a necessary darkness, and as he disappeared into the cleansing mist, he knew the fire he smelled was not just that of the Iron Ram asterisk, but of the bridge he had burned behind himself. The Guardian had become a reaper, and the Queen who had sent him knew exactly what she had asked him to harvest. The intelligence from the Iron Ram asterisk was a treasure map to the underworld. Sandersonia spread the logbook and charts across the war room table, her fingers tracing routes, notations, coded entries with the precision of a cryptographer. The Ram asterisk had not just been a slaver, it had been a courier for information. Moving between disreputable ports and shadowy brokers. Barrow was a brute, but he was a well-connected brute, Sandersonia murmured, her eyes sharp. His logs mentioned drop-offs and pick-ups at 7 different islands in Paradise. Payments are noted with code names. Gull, Squid, Anchor. This is a network, a small one, but a network nonetheless. Hancock stood at the head of the table, her arms crossed, her gaze distant. A network we have just decapitated. The Phantom's first act was to sever a limb of the beast. Good, but the body will twitch. These gulls and squids will wonder what happened. They will investigate. Quote, which gives us an opportunity, Izuku said. He was clean, dressed in his simple guardian's clothes, but the hollow feeling from the mission lingered. He focused on the puzzle, the strategy. To keep the memory of the slaughter at bay. We don't just disappear, we become a vortex. We use the Phantom to pull these threads, see what unravels. Who comes looking for Barrow? What do they value? Sandersonia looked up, intrigued. You propose we don't just defend. We provoke. Controlled provocation, Izuku corrected. We have the Phantom's identity. Unknown, ruthless. Operating near the calm belt. We have the Ram's asterisk schedule. We know where Barrow was supposed to make his next delivery. To a place called Crow's Nest, an uncharted rockpile south of here. He pointed to a mark on the chart. We intercept that meeting. We take whatever is being delivered. We see who shows up to collect. We learn. Hancock's lips curved into a slow, dangerous smile. It was the smile of a spider watching a new fly stumble into her parlor. We turn their own machinery against them. The Phantom becomes a thief, a disruptor. Not just a mindless killer. It becomes a puzzle they cannot ignore. Drawing their eyes away from the center of the web, away from us. The plan was set. The Phantom fleet would sail again, not to a slaughter, but to an ambush. The target, a rendezvous between Barrow's unknown contact and a third party. The goal, intelligence, disruption, and the further embellishment of the Ghost Captain's legend. The crew for this mission was smaller, more specialized. 15 warriors, chosen for stealth and restraint. The objective was capture and interrogation, not annihilation. Izuku selected Luna, Maru, and a dozen others who had shown the Ost control during the butchery at Smuggler's Cove. They needed to be surgeons this time, not butchers. 2 nights before the scheduled rendezvous, as the final preparations were being made, Izuku found himself in the palace archives. A dusty annex to the Great Library. He was searching for any historical records of the Crow's Nest, any old sailors' tales that might give them an edge. The air as thick with the smell of vellum and slow decay. He didn't hear her enter. He felt the shift in the air, the familiar, now comforting pressure of her presence. He turned from the shelf of crumbling scrolls. Boa Hancock stood in the archway, a single oil lamp in her hand casting long, dancing shadows. She was dressed for the night, in a robe of deep blue silk, her hair loose. She looked like a librarian from a dream, if librarians had eyes that could petrify armies. You seek ghosts in ghosts' words, she said, her voice a low murmur in the quiet. Trying to understand the ground, he replied. Crow's Nest isn't on any official map. It's a place that exists only in the logs of men like Barrow. That makes it dangerous. She stepped into the room, the lamplight gliding over the contours of her face. She stopped before him, setting the lamp on a nearby desk. The circle of light enclosed them in a private, intimate world of dust and secrets. You have been quiet since your return, she observed, her dark eyes studying him. The phantom weighs on you. It's a role, he said, not denying it. A necessary one. But it's not who I am. Who are you, Izuku Midoriya? She asked, and it was not the question of an empress, but of the woman from the Sun Temple, the one who had seen his scars. When you are not the guardian, or the strategist, or the captain of phantoms, who remains? The question, in the hushed archive, felt monumental. He had been so many things for so long. Deku, the successor, the symbol, the castaway, the tool, the weapon. The core of him, the boy who wanted to save people, felt buried under layers of duty and adaptation. I'm someone who believes in protecting the innocent, he said finally, the simplest, truest answer he had. Even if the method gets corrupted by the world. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. A noble core, one I have spent a lifetime pretending I do not possess. She reached out, not to touch him, but to trace a line in the dust on the desk between them. This phantom, it is my creation, my demand. The blood is on my hands, not just yours. Do not carry it alone in the silence between us. The admission was a gift, an absolution. She was acknowledging the darkness they were co-authoring. The silence isn't about blame, he said. It's about compartmentalization. To do what needs to be done, I have to put that part of myself away. The part that hesitates. The part that saw a villain in every enemy, but also a person. It's easier if that part is quiet. And is it quiet? Her gaze was piercing. No, he admitted. It screams. It just doesn't get a vote right now. She was silent for a long moment, her eyes tracing the lines of fatigue and resolve on his face. When I was first brought to Amazon Lily, she began. Her voice so soft it was almost lost in the dust. After the horror, I built a room in my mind. A beautiful, silent room with no windows. I put the girl who had been branded, who had been hurt, in that room. I locked the door, and I became Boa Hancock, the invulnerable. For years, I believed she was gone. But she wasn't. She was just quiet. Until you came. You picked the lock without even trying. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening in the lamplight. Do not make a room for your hero, Izuku. Do not lock him away. Let him watch. Let him judge. Let him scream. A weapon with a cons. Science is far more dangerous than a mindless tool. It can choose when to strike, and when to stay its hand. That is the power I need. Not a phantom, but a guardian who has seen the dark and chooses the light anyway. Her words washed over him, a balm and a challenge. She was not asking him to become a monster for her. She was asking him to remain a man, a good man, even while doing monstrous things. It was a harder path, a more honest one. You ask for a paradox, he said. I rule a paradox, she replied, a flicker of her old pride returning. A kingdom of warriors built by slaves. A warlord who despises the government she serves. I live in the space between contradictions. So can you. He looked at her, truly looked at her, in the pool of lamplight. The Empress, the survivor, the woman offering not just a mission, but a philosophy for surviving it. The connection between them, always there, now felt like a shared path through a moral labyrinth. For the next mission, he said, the objective is capture. Intelligence. We're not going to kill unless we have to. She nodded. A surgeon, not a butcher. Good. Let the phantom be versatile. Let it be unpredictable. She picked up the lamp, preparing to leave. As she passed him, she paused. Her free hand rose, and this time, it did not hesitate. She cupped the side of his face, her palm cool against his skin. The touch was not possessive, not this time. It was grounding, an anchor. Come back from Crow's Nest, she said, her thumb brushing his cheekbone once, a shock of tenderness in the dusty dark. "And bring your hero with you. I have need of him." Then she was gone, leaving him in the sudden, profound darkness, the ghost of her touch burning on his skin, her words echoing in the silent archive. The cliffhanger was not the coming mission, but the internal shift she had just commanded. She had forbidden him from locking away his core self. She wanted the weapon and the conscience, the phantom and the guardian, the contradiction, and in doing so, she had tied him to her not with chains of command or shared sin, but with a shared, impossible integrity. He was to walk into the dark, not as a monster, but as a man holding a monster's leash. The path ahead was more perilous, and more true, than ever. Crow's Nest was less an island and more a jagged wound in the ocean, a cluster of sheer, black basalt pillars thrusting from the sea like broken teeth. Wreathed in perpetual, chilly fog, the currents here were treacherous, swirling in silent, deadly vortices that could crush a ship's hull against the stone. It was a place for secrets, for meetings that required no witnesses. The Viper's Kiss * lay shrouded in the mist a mile to the east, its presence masked by the natural gloom and the focused, dampening effect of its crew's collective haki. Izuku, with Luna and Maru, had taken a small, silent rowboat to the largest of the pillars. They wore dark, water-slick gear, their faces blackened. No masks this time. This was a different kind of ghost work. They scaled the slick rock using piton and sheer strength, finding a narrow ledge 50 feet above the surging water that gave a view of the designate. The meeting cove, a sliver of violent water between two towering spires. According to Barrow's log, the exchange was to happen at high tide, when the cove was marginally more accessible. The tide was turning. Izuku perched on the ledge, his body still, his observation haki a fine mesh net cast over the cove and the surrounding sea. Luna and Maru flanked him, their breathing synchronized, their own haki contributing to the net. They were listening, feeling. For an hour, there was nothing but the groan of the sea against rock and the cry of distant, lonely seabirds. Then, Izuku felt it, a vibration through the water. A ship, moving cautiously, its engine muffled. Not a large one, a sloop, perhaps. Its energy signature was cautious, professional, without the chaotic brutality of Barrow's crew. This was the contact. The ship, a nondescript grey sloop with no flag, nosed into the cove with expert seamanship, anchoring precariously in the turbulent water. 3 figures disembarked into a small, lure boat and rowed to a flat rock at the cove's edge. They carried a sealed, metal strongbox. Minutes later, a second vibration. This one was stranger. Not a mechanical engine, but a powerful, rhythmic thrumming asterisk. Like a massive heartbeat, a shape moved through the fog, a living ship, coated in bubble resin, looking like a grotesque, bloated manta ray. A fish-man ship. It settled on the surface nearby, and a gangplank extended. A figure walked down. He was a fish-man, tall and powerfully built, with the features of a hammerhead shark. He wore the uniform of our underworld broker, expensive but practical. 2 heavily armed fish-man bodyguards flanked him. The buyer, Izuku whispered. A fish-man gang. That explained the location. Easily accessible to an underwater vessel, impossible for most surface ships. This network had reach. On the rock, the exchange began. Words were spoken, too far to hear, but the intent was clear. The strongbox was opened, revealing rows of glittering, raw sea stone crystals, a fortune in the right hands, and a strategic nightmare if it fell into the grasp of a powerful pirate crew or a rogue marine faction. The fishman inspected them, nodded, and gestured. One of his bodyguards brought forward a chest of what was presumably berries. This was the moment. Izuku gave a hand signal. From the mist on the opposite pillar, Shire, their best archer, loosed a single, black-fletched arrow. It didn't aim for a person. It struck the strongbox on the rock with a clang asterisk, the tip shattering a vial of potent, fast-acting sleeping gas concealed within the shaft. A pale green cloud erupted, enveloping the 3 human couriers and the 2 nearest fishman bodyguards. They crumpled without a sound. The hammerhead fishman captain reacted with preternatural speed, leaping back from the gas. His gills flaring. Ambush! He roared, his voice a deep, watery gurgle. Izuku moved. He leaped from the ledge, using a minute burst of 1-for-all to control his descent. He landed on the rock between the stunned couriers and the furious fishman, the impact sending a spiderweb of cracks through the basalt. The transaction is concluded, Izuku stated, his voice carrying over the roar of the sea. By new management, leave the sea stone and the money. Take your men and go. The fishman's eyes, positioned on the sides of his hammer-shaped head, took in Izuku, the hidden archer, the implied threat. He bared rows of needle-like teeth. You dare interfere with the dealings of the Blue Charon. You are a dead man, surface dweller. He didn't wait. He moved the shocking speed and power of his race, closing the distance in a blur. A massive fist, webbed and hard as stone, shot toward Izuku's head. This was no barrow. This was a trained, seasoned fighter, likely with fishman karate mastery. Izuku didn't block. He redirected, using the Aikido-like principles he'd been teaching, flowing with the force. He guided the fist past him, stepping inside the fishman's guard. He drove a sea stone-laced knuckle into the sensitive gill slit on the giant's side. The fishman gasped, a wet, pained sound, stumbling back. The sea stone didn't nullify a devil fruit, but it was an agonizing irritant to their biology, disrupting their electrolytic balance. I said leave, Izuku repeated, his voice cold. The fishman snarled, but his eyes darted to his unconscious men. To the mist where more archers could be hidden. He was a broker, not a suicide fighter. The calculation was swift. This is not over, he hissed. The blue chain will remember this face. They'll remember a ghost, Izuku corrected. Now, go. With a final, hate-filled glare, the fishman captain barked an order. His crew on the living ship helped haul the unconscious bodyguards aboard. The ship submerged, vanishing into the dark water with a final, angry thrum. On the rock, Izuku turned to the strongbox of sea stone and the chest of berries. A total success. No lives taken. Maximum disruption. Intelligence gained. The Phantom had just pulled a thread on a much larger, wetter tapestry. Luna, Maru, secure the goods, he said, his adrenaline subsiding. Get the couriers tied up. We'll take them for questioning. As his team moved, Izuku scanned the cove with his haki. The human sloop was still there, its crew likely terrified and confused. The fishman ship was gone. But then, he felt something else. A new presence. Not in the water. Above. He looked up. Perched on a higher, needle-like spire, shrouded in the very peak of the fog, was a figure. A man. He was leaning casually against the rock, one leg drawn up, watching the scene below with an expression of detached, analytical interest. He wore a long, dark coat and a strange, spotted hat. Even from this distance, Izuku could feel the intensity of his observation haki, a focused, all-seeing pressure that dwarfed even Law's clinical probe. This man hadn't just arrived. He'd been there, watching everything. Their eyes met across the dizzying gap. The man smiled. It was a knowing, slightly amused smile. Then, he raised a hand in a casual, two-fingered salute. Before Izuku could react, the man simply stepped backward off the spire. He didn't fall. He vanished into the fog, his presence winking out of Izuku's sensory range as if he'd never existed. A cold that had nothing to do with the sea washed over Izuku. That haki, that presence, it was on a level he had only felt once before, in the overwhelming malice of All for One. But this was different, lighter, curious, and infinitely more dangerous. Captain, Luna's voice broke his trance. She was staring at him, concerned. What is it? We're not alone, Izuku said quietly, his gaze still fixed on the empty spire. And we were just being graded. They secured the loot and the prisoners with frantic speed. The atmosphere had changed. The clean success now felt tainted, observed. They rode back to the Viper's Kiss * in a silence thick with new dread. The interrogation of the couriers back on Amazon Lily yielded little. They were low-level hired hands, knowing only that they worked for a middleman known as the accountant. They'd been paid to deliver the sea stone to the fishman broker at Crow's Nest. The name, Blue Chain, meant nothing to Sandersonia's intelligence network, which was alarming in itself. But it was the description of the observer that truly shook the war room. Izuku described the man on the spire, the coat, the hat, the overwhelming, serene pressure of his haki. Hancock's face, which had been pleased with the mission's results, turned to ash. A spotted hat, Sandersonia breathed, her voice hollow. He wears a spotted hat. You know him, Izuku said. Hancock slowly sank into her throne, her reg. Al's composure crumbling into something akin to terror. It was the same terror she'd shown when he'd mentioned the brand, but magnified. This was an external asterisk terror, one she knew by name. Drake, she whispered, or so one of his names goes. He is an observer, a chronicler, a man who goes where history twists, and watches. He has been seen at the birth of empires and at the graves. He speaks to giants and kings as equals. His power is not something one fights. It is something one survives. She looked at Izuku, her eyes wide. You said he was grading *U. That's what it felt like, Izuku said. The memory of that smile chilling him. Like we were an experiment. An interesting specimen. Then the Phantom is no longer just a local legend, Sandersonia said, her voice grim. If he has taken note, then the eyes of the very pinnacle of this world are upon us. Not the world government, not the emperors, something above. The victory at Crow's Nest was now a pyre that had lit a beacon they never meant to ignite. They had drawn the attention of a force that treated empires as passing curiosities. Hancock stood, her fists clenched at her sides, her knuckles white. The fear was still there, but it was being forged back into resolve. Then we cease to be a phantom, she declared, her voice gaining strength. A phantom is a story for children. If we are to be observed by him then we must become a fact. Our undeniable, unignorable fact. The ghost fleet becomes a real fleet. The hidden kingdom becomes a fortress that cannot be looked past. She turned her burning gaze to Izuku. Your net, your training, it must accelerate. We must be ready, not for an inspection, or a pirate gang. We must be ready for the moment the watcher decides to stop watching, and steps onto the stage. The cliffhanger was no longer a ship or a secret, but a man on a spire. A single, casual observer had just rewritten the entire scale of their struggle. The game with the world government, dance with the emperors, it was all small theater. They had just been noticed by something that viewed the world's great powers as pieces on a board. And Izuku Midoriya, the guardian from another world, had met its gaze. The path forward was no longer about building a shield, but about forging a blade sharp enough to make a god blink. The air in Amazon Lily turned to glass. The success at Crow's Nest was a hushed, bitter thing. The seized seastone, a fortune in strategic material, was locked in the deepest vault. The captured berries were added to the treasury, but these were ashes in their mouths. The Phantom's elegant, bloodless victory had been witnessed by an audience they never intended. The name, Drake, hung over the war room, a specter more tangible than any ghost fleet. Nia's spies found only fragments. A sighting during the fall of a kingdom in the West Blue, a whisper at the edges of the God Valley incident, a silhouette watching the siege of Marineford from an impossible distance. He was a rumor given weight by Hancock's palpable fear. A man who existed in the margins of history, writing notes in a ledger only he could read. Hancock's response was a silent, furious metamorphosis. The playful theater of the Phantom Fleet was over. The training Izuku oversaw lost its last vestige of play acting. It became pure, distilled warfare. The net of observation haki was drilled into a relentless, seamless dome. Warriors practiced maintaining it while sparring, while running complex obstacle courses, while being subjected to sensory bombardment. The goal was to make the net an unconscious, permanent extension of their being, as natural as breathing. Izuku pushed them harder than ever. He incorporated advanced armament haki drills, using the seastone deposits as training tools, striking them. Feeling the way their energy repelled and disrupted, learning to push their own haki through that resistance. It was painful, frustrating work, but the image of the man on the spire, of the Empress's terror, was a motivator more powerful than any threat. He himself trained in isolation, in a sealed grove deep in the jungle. He wasn't just refining one-for-all synergy with haki. He was dissecting the feeling of Drake's gaze. That overwhelming, serene pressure. It wasn't hostile. It was absolute. It made Law's room feel like a child's puzzle. Izuku began to experiment with his own conqueror's haki, not as a blast of wool, but as a focused, dense field, a personal gravity he could wield. He imagined it as a cloak, a fortress for his spirit. He made little progress. The gap felt astronomical. His interactions with Hancock were now stripped to their essential core. They met in the war room, discussed logistics, security, training schedules. The personnel space they had carved in the gardens and archives was gone, walled off by the new, existential threat. Yet, the absence of those moments spoke louder than any confession. The silence between them was no longer charged with unspoken intimacy, but with a shared, grim focus. They were two generals preparing a fortress for a siege by something they couldn't define. A week after Crow's Nest, a storm rolled over the calm belt, a true, tempestuous fury that broke the eerie stillness with howling winds and lashing rain. It was a natural phenomenon, but in the heightened state of the island, it felt like an omen. In the heart of the storm, deep in the roaring night, the alarm came. It was not a sound from the sentries. It was a pulse through the net. Izuku was in his quarters, reviewing training manifests, when the entire, carefully woven web of awareness screamed. It wasn't the focused probe of law or the distant curiosity of Drake. It was a violation, a raw, psychic scrape asterisk against the dome of the collective observation haki, like a claw dragged down a blackboard of the soul. He was on his feet and out the door in an instant. He didn't run towards the palace or the walls. He ran to the Sun Temple, the highest point. The rain was a horizontal blast, soaking him to the skin in seconds. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating the frantic, organized chaos below as warriors scrambled to defensive positions. He reached the open platform. Hancock was already there, Sandersonia and Marigold at her sides. They were drenched, their hair plastered to their faces, staring out into the storm-whipped darkness over the sea. What was it? Izuku shouted over the gale. Hancock didn't look at him. Her eyes were wide, her haki flaring like a storm lantern. An intrusion, something, broke the surface of the net. Not through stealth, through sheer presence. It's out there. He cast his own haki out, merging with the ragged, shocked remains of the net. The warriors were scared, their focus frayed. He pushed calm, discipline, a steadying pulse through the connection. Reform, hold, sense, asterisk. And then, he felt it. A presence on the water. Not a ship. A single, walking point of consciousness. It was moving across the raging surface of the calm belt, against the wind, against the waves, as if strolling on a placid lake. Its energy signature was a paradox, a void that consumed sensation, yet radiated a pressure that bent the storm around it. It felt familiar, the same essence as the sea stone, but animated, conscious, and infinitely more vast. By the gods, Sandersonia whispered, her voice trembling. A flash of lightning lit the world in blinding white. And there, a quarter-mile out, standing on the churning water as if it was solid ground, was a figure. It was a man, tall, impossibly slender, dressed in a simple, dark robe that did not flutter in the hurricane-force wind. His hair was long and white, plastered to his skull by the rain. His face was gaunt, aristocratic, and utterly empty of expression. In his hand, he held a long, straight staff of pure, black stone. He was looking directly at the Sun Temple. Directly at them. Kizaru, Marigold breathed, but her tone was wrong. This was no Marine Admiral. No, Hancock said, her voice a ghost. Worse, the figure took another step forward. With each step, the raging sea beneath his feet, stilled. Not calmed, died. The water lost its vitality, becoming flat, inert, like a sheet of lead. He was walking on a path of nullification. He is a sentinel, Hancock said, the words ripped from her by the wind. Of the empty throne, a direct instrument of the celestial dragon's will. They are myths, stories used to keep the warlords in line. I never believed. The sentinel stopped, now only a few 100 yards from the island's outer cliffs. He raised his free hand, palm outward, towards the island. Nothing dramatic happened. No beam of light, no explosion. But the net, the carefully constructed, miles-wide dome of observation haki, shattered. It wasn't broken by force. It was unmade. Where his palm pointed, the vibrant, interconnected web of consciousness simply ceased to exist. A perfect, silent circle of nothingness punched through the defense. The warriors stationed at those nodes didn't cry out. They dropped, unconscious, their minds abruptly, violently severed from the whole. Izuku felt the backlash like a physical blow to his own psyche. He staggered. The sentinel's empty eyes scanned the island, as if taking inventory. Then they settled, once more, on the temple. On Hancock. His staff pointed, not at her, at the palace behind her. A single, thin line of absolute blackness, thinner than a hair, shot from the tip of the staff. It moved without sound, without heat. It passed through the raging rain, through the stone of a watchtower on the palace's eastern wing. The tower did not explode. It disintegrated. A perfect, cylindrical section of it, from top to foundation, simply vanished. Erased from existence. The rain fell through the new hole. The structure above groaned and collapsed in a roar of stone that was swallowed by the storm. It was a demonstration, a display of precision and power so far beyond anything they had conceived that it bordered on the divine. This was not a power to fight armies. This was a power to edit reality. The sentinel lowered his staff. He stood on his circle of Dead Sea, waiting. The message was clear. You have been measured. You have been found to have overreached. This is your only warning. Asterisk. Then, he turned. He walked back the way he came. His path of dead water fading behind him, the storm rushing back in to fill the void. In 3 steps, he was gone, his presence winking out of their senses, leaving only the howling wind, the crashing rain, the ruined tower, and the shattered net. For a long moment, no one on the temple platform moved. The storm raged around them, but it felt like a petty noise after the silence of that erasure. Hancock slowly turned to look at Izuku. Rain streamed down her face like tears, but her eyes were dry, burning with a new, cold fire. The terror was gone, burned away by a furious, hopeless defiance. You see, she said, her voice eerily calm amidst the tempest. This is the world. This is the true power that holds the leash. Not Bastille. Not the Marines. This. Asterisk, a man who can unmake a fortress with a thought. A sentinel for masters who see us as ants painting on their lawn. She stepped towards him, close enough that he could see the frantic pulse in her throat. Smell the ozone and her fear on the rain. Your net, your training, your phantom fleet. It is all sandcastles. And the tide is not just rising. It is sentient, and it has been told to wipe us clean. She looked past him, at her ruined palace, at her unconscious warriors being carried from the cliffs. Drake was the watcher. This was the hand that brands, the hand that erases. Her gaze snapped back to him, desperate and final. I brought you here to help me build a wall. But there is no wall high enough. There is only survival. And perhaps, if we are very, very clever, a single painful sting before we are swept away. The cliffhanger was the void where the tower had been, the dead circle in their psychic defenses, and the hollow, ringing truth in her words. The game was over. They were not players on a board. They were insects under a boot, and the boot had just hovered, showing its soul. The sentinel's visit was not an attack. It was a punctuation mark. A full stop to their ambition. All that remained was to decide what sentence, if any, they would write in the dust before it was smoothed over forever. The silence after the storm was not peaceful. It was the silence of a held breath, of a world waiting to be smothered. The ruins of the eastern watchtower stood as a gaping, jagged wound in the palace complex, a monument not to battle, but to effortless erasure. The air, scrubbed clean by the rain, carried the faint, acrid dust of unmade stone. It was the smell of their own futility. The net was in tatters. Warriors who had been nodes lay in the infirmary, their minds shocky and quiet, their haki suppressed as if by a lasting bruise on their souls. The rest moved through the duties with hollow eyes. The phantom fleet, the daring symbol of defiance, felt like a child's toy boat forgotten in a puddle after a tsunami. Hancock retreated, not to her throne room, not to her gardens. She locked herself in her deepest private chambers, a sanctum even Sandersonia and Marigold hesitated to approach. The Empress, the invulnerable goddess, had been shown the true scale of the mountain, and it had broken not her body, but her spirit's spine. Izuku stood in the training ground, now empty and slick with rainwater. The white circle was muddied, the packed earth churned. He looked at the spot where he had first faced her, where he had chosen to catch her rather than strike. It felt like a lifetime ago, a naive play from a simpler game. He felt it then, not through the shattered net, but through the deeper, quieter connection that had grown between them, a connection of shared secrets, of mirrored pain. A low, resonant frequency of despair, so profound it vibrated in his own bones. She was drowning, not in fear, but in the absolute certainty of her own powerlessness. The brand on her back wasn't just a scar, it was a receipt from the owners of the world, and the sentinel had just come to collect on the interest. He didn't go to the war room. He didn't consult Sandersonia. He walked through the silent palace, past warriors who looked at him not with hope or awe, but with the blankness of survivors after the avalanche. He came to the heavy, ornately carved doors of her inner sanctum. 2 elite guards stood there, their faces pale, but they did not bar his way. They simply looked at him, and in their eyes was a question: can you fix this? Asterisk. He didn't know, but he had to try. He pushed the doors open. The chamber within was not a room of luxury. It was a vault, windowless, lit by a single, smokeless crystal lamp. The walls were lined not with treasures, but with weapons, ancient Kuja blades, bows that had slain sea kings, trophies from a history of fierce, local defiance. In the center, on a simple mat of woven grass, sat Boa Hancock. She was not weeping. She was not raging. She sat perfectly still, her back rod straight, dressed in a plain, undyed linen shift. Her hair was unbound, a dark waterfall over her shoulders, hiding the nape of her neck. She was staring at nothing, her hands resting palms up on her knees. She looked like an effigy of herself, a sculpture titled, Defeat. He closed the doors behind him, the sound a soft, final click in the absolute quiet. You should not be here, she said, her voice flat, without melody or heat. It was the voice of the girl from the journal, the one who had just been shown her cage had no ceiling, only an infinite, crushing sky. Where else would I be? He asked, his own voice quiet. Preparing, running. Perhaps your world has a technique for fleeing realities. The sarcasm was ash in her mouth. He walked forward and knelt on the mat before her, not in submission, but to be at her eye level. He was close enough to see the minute tremor in her lower lip. The way her breath hitched just slightly with each inhalation, held tight against a scream. I'm not running, he said. Then you are a fool, she whispered, her eyes finally focusing on him. They were pools of black despair. You saw what he did. That was not a fight. That was a correction. We were a misaligned tile. He tapped us back into place. What is there to do but accept the alignment? You don't believe that, he said. You've spent your entire life refusing to be aligned. And look where it has gotten me. The words burst from her, sharp and sudden. A crack in the effigy. A branded slave pretending to be a queen, hiding on a rock, while the true masters of the world can delete my home with a gesture. All my pride, my cruelty, my power, it is a soap bubble to them. And it has burst. She leaned forward, her face inches from his, her breath warm and desperate. Do you understand now? The cage is not just around me. It is the sky. There is no outside. There is only varying degrees of permission to exist. And our permission has just been revoked. He held her gaze, letting her anger and despair wash over him. He did not flinch. Then we stop asking for permission. She stared at him, incredulous. Did you not see? I saw a man with a power, Izuku said, his voice hardening. A terrible power, one I don't understand. But I've faced powers I didn't understand before. Powers that rewrote reality, that stole souls, that decayed worlds. I faced them with broken bones and stubborn friends and a will that refused to accept that some people get to decide who is allowed to hope. He reached out, slowly, and took one of her upturned hands in both of his. Her skin was cold. You asked me not to lock away my hero. Well, he's here, and he's saying this is not over. That tower is gone, but you are not, your sisters are not, your people are not. The Sentinel showed you his power, but he also showed you his purpose, to enforce order, to maintain the status quo. He didn't erase the island. He gave a warning. That means we are still on the board. And a warning is a vulnerability. Her hand trembled in his. She was listening, the absolute blackness in her eyes receding by a millimeter, replaced by a flicker of her old, sharp intelligence. A vulnerability. He operates on rules, on mandates. He is a scalpel, not a bomb. He was sent to discipline a warlord, not to provoke a war. He used precision, restraint, in his own horrifying way. Izuku's mind was racing, connecting threads. Drake watches. The Sentinel enforces. They are TWO sides of the same system. Observation and control. We attracted the observer. Our defiance attracted the enforcer. But if we are no longer just defying, if we become something the system doesn't have a category for. What? She breathed, her fingers curling slightly around his. We stop being a misaligned tile, he said, a fierce, desperate plan forming in the crucible of the shared hopelessness. We become a crack in the foundation. We don't build our wall higher. We dig our roots deeper, into a place the tools can't reach. And where is that? She asked, but the hollow tone was gone. It was a queen's question. In the one thing they've proven they don't understand, he said. Us. Our connection. The net wasn't just a sensor grid. It was the beginning of a new kind of organism. A collective will. He broke it because it was a structure. But what if it's not a structure? What if it's a heartbeat? What if every warrior on this island isn't a soldier in your army, but a cell in a new kind of body? A body whose strength isn't in its walls, but in its unity, its ability to feel and adapt as one. He was speaking in metaphors, in concepts from a world of quirks and empathy, but he saw her grasping it. The sculptor of scar tissue understood reshaping. You're talking about changing what we are, she murmured. I'm talking about becoming what we already are, but fully, he said. His grip on her hand tightening. You and I, we're already a unit of two broken pieces that fit together. We felt each other's pain across an island. We can feel each other's will. We have to expand that, not as a net to be broken, but as a song to be sung. A single, undeniable note of defiance that isn't loud, but is true. So true it resonates in a frequency their seastone and their silence can't cancel. He was asking for a miracle, a spiritual revolution in the shadow of an apocalypse. Boa Hancock looked down at their joined hands, then back up at his face. The despair was being burned away, not by hope, but by a more familiar fuel, sheer, unadulterated will. A furious refusal, the same will that had carried a branded slave girl to an empress's throne. A song, she repeated, a ghost of her old, dangerous smile touching her lips. A duet, turned into a chorus. She pulled her hand from his, not to break contact, but to place both her palms against his chest, over his heart, as she had before. This time, he covered them with his own. You are asking me to trust my people with my last, final secret, she said, her voice low and intense. To ask them not just to die for me, but to become with me. To feel my fear, my past, my brand. To make my vulnerability their strength. Yes, he said, his heart hammering against her palms. Because it is their vulnerability too. The cage around you is around all of them. Break it together, or not at all. She closed her eyes. He felt her will gathering, a glacier carving, a continent shifting. When she opened them, the Empress was back, but remade, forged anew in the ashes of her own despair. There was no pride, no haughtiness, only absolute, terrifying resolve. Then we sing, she declared. They see, all the entire island to the central arena. Warriors, cooks, gardeners, elders, children. They stood in the mud and the aftermath, thousands of faces turned up to the dais where Hancock stood, with Izuku a half step behind her. Not as a subordinate, but as a pillar. She did not speak of the sentinel. She did not speak of walls or fleets. She spoke of the net. And then she told them it was the wrong idea. We sought to see our enemies. Her voice rang out, clear and stripped bare. But the greatest enemy was the distance between our own hearts. We built a web to catch threats, but the strongest thread must be the one that binds us to each other. She took a breath, the deepest breath of her life. And then, Boa Hancock, Empress of Amazon Lily, did the unthinkable. She turned her back to her people. A gasp rippled through the crowd, a shockwave of confusion. And then, she did the impossible. She let the plain linen shift slip from her shoulders, down to her waist, bearing her back to the entire nation. There, between her shoulder blades, stark against her perfect skin, was the mark. The hoof of the soaring dragon. The brand of a slave. A silence fell, so absolute it seemed to suck the sound from the world. Thousands of eyes beheld the secret that had built their entire culture, the source of their empress's rage, their own hatred of men, their isolation. The truth was hideous, and it was hers. This, she said, her voice trembling not with shame, but with a furious, liberated pride, is what the world did to me. To my sisters. This is the mark of the true masters. The ones who sent the shadow that broke our tower. They do not see us as warriors. They see us as property that got loose. And they will come to reclaim us, or erase us. She turned back to face them, pulling her shift up. The brand hidden again, but the knowledge now a living thing in the air. I have lied to you. I have built a kingdom on a foundation of my own pain and called it strength. No more. She pointed to Izuku. He comes from a world that broke in different ways. He has shown me that strength is not in hiding the break, but in letting the light shine through the cracks. Our strength is not in our separation, from men, from the world, but in our connection, to each other. She extended her hands, palms open, towards her people. I do not ask you to fight for a goddess. I ask you to join me, to feel what I feel, to let me feel what you feel, not as a net to be broken, but as a single heart, beating in this chest of stone we call an island. We will become something they cannot categorize. We will become a harmony. And our song will be this: we are here. We are free. And you will not take us again. She closed her eyes. Izuku did the same beside her. They reached out, not with observation haki as a tool, but with their very selves asterisk, their will, their fear, their hope, their shared, defiant love for this impossible home. They offered it, an open hand to the soul of Amazon Lily. For a moment, nothing. Then, a spark. Luna, in the front row, her face wet with tears, reached back. Then Maru, then an old gardener, then a child, one by one, then in waves, the collective will of Amazon Lily, not as subjects, but as kin, reached out and touched. It was not a net. It was a confluence, a river of consciousness merging. Izuku felt it, the unique pain of 1,000 hearts, their love for their home, their fear of the shadow, their awe of their empress, the dawning, fierce protectiveness. And he felt Hancock at the center, not as a ruler, but as the crucible, holding it all. Her brand no longer a secret shame, but a battle standard they all now shared. The air hummed, not with power, but with presence. A silent, towering chord of unified will. Hancock opened her eyes. They were blazing. She looked at her people, and they looked back, and there were no titles between them anymore. Only recognition. They will come, she said, and her voice was the voice of the island itself. But we will be waiting. Not as a fortress, as a fact. She looked at Izuku, and in her gaze was everything. Gratitude, partnership, a love that was as fierce and sharp as a honed blade. Together, he nodded. Together, quote, the cliffhanger was not an impending attack. It was the birth of a new being. The island of Amazon Lily was no longer just a place. It was a living, breathing testament of refusal. The sentinel had come to enforce silence. In response, they had found their voice. A single, resonant note of, we, that echoed in the soul of every woman, man, and child present. The final page of this chapter was not an ending, but a beginning written in the shared heartbeat of a people who had chosen to stop hiding and start being, wholly and terrifyingly, themselves. The storm was still coming, but they were no longer sandcastles. They were the shore. This is the end. Hope you liked the story. Subscribe for more upcoming interesting What If Deku fanfictions.